What's up, y'all? It's Cecil S. Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com, and I got a video just to kind of show off for y'all right now. You may know we've been releasing a few different videos showing off a couple really dope pictures. We got a dark room series that you guys were able to check out on here with some exclusive photos, never before seen photos with like Bone and Akon, and we recently also released a picture of Mohart, Soulja Boy, and Crazy Bone, and a picture of Crazy Bone and even K-Chill, and these were all from the Strength and Loyalty era. And all those were taken either at the Strength and Loyalty shoot or at the I Tried video shoot. Now, we got hooked up with those all from the homie Cairo Wolf, and we're going to have Cairo Wolf on the show real soon. And if you're not familiar, he's done a bunch of, Bone artwork, including Strength and Loyalty and Crazy Bones Chasing the Devil. So, just like classic, really dope Bone stuff. He also did, if you guys are familiar, he did the artwork, and it's like the 5 members of Bone all artistically done, and it looks like they're, right on the cover of Eternal. I believe he actually gifted that to BT&H board. Really dope. So he sent me an exclusive package, and I'm going to show it off to you guys. The first thing that he sent me was this, and it's actually the drawing, the sketch. It's the sketch of what I was just telling you about. How fucking cool is that? So this is his sketch, and it says World's Enemy at the top, which the final didn't say anything about World's Enemy. So I'm wondering if maybe he submitted this for World's Enemy, something like that. Could you imagine if this would have been the World's Enemy cover? Amazing. So he sent me that sketch. That really made me happy. Very fucking cool. Now, the other thing he sent me, in addition to what I was telling you about, he sent me a ton of digital photos, and I still got probably 2 to 3 more of those darkroom series that I'm ready to come out with, that I'm going to show you guys with tons of exclusive photos. But he also sent me like 50 plus contact sheets. Crazy. These have photos that have never been seen before, from the Strength and Loyalty photo shoot. Only a couple of these ended up even getting used in the artwork. So many of these are just like unseen solo shots of Crazy. Just amazing photos. So I'm going to be doing some really cool things with these. I'm not going to keep all these. We're going to give some of them away. I haven't really figured out how to give them all away. I am going to make sure that I scan them all. I'm going to scan them all. Make sure I get a really good scan. They're really dope because you see they got little notes. Bring tone into the sky. So there's little editing notes. One of them even has where they like took Crazy Bone from one photo and put him in another photo. So these are great, and I just wanted to show a few of them off. Again, I'm going to do the full scans for you guys, and we're going to figure out a way to give some away. And this is just a couple that you guys have seen. Look at this stack. Unbelievable. Here, let's pull a random. Oof, look at this one. Wow. So dope. Shout out to Cairo Wolf hooking that up. He's going to be coming on the show really soon. So again, make sure you guys are tuning in. We'll probably give a couple of these away at that time. Look, just some scenery shots. But I'm going to give a couple away somehow. So I just wanted to show a few of them off to you guys. Make sure that you guys knew what was going on with these. And make sure you guys are, checking out the newest videos. I'm going to drop some of those darkroom series. But also, on our Facebook right now, there's exclusive photos with Crazy Bone and K-Chill. And that's from the Strength and Loyalty shoot behind the scenes. And I have a photo up of Mohart, Soulja Boy, and Crazy Bone. And that's all from the Strength and Loyalty shoot. So that's on our Facebook. So make sure y'all check that out. And while you're checking things out, don't forget to check out Thug Thursday every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, with, of course, me and the one and only John Lippy. Hey, I am Cecil West. I want to thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll check you guys out next time. Disclaimer. We are regular guys who love to talk Bone Thugs and Harmony. We do not represent Bone Thugs or any Bone affiliate. We are also not Bone Thugs experts. The views and information you hear in this podcast may be based on personal opinion. Please feel free to leave corrections and clarifying information in the comments. And enjoy. Kick that shit. What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com, back again with the one and only
Jonathan Lippy!
And he is the co-hosting, coast to coasting, come up creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Matthew Weaver.
And this is Beyond the Harmony Live, the #1 undisputed, undefeated OG Bone Thug podcast in the motherfucking world. And if you are living under a rock and you just got here on accident, you know what tonight is. It is El Burna night. Layzie Bone will be on here in about 15 minutes live, kicking it with us. I want to shout out everybody that's in the chat, everybody that's been waiting for this to fucking go down. Boy, it's crazy tonight, boys. It is fucking crazy tonight. We've been working on this like a motherfucker. It's time to go. It's time to go.
I've been trying to think, is there a Bone track that's like, it all comes down to this? Do they have a track? They got a song for everything, but do they have a, it all comes down to this kind of track?
I don't know, man, but it all comes down to this. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Hey, we only got a couple minutes because tonight we got a special sponsor tonight. Shout out to my boy Vendetta, a PCP. He's here tonight. We're going to do a little interview with him in just a couple minutes. Bring him on. He helped sponsor the show tonight and make this all happen. So I wanted to get him a little bit of time, get him in, show him some love for a couple minutes. Before we do that, though, I just want to take a couple minutes to just shout out the community that made this happen. And if you're new here, if you don't know, the backstory is this has been an 8-year process to make this happen. We've done this show 8 years. We've been waiting for this for a long time. We didn't know if a Bone member would ever make it on. We've had the fans in our corner, and the people are always behind us. The Beyond the Harmony network is amazing, and I just want to shout out people that helped make this happen, specifically like Lib21, Gem Mint Collectibles, China Bone, Ganji, my boy Josh, Crazy Till I Die, Eli, Joe Cal, Andrew helped make it happen. It's a Crazy Life. Shout out to K Chill for helping. K Chill came through, man. K Chill came through in the clutch and set us up and finally connected the dots to make it happen. Shout out to fucking Smokey the Bandit. Smokey the Bandit from fucking Bone Thugs and Harmony Records for always pushing to make this happen. Fucking Cody Hillier, who's been A1 since day one. We go way back like the trunk on a Cadillac. He's been helping make it happen. Our homie crept and we came. HSS, the rest of the Skull and Crossroads Society, motherfucking Cold Blooded, like everybody over at our fucking Discord, that this really was a community effort. Like, I'm not just shouting people out to shout them out. This was a community effort of people that helped bring this together to make this happen. And we're so lucky to have this community, people that have stuck it out with us for fucking 8 years, people that have been pushing. So we just want to thank you guys. We appreciate you. We hit 125,000 motherfucking subscribers yesterday. 125,000 subscribers, Beyond the Harmony subscribers. So we really in here. We really doing it. And before I bring Vendetta on for a couple minutes, I wanted to make this big announcement early on. If you follow Bone, if you follow Seventh Sign, you probably heard the name Q Loco. He's been away now for like 13 years. Q Loco's home, and it's my pleasure to announce that on the 22nd of May, so just about 2 weeks from now, Q Loco will be on here doing his very first interview in 13 years, coming to Beyond the Harmony. Q Loco, Seventh Sign. So that's coming down. Q Loco's here. So I wanted to put that out there. It's a big night for us. Let's get my homie Vendetta on. Let's kick it with him, and then it's off to the races, man. It's a big night. Let's see if we can get him in. Hey, Vendetta, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
Hey, man. Hey, first, thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for showing love and sponsoring the show and believing in. Vendetta's been down for like a really long time. When did you start tuning into the show?
Oh, 7 years ago, man. I found y'all like roughly about a year after you started.
Yeah. And he's been down since. So, you know, it was he saw I was looking for somebody to sponsor the show, and he quickly hit me up, bro. It's a real blessing that to have you be a part of this and be rocking with us and to be a longtime fan. I loved that you weren't just somebody hitting me up out of the blue, just looking for an opportunity to kind of ride the Layzie Bone sponsorship. Like you really are one of us. You've been rocking with us.
Oh, long time, man. Like I know like some Bone fans hate when certain fans say this, but like August of 1994, like I've been a fan of Bone. You know what I mean? I can remember the exact moment. You know what I mean? So for me to be able to be a part of this in any way is a blessing for me, man. And I really appreciate what all of you guys do here for the Bone fans, man. It's been beautiful.
Thank you, bro. What was the moment? What tell me, you know the date. What was the moment that made you a fan?
So I was actually up the street from where I lived at my mother's house. From my mother's house. She had a friend that she hated hip hop, man, right? But she had 3 daughters around my age that would, you know, put MTV on, whatever. And one of them real quick put it onto MTV, and it was Busy Bone's verse and Thuggish Ruggish Bone right around the time the train was passing, and like, you know, he moved towards it and his hair was going crazy. And I had never heard anything like that before. I mean, I was already a hip hop fan, but like really, like I was just so captivated. And you know, back then the internet wasn't, you know, anything like it is now, or even a thing at all. So like, I really had no idea how to find out more about him. And then I just kept tuning in MTV, BET, whatever I could to find him. And yeah, it was Busy Bone. That exact moment that I heard that, I lost my mind. I had no idea what that was.
And he was in, bro. And so. I see people in the chat are already asking. Somebody noticed immediately. They said, "Is he from Boston?" That accent, right? So let people know.
It's terrible. Yeah. So yeah, I'm from Massachusetts, man. I was actually born in Dorchester. It's right outside of Boston, and I grew up about 30 minutes south of Boston, about 20 minutes north of Providence, right in that pocket.
Yeah. And so what people probably don't know is you're not just a random fan just sponsoring though, but you also rap though. Like you're actually a rapper. You've been at this a really long time.
Yeah. So Bone is actually the reason why I make music, because once I got my hands on Creeping on a Come Up, like I studied that thing, you know, like I studied it front to back. And that made me want to make music. The way that made me feel, I just knew I always wanted to feel that way. And so I put my first recordings I released in 1998. I started off in a group with 3 other Bone fans, and man, I just hit the ground running since then, man. Since 98, I've been releasing my own music.
But what's interesting is, you know, you're a Bone fan, you're Beyond the Harmony fan, you're a rapper, but it's like you got more than an influence though. You actually have like a story that ties you back with like Crazy a little bit and everything. So I kind of want to get into that. I think the fans would love to hear about that. And it happens right around the time we're evolving from Thugline over to the Life.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So again, longtime fan. I got really lucky. I met Steve Lobel in 2002 at a Bone show, and he introduced me to all the Bone. That was my first time coming in contact with him. I got a lot of like small stories we don't have time for of interacting with Bone, but the Crazy Bone thing, it was 2011, and I just happened to be awake one night. It was like 1:30 in the morning, and I just searched Bone Thugs and Harmony new 2011. The first thing that popped up was a Crazy Bone mentor program. It was called Fast Track: How to Make It in the Industry. And they had like a pre-sign up then. It wasn't launched yet. But so I signed up on this website for the pre-sign up and forgot about it. Months later, I get an email and it's like, you have been selected to be a part of this Crazy Bone mentoring program. So the whole idea behind it was he selected, a certain amount of people, and he had a whole team with him working on it. And so they gave us a bunch of tools to be a successful independent artist, in 2011. And on top of that, we sent him music once a month, and Crazy Bone directly would break it down, and he had categories, and like he kind of got in depth with it, and he let you know what he liked, what he didn't like. And the idea of this whole program was, if you evolved enough, he was going to take you on his imprint, and if you didn't, you still got all these industry insights on how to maximize as an independent artist, and so it was about 11 months, 12 months, about a year, I'd say, maybe, sending him music. And man, he hit me on my Twitter and said, hey, take my number, lock it in, I'm going to call you later today. I'm a barber, right, by trade. I cut hair. So I was at a new shop my third day there, and I get a phone call. I put it in my phone as Crazy Bone, and then his number came up, and I just, to this day, like, I can't fucking believe it, and he called me, and he just talked to me like a regular person, like how we're talking now. And he was talking about, at the time, right around like 2012, they were talking about Crazy and Wish going to Canada on a tour. I don't know if any of the fans remember that.
Yeah.
He wanted to bring me on that. Hand to God on everything I love. He told me, he said, yo, you're with me now, and he just asked me to be patient with him. And I actually got selected to be a part of the Life Entertainment from that. And it didn't materialize on my end. My life was kind of in shambles at the time, falling apart. The family member that I lived with passed away. I inherited the property. I really wasn't in a situation to hold on to it at the time. So I had to take a step back from music at the moment. So I didn't get to maximize that whole situation. But yeah, man, I was supposed to be a part of the Life, bro.
But since then, you've continued music. You've put out a lot of music. Actually, in your area, people always say like Vendetta is a fucking beast. You're a part of a lot of different ciphers, and something I don't get in. I talk about it a little bit in my personal life that I tour and stuff. But Vendetta and I actually know each other personally. We've done shows together. We've done a lot ciphers, and he's very good friends with a good friend of mine named Lingo. And he really rolls deep with Grind Mode. So if y'all aren't familiar with Grind Mode, you got to check out Vendetta, check out Grind Mode, check out our homie Lingo. So crazy small world, because Vendetta had no idea that the whole time he's been with Beyond the Harmony and rocking with us, and we was also side by side at some of these shows, that it was even the same guy. So it's a small world we're in, brother.
Yo, still blows my mind now. Like right now, I'm still in shock, bro. This is crazy to me. This is beyond crazy.
Hey man, it's dope, man. And I just want to thank you again. I appreciate you coming on, sponsoring the show, kicking it with us. I hope you have time tonight. I hope you kick it all night, and I hope you enjoy the interview. And then anytime you want to come on and talk the rest of those Bone stories that you got, bro, call in anytime on any of the shows. Call in. Let's talk some Bone, bro.
I would love to, man. I would love to. And thank you again to everybody on Beyond the Harmony. Thank you for having me. And I love what y'all do, man. And thank you. Thank you.
Hey, one more time, man. Everybody show some love to Vendetta for sponsoring the night, holding it down for us, helping the fucking whole process happen tonight, man. We'll have you back on real soon, brother. Thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all, man.
All right, y'all. Hey, everybody fill that chat up with some fires. Show some love to the homie Vendetta. And, you know, big appreciation for him just coming through, sponsoring the night. I see people asking about Burna, when he's going to be on. And we're going to have him on real soon. I'm actually texting him right now.
Hey, we got just to let you know, a special Feenics Ryzin in the building, in the chat, along with like all the all-stars. So excellent chat going on right now.
Dude, the chat,
red carpet.
The chat's moving so quick that, you know,
it's a who's who of Beyond the Harmony history in the chat today for sure.
I don't even. It's moving too quick. Real quick. I want to cut away real quick. A little Vendetta promo video I want to show off. So I'm gonna do that. Nice. We'll be right back, and we're gonna bring Layzie Bone in.
So when the Jack boys hop out, watch out, better be ready to handle your beat.
Hey, one more time, man. Shout out to Vendetta, showing love, sponsoring the show. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of fucking people that just got on and you know, help get behind this whole thing. So
while you bring in Alberna in, I just want to let everybody know all the comments for questions that you guys had. I tallied it up on paper. I stopped at 20 pages. I hit poor Cecil with 20 pages of questions. It just is not going to be possible to get to all. And actually, I stopped at 20 pages. There was a lot more, but y'all came out, man, with the questions. So mad props to all the questions you guys provided. We're going to try to hit as many as we can, but
we're going to try. But I'm telling you, I've already been talking about Lay, about hopefully a second interview, keeping it real with y'all. If we can get through, you know, if we could even get through the first 4 albums, if we can get to Thug by Nature, it's a blessing. So if you didn't hear it in this one, it's all right, you know, because I'm gonna work with Lay. I got a good feeling that this isn't the last time that Alberna is gonna be on here. So if we don't get to the questions y'all had, don't trip, man. Don't worry. We're gonna make it happen. We're getting them in right now. But yeah, man, 20 pages of questions plus our own questions. It's been wild. The chat is full. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We got a big goal tonight. I saw some people already drop some fucking super chats. For whatever reason, it doesn't look like they connected. But we got a big super chat goal tonight, so make sure you're hitting that super chat. Looks like we got them on there. Burn, are you with us?
Alberna in the building. What's happening, man?
Alberna in the building. Look what the wind blew into Beyond the motherfucking Harmony. Alberna in the building. Everybody light that chat up one time for Alberna with that motherfucking Harmony House, Mo Thug fists and all them fire fucking emojis. Alberna has finally touched down after 8 years at Beyond the Harmony.
Damn, it been that long?
8 years, man. We've been really doing this for the long time now.
Congratulations to y'all, man. That's a big feat right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's about time I catch up to the program.
Yeah, bro. Hey, and I'll tell you, and I think that I was on the phone with you. We hit 125,000 subscribers. Just hardcore Bone Thugs and Harmony. You know, just on here showing love. The chat's going crazy right now for you right now.
Hey, man, well, it's all love. Let me turn this off right quick. Soon as I do an interview, niggas want to call.
Hey,
I hate
I
when it happens.
I know
But
that I know that's your worst
congratulations.
luck. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Congratulations, here nor there on that phone call, but congratulations, keeping the whole brand alive, man, keeping the whole everything going with the fan base and all that, and keeping us connected. Roll with the bone, more thugs or follow type vibe, man.
Hey, you know what it is. And I told you coming into this, I said, hey, Lay, this isn't gonna be the regular interview. We got the most hardcore Bone fans there are out there. These are the ones that are just like they want to know the stuff. And I've been prepping Lay. I said, bro, there's some stuff that you're probably gonna go, Cecil. I don't even remember what the fuck you talking about right now, man. It's been
Uh-oh.
30 years. But
Uh-oh.
we gonna kick in though, and let's just see. I always like to start things at the beginning, and we've gone over that a lot. And one thing I can promise you is we're not really gonna have any like bus ticket conversations or the same stuff you talked about. We're gonna get into some of the other stuff, but when we go all the way back, we know Layzie, born in '74, started rapping real early on. We talk about the talent shows, and as fans, we've always heard about them. But can you tell us just a little bit more about the talent shows? Like, was it just Band-Aid Boys, or were the other groups you did the talent shows with? Like, tell us a little bit more about that early on.
I mean, well, the talent shows actually started in my living room. You know what I'm saying? My mother was a singer, my whole family, you know what I'm saying? Me and Flesh, my cousin Scant Bone, you know what I mean? They used to make us perform when they had their little get-togethers and things like that. So we always been on in front and center doing New Edition and Michael Jackson and all that type of stuff. But when it got to the rapping, my first real talent show was like seventh grade when I was with my brothers when we was the Band-Aid Boys, you know what I mean? So we entered that talent show, man, and we found out how good we really were. And it never stopped. So the talent shows, man, from seventh grade all the way up to 1991, 92, to after we put out Faces of Death. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, man, the talent shows, man. We used to catch buses to the talent shows, man. We got gonged at a gong show one time. You know what I mean? It was like, boom, get out of here with that Chinese sound and shit. You know what I mean? So we went through the whole ringer of the talent show circuit, man. We did the Shaw talent shows, the Glenville talent shows, uh every talent show you can name in Cleveland, Ohio, we entered into as Bone Enterprise. You know what I'm saying? And shit, we was winning. We was winning throughout the whole city. We only lost one, and that was to MC Brains one time. And if I ain't mistaken, that was a misqualification because we wasn't supposed to cuss. And we tore that thing up, man. And then I passed the mic to Scant Bone. If y'all don't know, that's my real biological cousin. That's my mother's sister's son. So, I give him the mic. He wasn't even in the group at the time. And he said, fuck everybody. And next thing you know, they said, MC Brains. But that was the only one we lost, man. So talent shows, we did over shit, a decade of doing talent shows.
Now, something we had mentioned Band-Aid Boys, and obviously, we all know Faces of Death, Bone Enterprise. But did y'all ever get a chance to record any actual songs as the Band-Aid Boys, or was that just the talent shows?
Yeah, we was really young. Like I was 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? So we hadn't gotten to the phase of recording. We was I was probably around 15, 16 when I recorded my first song. Me and Cray hustled up some money and went to the studio, and we did this one song. I think it was called How It's Done or some shit like that. And yeah, we went to the studio, and I was probably about 15 when I first heard myself on audio, you know what I mean? And that was like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, god damn, that's what this do. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, it was about 15 when I actually recorded a song.
So let's get the official official like a whistle lineup of the Band-Aid Boys? What was the full lineup? Did it change? You know, who was that?
Well, the Band-Aid Boys off the rip, it was myself, it was my brother Flesh, it was K Chill, Chris Ford, and my boy Ant D. You know what I mean? But Flesh wasn't Flesh, he was BD Rock. I was Steve B, BD Rock, K Chill, and Ant D. And we was the Band-Aid Boys. And we had a couple of homeboys straggle along with us, you know what I mean? That really wasn't serious like we were. But the four of us was the core, main thing. Really K Chill being the lead, like main rapper. Cray was a main rapper, and me and Flesh used to beatbox. You know, we was the twin towers in beatboxing. So, you know, we used to, and that was how we, you know, I bust a beat, Cray a rap, you know, it go back and forth. I really didn't even care to rap like that until we to this song called The Fairy Tale Land and shit like that. But to answer your question, it was four of us. And yeah, and we started in FDR, man.
Damn, bro, it's crazy because, you know, over all these years and Bone fans being Bone fans, it's like they want to know every little intricate thing and the things that brought us here. So it's like, you know, it's like Bone Thugs and Harmony so legendary, but it's got this legendary thing built in with Bone Enterprise and the Band-Aid Boys. And how crazy is it for you that you're in this Grammy award-winning group, but people still want to know about the fucking Band-Aid Boys 30 years later? Still tell us about the Band-Aid Boys. Like that's a really wild thing, man.
And that's a blessing within itself. You know what I mean? To find somebody that want to be interested in your upbringing and the things that you went through when you was a kid, the things that built you into a grown man like
Yeah,
that.
bro.
That's words beyond compare. You know what I'm saying? Like it's hard to sum that up, but it's a blessing, and it's definitely something that we don't overlook. It give me insight to see, okay, if my fans interested in the younger days, then I might could tell a movie about it. I might can make a book about it. It let me know that we can keep growing this brand.
Oh, this brand is I always say, I'm like, this brand is so big that this is like it's almost more than just the rappers now. Like it's Bone Thugs and Harmony is like, it's bigger than just the rap. Like it's, you go to the shows and you see the same fans know each other, and you start to have fans that are almost like quote unquote famous fans. And it's really crazy that the way that this brand has built itself into more than just a rap group. Like this is really like this is a community, you know. Look at this situation. So tell me the order of events, just so we got it clear. So, you know, it went obviously the young talent shows, the Band-Aid Boys, and then you got in a little trouble and went to Texas, right? Around what year was that?
That was, well, the first time I got locked up for real on some serious stuff. That was August 23rd, 1989. I'll never forget that day for the rest of my life. But yeah, I was 14 years old when that happened. And, you know, at that time, we were still Band-Aid Boys. It was my 9th grade year, summer after the 9th grade. And I was 14 years old. We were still, we were still the Band-Aid Boys. But at that time, you know, August 23rd, 1989, I went to jail. They sent me to Texas, and I was in Texas from the end of 89 all the way up until my 11th grade year, which was 91, something like that, 91.
And then Layzie goes to Texas. He becomes the Fresh Prince of Texas, you know. And we've kind of heard like bits and pieces of the story. You get to Texas, that's when you meet Layzie, and Layzie's part of what you found out as the original like Bone, or the Bone 7 as we kind of know about it now. But Layzie wasn't really a rapper though, right? Like I mean, Bone was on some other shit, but he kind of wanted to be a rapper. Is that right?
I mean, Owlsy was just a super cool nigga, you know what I mean? And we went to a school called Trinity in Texas. I had got sent to Texas to live with my uncle for being bad and mischievous, selling dope and all that. And he moved from Inglewood, California to Texas, where we was in Euless, Texas. And the school we went to was Trinity, was the size of a high school, the size of a college campus, right? But the college campus, it was predominantly probably 98% white. So we was really it was like we was the only black kids there.
Yeah.
So when I seen somebody else with swag the way I had swag, we immediately locked in. You know what I mean? And at that time, my name was Busy.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? And he called himself Wishbone. You know what I mean? So one day we kicking it, man. I show Owlsy my raps and shit like that. So, you know, I put the bone on my name in the process of trying to teach him how to rap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he never really was interested in it like that. You know what I mean? But the bone stuck with me. Cause what happened was I went to I was trying, and let me say this too, because after I got locked up, I was all alone for the first time in my life. You know what I mean? Like I was down there, I was in Texas with my uncles and my cousins and things like that, but I had never been separated from Flesh or Cray or Wally or Big Wally, Lil Wally. Like we was a real family. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean? We was getting money in the streets. So when I got to Texas, my main thing was to get back to Cleveland. I was trying to escape that month. I was trying to escape Euless, Texas all the time. I tried to run away. So what happened was my uncle worked at American Airlines, right? His stepfather worked at American Airlines. So we stole some of their buddy passes, and the plan was for me to get him home to Inglewood, and I was gonna spend a day there, you know what I mean, which I did. We got to Inglewood, you know what I mean. I'm in Inglewood, California. I'm 15 years old, man. We riding drop top Corvettes, flaming red. I had no idea what the red and blue meant. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know. Because Cleveland, we didn't have gangs and shit
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we was like this in Cleveland. Like it was streets against streets, but not really no red and blue blood and crip shit. But anyway, I was down there and I was hanging with these niggas, and that was Bone. And it was Wishbone, Owlsy Roundtree had me he was taking me to Inglewood High School. He was showing me off down there, showing off my rapping skills and all that shit. I'm playing basketball up at these niggas' school. You know what I mean? Like letting these niggas know, like, nigga, ain't no sucker over here representing St. Clair to the motherfucking fullest, you understand me?
Hell yeah.
all by myself. So, long story short, me trying to run away from Texas, I end up in Inglewood. Then boom, from Inglewood, I tried to get to Cleveland. My dumb ass take a flight back through Dallas where my uncle was. He know the whole staff all through American Airlines. So when I touched down, point is I never made it to Cleveland at that time. But I tried to run away, but that's how I got acclimated with the bone so strong. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the bone name stuck.
And that's
So
how you met the rest of the Bone Seven, the rest of Owlsy's group.
when I met his whole family, you know what I'm saying? So back in Inglewood, California.
Do you
So
remember, did they have bone names as well? Like, Wish and Busy and stuff? Or did they just kind of...
it was I remember Cheers Bone.
Yeah.
That's all I remember, because I see Cheers Bone sometimes, you know what I mean? So that's all I really remember. But yep, Cheers, CHIZ.
Damn. Extended
Yeah.
family.
Yeah, so I got locked up again in Texas, and what happened was my grandfather passed away, and then I was allowed to go back to Cleveland. I was supposed to go back to to Texas, but you know, when I got back to Cleveland after my grandfather died, my pawpaw had passed, and when I got home, you know, it was fucked up. You know, my little brother was by himself. My mother was she was, you know, she was going through her afflictions with addiction and things like that. So I was like forced to stay home because I was like violating if I didn't get back on that plane. They was gonna lock me up or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But in anyway, I stayed home after the funeral. You know what I mean? And so that's when the Bone idea hit the streets of Cleveland.
Yeah. About what year did you say that was that you finally ended up back in Cleveland?
That was 1991.
Yeah, okay. So you were away a few years and you had a couple years away, like almost 3 years.
Well, from August, from the end of 89, 90, 91, about 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the last time you and Alzy got a chance to speak? Have you guys spoke?
Nah, we ain't speaking a little minute, but you know, our families know each other. You know, I
Yeah.
know you well. We the type of friends that don't have to speak often to know we all right. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
See each
If
other
we,
and fall back in like it never, like no time ever went away.
yeah, if you get to seeing calls, you hoping ain't nothing wrong and shit. You know what I mean? Like, cause we just got that understanding and that lifelong bond. But
Yeah.
I had that with everybody though. So yeah, I got a lot of friends.
So we fast forward, we're back in Cleveland. We've gone through the Texas thing. A lot of us obviously have heard about, you coming back from Texas, meeting Alzy, doing the Bone thing. But before we even get into the music, I gotta ask about a legendary spot in Cleveland. Something that's been in your videos. It's a hidden sign on the cover of Eternal. You shout it out in songs. You gotta tell us about the coldest beer in town at Economies, man, and what it means to Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Hit
Because
'em
we,
up the
you
economies. Well,
know,
6 foes is frozen cold. Look, man, my mother had a boyfriend that worked there too. His name was Charles. So economies right across the street from 99th, like on 100th, but on the opposite side of where we resided at. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was the coldest beer store in America. I mean, yeah, probably in America, but in Cleveland, you know, like people used to come all over the city just to get that cold beer because it
yeah,
was stacked up. And then St. Clair was super hot. You know, that's where all the dope boys was, where all the dope cars was parked at, right up there at Economies. You know what I'm saying? So Economies was where it was at, man. If you was thirsty, that's where you was headed to. No
yeah,
matter what side of town you was on, for real.
yeah, man. We had 101 from GYS on, and he said that it was his uncle's store, and he said this was the coldest fucking beer in town, and he goes, and anybody you ever have on from Cleveland, you ask them to co-sign that, and they're gonna tell you that was the coldest beer in the land right there.
Hey, 101 wasn't lying. He was telling the truth, man. Like, boy, that was the place. That's where it was at.
Yeah, bro. So you get back, you now touch back down, and we know where you were gone. Like Cray was doing some like he had done some other groups like NBC and I think like OGC and shit like that.
Mhm.
How did it come about? You told him the Bone Enterprise thing, or you told him about Bone, and you guys decided to do that. But it feels like, and this is the part that I know no one's ever talked about in an interview, right? It
Mhm.
feels like in the middle there's a little piece that might get left out. And correct me if I'm wrong, but and this is me putting it all together. But when I looked at Faces of Death, I see uh Lazy Bone appears courtesy of Jam It, and then you had a solo track on there, and then I even see this like almost like solo press photo of Layzie. So before the Bone Enterprise deal, did you have some sort of like solo Lazy Bone deal worked out first, where you were gonna do some solo stuff?
Well, let me take you back. I'm gonna take you up to there. So when I got home, you got to remember I was running away from Texas to get back to Cleveland. I was trying to get back to my niggas at all costs. You know what I'm saying? So my first mission was to find Cray. You know what I mean? But it took me like 3 months to find Cray because he had moved off of 93rd. One day I walk in the store and I see Cray Pops. I'm like, I'm like, I'm like, Mr. Henderson, I'm like, where the fuck is Ann at, right? He like, man, we moved up here to 143rd or 7th or whatever it was. Then I immediately jumped on the bus, went up there, reunited with Cray, and he was in the group, you know what I'm saying? So he was doing Cray was still had his dream going while I was gone doing my thing, you know what I'm saying? While I was locked up and experiencing what I was going through. So my goal was to get back to Cray, Flesh, K Chill, Wally, the whole squad. You know what I'm saying? So I get back, boom, I find Cray. Now, now we move and we running. And now, I already have found my cousin Cecil, that's Wishbone. You know what I'm saying? Flesh my brother, so he was already there. I had to find Cray. So at that time, and then I go back to school. I get back in school and all that. I find Cray. I got shot in the head and all this type of shit. Being like, so, but me and Cray was doing our thing. You know what I mean? We was starting to do talent shows already. Me and Cray was. And Wish was just starting to rap at that time. He was still C Mac, bang bang shoot 'em up gangster type nigga. He was. And then, so what happened was, Cray, we doing our thing. Then my mother introduced me to B. You know what I mean? So when my mom introduced me to B, this had been over about a 5, 6 month period I had been home. But the whole time after I found Cray, 3 weeks after I got home, we was recording, we was doing shit. Me and Cray, we moving and grooving. So we was already doing things. Now B come along, right? And when I sold the idea to Cray, he like, nigga, I'm like, if you had a bone name, what your name would be? He like, nigga, I'm crazy. And I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm lazy then. You know what I'm saying? Cause Ant was always the nigga I look to when it comes to the music. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it's not a lazy bone in my body. Please believe it. But so when B came along and I was already lazy bone, and this nigga came in with all this motherfucking energy and shit, busy, he been off the hook, right? And then he became busy. You know what I'm saying? And Wish joined the group all the way. And I'm like, it ain't right without a Wishbone. So Wish became C Mac, Charlie became Wishbone. And then boom, now we moving doing talent shows. So then Craig get in trouble. You know what I mean? He ended up going to jail. And now I'm back by myself, Wish and Busy moving on their own. So I'm recording with
Okay.
I had hooked back up with K Chill, and K Chill had a deal with this nigga named Kermit Henderson
Yeah.
who owned Dow's Rapid Creations. And K Chill was taking me around, putting me on shows. He took me to open the Ghetto Boys with him. K Chill had albums and shit out. You know what I'm saying? So I end up, hype manning for K Chill for a minute. And then that's why Cray was locked up. And then after that, I had so from K Chill, from me working with him on that capacity, Kermit wanted to sign me. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I end up with a solo song, and extra credit and all that type of shit. But I'm gonna say this too. Cray came home shortly, like when I started recording my first album, Cray had came home. And then now we back, right? So I'm like, I tell my nigga, I can't do this by myself, my nigga, like, cause all my source of getting to the music always came from him. So First, we know Craig like I'll write you whatever, you know what I'm saying? I do whatever, boom, 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 and then eventually Kermit seen the whole picture when Busy and Wish came back around, and then and Craig came back around. He saw the whole picture, and then boom, now the album that I was doing became a Bone album. You know,
Okay.
that's what became Faces of Death, and that's why I got that's why my sound that hyping them up, stacking them up.
Yeah.
I was trying to find myself. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's how that came about. That's you said you wanted it all, so
We
I'm
want
gonna
it
tell it
all,
to you.
man. Not listen. The chat's going. Literally, the chat is like, "This is what the fuck I've been waiting for, bro." So, you know that you're killing it. This is exactly what people want to see. Yeah, man. I've always wondered that. You know, just because I saw the picture of you and K Chill. I think you saw it recently. I recolored it for K Chill and he reposted it.
Oh,
You and him together.
you did that?
Of
That shit
course.
was hard,
You know I did that, man. You know it.
man.
Yeah. I fuck
Yeah,
with
that's
K
what's
Chill
up.
heavy, bro. You know we're here on so many levels because of Chill. If you think about it, Chill helped put you on a rat, and then later on, Chill is like I told you when I was talking to you and Tiny. Chill was a big reason why we even started the show, and now 8 years forward, Chill's who finally was able to connect you and I, and it did my heart a lot of good when I talked to Chill and he said, "Me and Lay are back. I seen him go into all the shit." And I seen him at the events, and it did my heart a lot of good to see that Layzie and K Chill were back, you know, thick
Yeah.
as thieves again.
And I know we'll talk about this later, but yeah, me and K Chill got a dope ass album, man. We finishing up right now, but yeah,
Yeah,
man, like it's funny how life come full circle.
yeah, man. Nah, this it's a beautiful thing, man. Shout out to K Chill, bro. He shows so much love, and he really did a lot for every one of us. So you know, you had mentioned Kermit, and you know, you knew that was gonna kind of come up in the Bone Enterprise discussion, and you know, Kermit is pretty interesting. He put a lot of people on. You know, there's a lot of different artists through that Doll's Rapid Creation, and you know, all the things that he did, and for better or worse, the guy really did have an iconic kind of place in music in Cleveland.
Right.
And so he helps put on what would become Bone Thugs and Harmony, Bone Enterprise, and through so many interviews, you know, on our show I've had all kinds of people on. Like I said, K Chill, Archie's been on here, Bobby's been on here,
Right.
Diego Black's been on here.
I love Diego.
Shout out, hey, I got a whole thing, so we gotta talk some Diego.
Well,
You
on the Kermit thing, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I do give him props, man, and he did open up lanes for a lot of things, but I can't really say that he's a good guy. You know what I'm saying? Like he took advantage of us. He paid us peanuts and shit like that. And he was much, much older than us. He had to be like at 35, 40 years old. Well, I don't know how old he was, but he owned the store, big slew foot ass nigga. And then but I can't really call him a nice guy until he do right by us for the Faces of Death units that he sold. Cause
yeah,
we have never ever been paid. How many of y'all got that album out there?
everybody. Hey,
And you know what I'm saying? Buy that shit from me.
Lazy
Don't go
Gear.
get that. Yeah, don't go get that shit nowhere else if you want. But I mean, but it's what's water under the bridge. But I can't really say that Kermit Henderson is a good guy.
Well, that's all right.
But
Let's get into it because I'm gonna tell you something that I don't even know if you know. Maybe you did because maybe it comes up later on in your career. But you know, I got my guy RC Thugster in here, and he does so much research for us. And he had actually
mhm,
found that back when you got the solo deal that turned into Bone Enterprise, Kermit had actually put a corporation or a LLC under the name Lazy Bone that went from April 1st of 92 all the way up to April 12th of 1998. So he really tried to put the lockdown on y'all in a
yeah.
lot of ways. Did you know that he had that paperwork, that trademark on the Lazy Bone name?
No, because it didn't matter once Thuggish Ruggish Bone came out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if I would have took him to court, I would have humiliated him.
Yeah,
But I didn't know that. But thanks, Thug, for finding that out. He tried to trap me in every way. I thought I signed a management deal with this dude. You know what I mean? I was 16. My mother even signed a deal with me. You know what I mean? But we was uneducated. You know what I mean? So he took advantage off the rip of a 16-year-old kid that was having hopes and dreams and bringing him money into the game, coming up to his shop and doing his talent shows and showing out and me having fans at that time. You know what I'm saying? So he just not a good guy. He tried to set a nigga up, but you can't stop. Nobody can stop what God has for you. You know what I'm saying? So
that's
that's
right.
and that's what that is. That's why we talking right now.
You know, through all those interviews, and there's a piece, we'll come back to Kermit because he plays a very important piece, especially when we start to talk about the units of Faces of Death around Eternal. But in all the interviews that we've done, Bobby, all kinds of people, K-Chill, they said, because obviously we know Flesh wasn't a Bone Enterprise member, but a lot of people said that there might have been a fifth Bone Enterprise member that didn't end up making it that wasn't Flesh. So can you put this to rest? Was there a possible fifth member that just didn't make it, or where does that confusion come from if it's confusion of somebody outside of Crazy, Busy, Wish, and yourself?
Well, who are you speaking of? His name in the group was U-Bone. His real name was Meech. You know what I mean? But he was gone long before us recording the album came about. He was in the group with Crazy Bone when I first got off the bus to go when I found Craig again. U-Bone was, that was Cray rap partner. You know what I mean? But we was moving, we was dedicated, and I guess you got into something else, and the U was for unique. So we had a unique before unique, if y'all didn't know that.
Nah, I think that's
And
the first time people heard it. We all heard, you ready for this? We all
yeah,
heard it was Fishbone was the member that didn't make it.
nah, man, I don't even know who the fuck that is.
So this is the first time we've heard U-Bone, so it might have been a little confusion, but so that was basically there was a unique Bone that just didn't make it. He probably kicks himself every fucking day that he didn't stick it out.
Now
And
he cool because he chose his path and he did pretty good for himself in life. You know what I'm saying? So
good.
I don't think nobody is bitter that they didn't take the whole ride with us. It's just sometimes it's different strokes for different folks. But after 30 years, you see people going up, you see people coming down, and me. I always make it a point to get at people. So if he came to a show and we talked, and what I'm saying, it was like, I wish you well, my man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But
that's
you
love.
know, you know what I'm saying, and I let him know that it was all love. And if I ever had this opportunity, I would let it be known. You know what I mean? And nobody never really asked me about nothing like that. But it definitely wasn't no goddamn fishbone.
Okay, cool. So there it is. Everybody that's been asking since all the interviews, we
And
got
if it and if it
U-Bone.
is and if it is a fish bone out there, no disrespect, but it wasn't no fish bone ever affiliated with us. Let me just say that like that.
So Flesh, Flesh was in the Band-Aid Boys. What
Hmm.
happened that he didn't end up being part of Bone Enterprise? We know he ends up in Bone, but how come he didn't end up a member of Bone Enterprise? Was it just the schooling? We know he was heavy in basketball, or was like he gonna do his own music shit? Like what kept Flesh out of Bone Enterprise?
See, Flesh always had his shit together. He taught me how to count money and be responsible and go to class and all that shit. I was running with the rest of the bones, and we was bad as hell. We cutting class and all this, and Stack was playing basketball. Flesh was playing basketball, and they was doing their thing in high school. You know what I'm saying? So at that time, he was dedicated to to playing basketball, and we had a plan. We would have been the first rappers with a professional basketball player in our group.
Yeah.
So he was supposed to make it pros. So he went out, he went to Allegheny College and then went out to California. And that's part of how we got to California. His
Yeah.
basketball dreams took him to California. And when he had that rap off and things like that, and found out how much better we was, and he called us. So that's probably fast forwarding a little bit,
That's
but
all right. That's all right.
yeah. But
Yeah.
that's how that happened. So Fleshbone became Fleshbone on the trip to on the very first trip to California when we got on the one-way bus tickets. You know what I'm saying? So, but he was always a member of the group, but he was just staying house. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Because we used to be at the basketball games like, who in the house? House in the house. Bone. We attended all his games. We was in that motherfucker drinking 40s outside, just bad. You know what I mean? Go in, watch the game, watch our team do their thing. And we had like I used to could ride the school bus with niggas because my brother was a star player on the team. You know what I'm saying? So Bone was always there. We was the rappers. He was the nigga in school that was balling, and he could rap too. You know what I mean? So that we had a cold dynamic back that was like 91, 92.
Yeah. I'd heard too, and I don't know. This might be later in the story, but I'd heard too that Stack that he kind of rolled too. He knew like Aftermath and people like that, so he was also kind of like doing some rap shit at one point before he was even kind of like rapping. Like he knew a lot of different rappers that y'all ended up dealing with, and you guys have always just really been connected with
Yeah,
everybody.
he never stopped rapping, man.
Yeah.
He always, he was just getting in. He had more opportunities to get in different circles. So while he was playing basketball throughout the city, you know what I'm saying, he was meeting different niggas. You know, so when he came back to okay, I'm gonna do rap and left the ball thing alone, he had knew all these different people from all from different parts of the city,
Yeah.
and when he got on, he went and got his niggas that he was fucking with all the time.
So let me ask you, we know obviously where the Bone piece came from. Do you remember where the Enterprise piece came from? Who came up with that? Like where that came from? Do you remember that?
I mean, that was just me on the Enterprise. You know what I'm saying? Like we was gonna be an Enterprise, we was gonna be a dynasty, and
Yeah.
Enterprise stuck. So I was looking for words and shit that explain where we was trying to go, I guess.
Yeah.
In hindsight, that's what I think. Like, like I think I was just like shit. We an enterprise. We a big ass conglomerate. But at that time, I guess that's where my vocabulary was at. So that's how that shit was
Yeah,
came
that's
about.
dope. No, that's good. That shows where your mind's always been because your way of thinking and looking at the entire brand that's never stopped since that moment. So it really did become the Enterprise, the dynasty.
Yeah, the mothership. It was like
That's
mothership.
right.
I used to like that funk and shit. So yeah, so I'm thinking enterprise, mothership, enterprise, da 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 da. Years later, we did an album, Mothership. Yeah, it was all a cycle. It's one life, but so many different cycles of it. And we telling it right now.
I got a fun story for you that you may not even remember, but I just want to tell you because it's a lot of fun. We had a kid on named Jason Bibb, and Jason is who did the Faces of Death artwork, the Grim Reaper and stuff. Okay, so we
Right.
we found the kid that did that, and he used to do all kinds of shit for Kermit, all the ads that were at Dolls and stuff. He would do all those, the airbrushing and stuff, right?
Mhm.
And so when Faces of Death was fresh off the line, you ran into him outside of I think probably Dolls or something, and he
Mhm.
had a copy fresh, and you had asked him, have you seen it? And he said, yeah, I got it. And so he showed you the copy, and he's like, and Layzie just lit right up because he hadn't had a chance to see it yet. He's like, so Layzie got my copy, and he got to see it, and he goes, and I blessed Layzie Bone up with his first copy of of fucking Faces of Death. And that's a story that, even though you might have forgot it, over 30 years, that's a story that that man gets to tell people all the time, is that I drew the cover of the album, and the first time Layzie got his hands on it, it was the copy I got. And he's like, and Layzie took that, and off he went down the street to show everybody Faces of Death.
Wow, that's wild right there, man. That's I don't remember that, but it's all good. Shout out to Jason Bibbs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, because I don't remember who did that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a dope story.
Yeah, bro. Nah, it was good. And he's such a he was such a cool, he couldn't believe we reached out. He's like, "You want to interview me about what, drawing the fucking Grim Reaper?" And I was like, "Yeah, bro, let's have an interview about it." He has some really cool stories, and that was the best one. So I want to share that with you. When it came out, what was it like around Cleveland? Like, did you get like any local fame from it? Did it bring more hate? Like, what was it like once it was released and y'all actually had an album and people could get their hands on it? What did that do for y'all?
We was already citywide hood famous from the talent shows, just from us performing live. But when the album came out, that's the first time we start feeling celebrity type shit. People start noticing us and like, that's Bone over there, that's Bone over there. And of course the haters came with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just a natural process of life. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I mean the attention grew, and we was becoming big sharks in a small pond. You know what I'm saying? So it was like the more they talked about us, the more niggas start hating.
Yeah.
You know, and so the hate got real big, but the love equaled it out. So the shit it balanced itself out. We had more love than we had hate, but the hate was too much to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a lot. It was more love always, but the hate was there, and we had to deal with that shit damn near on a regular basis.
Yeah, and it's so crazy how it's always kind of the worst in the city that you're from, because it's like and this is everywhere, right? It doesn't matter if it's Cleveland or LA. It's like a crabs in a bucket. People don't want to see people get up out of the bucket, So it's like, it's good that y'all had the love. Somebody that we brought up earlier that we know had a lot of love, and he's been on the show, Diego Black.
Right.
Speaks very highly. When he was on, he couldn't have said enough good things about Bone and just about the four of y'all and your time around him. And that's a man that early, I know we said what was said about Kermit and Diego was almost the complete opposite. It feels like the relationship y'all had with Diego, because that's a man that seemed to really believe in y'all.
Yeah, well, Diego was always a good guy. You know what I mean? Like Kermit, he was mean. Kermit could be mean, and he had Diego that would iron that shit out with us. You know what I'm saying? And be the mediator and the one with the diplomacy that knew how to keep things together. But Diego is actually the nigga that got us on the show, that pulled the strings when we took our one-way bus tickets back to California. Diego was the nigga who made the call to get us on the show. You know what I mean? So he was fucking with us even after we left Kermit. You know what I mean? He just wanted us to do well. So he opened that door for us.
Yeah, that's what Diego actually said, because he was also doing promoting and shit. So along with like managing and helping Kermit with distribution and shit like that, he has said, I was doing promoting, and we kind of talk about this a little bit during the creeping on a come up part, but he said, he goes, when they found out that the boys had to come back, we had Eazy, and that's all it took was I had the connection in, and we got him back there with Eazy. So Diego, man, he couldn't be more proud. It's been about probably 7 years, I would say, since he was on the show. And man, that guy's still at that time so proud of all y'all for everything that you've done.
Well, he definitely got us on the show, but we got ourselves to Eazy. Believe that. That's a whole story within itself. You know what I mean? Because Eazy didn't get a chance to see us perform.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We went on first. And them niggas was backstage or wherever they was at, and E went on, and then me and Busy bum rushed backstage to get to Eazy-E. You know what I'm saying? So we got ourselves in that particular door, but if it hadn't been for Diego, we would have never been able to get on the show. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, but it
Right.
was packed. Y'all had a lot of people there for you though, right? Like when 101 was on, he was saying like the place was packed for Bone. When Bone was on, he was like, we made sure that motherfucker was packed for Bone. Like everybody was there for them. Like it was a Bone show.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course, we had a Cleveland fan base, you know what I'm saying? So people was there for us, but we was there for Eazy-E.
Yeah.
We wasn't studying the fame that we had in Cleveland, like, so that really wasn't on my mind at the time. All I remember is these niggas is leaving the stage. He didn't see us perform. Ain't nobody talk to us. We gotta get backstage. Grab B, nigga, let's go. And Wish and Cray and them was over there. Them niggas was mad. They like, man, this nigga didn't even get to see us and all that shit. They over there pouting and shit. I saw them niggas leave the stage. Get over me, and B took off. Boom. And there was about a thousand niggas in there trying to rap for Easy.
Damn.
Shoot. Me and B, I just started rapping going down the hall, and cause I seen DJ Yeller. And I just start rapping and shit. He stuck his head out the door. He say, man, y'all them niggas that was on the phone? We like, hell yeah. Nigga, like, and boom, 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 and so on and so forth.
Damn. That's bro. You talk about, making sure like God's gonna put you where you belong, no matter what. You think all the trials and tribulations that you describe, not only the ones we just talked about, but obviously the ones we know from all the other interviews that you've done. The bus tickets and the timing of you in LA. Well, he's gonna be in Cleveland. God's gonna put you where you belong, no matter what.
Yeah. Everything to me, everything happens for a reason, exactly when it's supposed to happen. You know what I mean? Had I not got shot in my head, I probably would have still been selling dope and went to jail for the rest of my life. But that happened, which I thought was the worst thing in the fucking world at the time. But it made me determined I'm not fucking selling drugs no more. All we gonna do is this motherfucking music, nigga. And that's what changed me. You know what I mean? Because I've been a hustler since I ain't never not been a hustler. I used to shovel snow in the winter, carry bags from the grocery store, pump gas, like, as a kid, nigga, like rake grass, cut grass, like, so the hustler in me, can't nobody deny that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I stand 10 toes down on when I'm determined, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Period.
Let me ask you a question. Something we've heard a lot of like just conflicting stories about is the amount of music during Bone Enterprise that was done. Like, was it just the songs that came out on Faces of Death, or did y'all get a lot of music recorded back then? And I'm gonna tell you why before you even answer why I'm asking that is because one, when Arch was on, Arch was like, hey, Bone used to record all the time, so we would record all the time. And Bobby said, the same thing. He's like, we used to try to get Bone as much studio time as we could. And the rumor always was that after things blew up and Kermit was trying to take advantage of the situation, that he had enough music in the can that he was going to try to put out another disc of Bone shit to kind of try to cash in on. So we've heard conflicting stories about how much music was recorded for Bone Enterprise.
Yeah, well, that's partially true. So the music we did for that album, Kermit, we went to the studio on Kermit's dime. But niggas like Archie Blaine, you know what I'm saying? He always opened his studio. Like, Kermit had no access to none of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Archie's probably, if he still got his hard drives or whatever we was saving shit on back then, tapes, he probably got music. It was different. It was different people throughout the city that we would record with. So the songs that was on Faces of Death was recorded for Kermit under contract. So Kermit didn't have any access to you know, the things that we did outside of that, you know what I mean? Because we was all through the city. We was unruly. We fuck with you, Kern, but you ain't finna stop us from working with Arch, you know what I'm saying? Too true, and all of them, you know what I mean? Like Arch always had a studio, so he was one of them. Bobby Jones.
Yeah.
Well, Bobby Jones was around during the recording of Faces of Death. So it might be some songs that was extra, but it wasn't never like how when we did Strength and Loyalty where we recorded 100 motherfucking songs. You know what I mean? It
Yeah,
was like
yeah.
back then, it was like, the equipment wasn't the same. As you couldn't work that goddamn fast, big 24-inch reel, 20-inch reels or whatever the reels was, reel to reel. And then yeah, to answer your question, nah, what Kermit had, he had. Bobby might have had some shit in the cut that we did that was extra, but really our songs was floating all around Cleveland. We was just fucking with all kind of people.
Yeah, man. Arch, I know has some shit. So hopefully someday you and Arch reunite. He just told me he's got a Too True. John, you remember what it was? Maybe it's Are You Ready? And it's a remix that you did that never came out. Arch has really got some shit. So hopefully someday you and Archie Blaine reunite.
If he got that shit, we gonna put that shit out one day. And with the technology now, we can bring it up to par real quick.
Yeah, bro. He's got the goods, man. And it's crazy when we was talking about the Kermit situation. I don't know if you know this, you probably do, because you talked about all those units. At the same time, in 95, when Creepin's fucking charting, Eternal's charting, Faces of Death, he re-releases it and puts the original Thugs on it. And that charts, it actually charts on Billboard. So at the same time that Creepin' on the Come Up and Eternal's on the charts in 95, Faces of Death is on the Billboard charts as well. And he kind of confused the situation. And even John, one of the hosts, went in looking for Eternal and it wasn't available. And he walks out with a copy of fucking Faces of Death. So Faces of Death actually is a Billboard charting record.
Right. Yeah, man. I'm just like, I saw all that, you know what I mean? But at the time, my mind frame was, we doing what we doing. You know what I mean? I always believe that karma, you gonna reap what you sow. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
either one day he gonna have to answer to us in court, or God gonna get him first. You know what I'm saying? So to this day, but I'd rather not even waste my time on shit that's negative. You know what I'm saying? Like, if God want that for us, we gonna get that bread.
You
But at
know
the
it.
same time, we so blessed over here. Like, why spend my time and energy going to chase and sue and doing all that shit? I don't waste my time on negative energy. We had a good thing going, so we just vowed it, like, okay, we'll get him when it's time. Whenever God told us to get on the bus, November 23rd, 1993. I remember that date. So if it's a time that we supposed to go collect on that, we will. You know what I mean? I know how Kermit hid things, Stony Burke records and all these different things. He had another label for K Chill's albums and all that type of shit. I saw how he operated. I was very keen on everything, but chose not to,
Yeah.
give my time to that, because people was like, but I'm like, shit, if they like it, give it here, I'll sign it. It ain't
Yeah.
nothing. The fan ain't never heard me complain about that, because it's still a blessing in the end
It's historic,
that we was even able to do that. You know what I mean? Like, we did that.
And,
So it's ours.
and it's historic when you think about the fact that, again, just like the Band-Aid Boys, look at your fans, the way they searching for this CD from 93. You know what I'm saying? When y'all was just figuring it out, and it's like a gem. When people find a 93 copy, not a 95 reissue, but a true, real 93 edition, People go crazy for that. You know, those sell on eBay for $1,000, $1,500 for a copy of one of them 93s. So it's like, it says a lot about who y'all are, what the enterprise really was, man.
Gonna make me go stick Kermit ass up.
So
No, I'm just playing though, but it's man, it's a blessing. It's a when you take blessing, when you take the B off of blessing, what you get? A lesson.
that's right.
So that's all that was.
Something I've always wondered, we were talking about y'all being on the bus, you out in LA, the back and forth, Diego, the show, and you've always talked about, calling up Ruthless and talking to the in fact, Gary Ballin was just on. He said they used to call up and they would talk to the secretary and da. But how did y'all initially get the number to even start calling Ruthless? Like, how did that come together?
That shit used to be on the back of the album covers.
Yeah, the Ruthless number.
Right. Yeah, the Ruthless number, that's how we found out who Jerry Heller was and all that, like, okay, we just did our research on the shit was right there in our face the whole time. All we had to do was keep calling and, just keep keeping on. So yeah, man, that's how that happened. We got that off the back of one of Eazy-E's records and just kept calling and end up talking to her name was Keisha Anderson.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Keisha, we rapped to her and she be like, I'ma tell him. Oh yeah, believe me, I'ma let him know. And then one day that nigga got on the phone. I think I was off me and one of the fellas was I think it was Cray and B that took the call. And me and Stack might have been on a beer run or some shit. I forgot how that was, but I think I was on the beer run. I was blessing the 40 pretty heavy back then.
So I know I told you, hey, Lay, I'm not going to bring up no fucking bus stories, okay? We know it, right? But I got to say, 30 years of the story being told, interviews, Grammy Awards, you fucking name it. You would think that Greyhound would have wanted to fucking sponsor Bone and have Bone be just the motherfucking like pinnacle of why you should fuck with Greyhound Bus, man, because y'all have the greatest Greyhound Bus story of all time.
Hey, you know what? I'm pretty sure they would want to fuck with us.
Yeah.
But we as a brand didn't get at them. Why would they come looking for us? They're established Fortune 500 company within the United States of America. So that was up to our management to pick up the phone and put the ones and twos together and let us be artists. And our management should have been making those phone calls. That's why I had to grow up fast. But those are things that come in a 30-year career span. You know what I'm saying? So that opportunity is wide open.
There may still be something there.
It ain't no may. It's the bigger we get and the longer we last, the bigger the possibility. So it's never over, man. So keep that in mind when you see me score that deal. You be like, remember we had that interview and yeah. Because I didn't think about it like that.
I love it. Yeah, man. We got to get that deal. That's big. That's the greatest Greyhound fucking story of all time, of all the history.
Yeah, all we got to do is, write corporate, tell them the story, send them a package, and I'm pretty sure they'll be like, fuck yeah.
Well, goddamn, let's do it. You
It's that
got
simple,
me.
man.
That's all we got to do. Let's do it.
It's that simple, too. I used to work at KFC, too, so I'm about to write them a hell of a story. There's so many avenues that's unexplored. You'll see.
We had said, obviously we know about the big bus trip, but we know that you guys actually got, you guys had to make quite a few trips. At one point in one of my interviews, I had heard that actually Mama P made one of the trips with y'all as well. Is that the way that it went? Did she go out there with y'all at one point on one of the bus trips?
Nah, not on the Greyhound, not when we was trying to make it. My mother was in the penitentiary, man, was another motivation that made me get on the bus, because my mother was in the penitentiary. Me and Stack Moms when we went. My mother didn't even know what we was up to. She saw us on TV. She's like, that's my babies and all that. And when I went to go visit her after we made it, she was a big fucking deal up in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I brought my mom down. Soon as she got out, nigga had a big ass mansion up in Woodland Hills. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had put us in a house so huge, and me and Stack sent for mommy. You know what I mean? And that's how that happened. But she wouldn't get on a plane. She did ride the Greyhound, but it just wasn't at that time.
Wasn't that one? Hey, shout out to Kaipo in the fucking building. I see DJ Kaipo in the chat, man. Shout out to Kaipo, who was recently on here showing El Burner some love.
That's right.
Kaipo, scared of the thug shit.
Mhm.
You know, we've heard over years about everybody's families. You know what I'm saying? Crazy's mom, Busy's. But there's something special about Mama P and what she meant, not only even to Bone, but if any of the Mo Thugs were ever on, everybody's always spoke so highly about Mama P and her influence, and how much she meant to the true story of making Bone Enterprise, Bone Thugs and Harmony, all these things happen. She was really like the outlet, almost like y'all's place was like the safe haven to make this music happen. Can you just kind of like elaborate on what Mama P meant to the entire brand, more than Bone, Mo Thug, everybody?
Man, God rest her soul, man. Like my mother, you let her tell it. It's hard to talk about my mother,
I
but
know, brother, but she
you
means
let
so
her,
much to the
you let
brand.
if you let her tell it, she was the Bone. She was the thug. So
Yeah,
we spent time at my auntie Sweet No house. We spent time at Mama Linda house. You know what I mean? At different times, stages of that come up. But Mama P used to let me and my brother, because my mother didn't, she was like, if y'all gonna do whatever y'all do it here. Cause she didn't want us out. She knew what we was doing in the streets.
right.
She was on drugs herself at the time. My mother got cleaned up later, but so she would let us be in the house. My mother would be in the streets. So she was the original thug, but she sang. So back when I was in the when I was the Band-Aid boy, seventh, eighth grade, I used to have parties every fucking weekend. DJs, motherfucking man, we had basement parties, with we had real DJ shit going on. I used to sell hot dogs, nigga. I used to sell sodas. I used to sell beer. Charge $2 to get in. So that was my hustle. And my mom let us all. She let that shit go down in her crib. You know what I'm saying? So when we had rehearsals after school and on Fridays before me and Cray make up some steps and shit to go at the girls with, you know what I mean? My mom would let us rehearse at the house. So it started there. You know what I mean? So that's why. And then my mother had influence because she would tell me when she was teaching me how to hold use my voice the right way. She was like, look at Aunt. Look how Cray hold that. And I was like, fuck that nigga. No, but she was teaching us
Yeah,
at the same time, you know what I'm saying? So she was pointing out what we could do better, well, at least to me. And I'm pretty sure she had that encounter with everybody else because that's what she was to everybody. She was influential to everybody. She let everybody come through. If you was hungry, nigga, if you needed a place to stay, you know.
amazing.
My sixth grade year, it was like 40 niggas that stayed at my house for half the summer. You know what I mean? Because my mom, it was just like that. Even though my mom was in the streets and struggling with different things, she loved her boys. And her main thing was to protect us. You know what I'm saying? So that's why because everybody's mom, like Wish mom, that's my aunt, but that's my mama.
Yeah,
Aunt mama, that's my mama. You know what I mean? I had the pleasure of meeting B mom a few times, but I never was able to get close to her. But out of the mamas, we all rotated through their houses. We went from my mom's house, then um, high school, we stayed with Sweet No for about a little while. We was Strathmore, East Cleveland. And then we went to 99th, and that's when Aunt Cray lived on 99th with his mom, Mama Linda. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we wound up on 99th. But it started on 105 in Remington when everybody was coming to my house for house parties and shit like that.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you this: 8 years of doing this, Lay. All the guests that I've had, it don't matter if they came on and they had something good, bad, or indifferent to say about you or Mo Thug or anything. No one's ever had a bad thing to ever say about Mama P. No matter what.
I would, boy, I
They
wish a nigga would say
they
something
don't
about my
even.
mom.
Everybody's only.
No, I'm just playing, but
Even
she everybody's mom.
even if they was mad as hell about you, everyone's always say, "Hey, Mama P put everybody on, bro," and that's a blessing. That's a Bone Thug blessing right there, bro.
If
You
I
know,
was falling out with anybody, man, my mom always made me rectify that. So
that's beautiful.
that's the type of person she was, man. She was really love. She thought she was a bone, and she definitely was a thug, and she could sing her fucking heart out. So that's the harmony too. So there you have it.
That's
She
what Gary
was a
Ballard
bone.
said. He said when y'all was with Ruthless and he would play at the pub, he said Mama P was out there and they would pull up to the pub that I'd be playing at. Mama P would sing songs with me while I played the fucking guitar.
Yeah,
So
GB, no, boy, Mama
yeah.
P got live.
Yeah, that's what he just said. So okay, look, Ruthless. Let's get in it. Creeping on a come up. You out there. We know it. The bus, everything. Creeping on a come up's about to happen. It comes out to be an EP. Was that what it was gonna be, or were you thinking you was gonna do an album? Like, it seems like Creeping on a Come Up got knocked out so quickly, right?
Mhm.
So like,
Right. So, okay, I'm sorry.
no, you good. So that's what I want to know. Like, did you think you was recording an album? Because like Eazy kind of had a thing for them EPs, you know. So it's like, or like, it just like that EP got rushed out. Like, was that the plan, or did all of a sudden it was like, yo, let's just get these tracks out? Like, kind of walk me through, because that all happened so quickly. Y'all got out there, do the fucking album or do the EP, and boom, it's out.
Well, when we got with Eazy-E, that was in like what, February of 94 or something, when we finally got back and actually got to recording with them. So Eazy-E had a plan. We were just recording. We don't know what the fuck he thinking, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we recording songs. It was out of those 6-7 songs, how many on that EP? Because I didn't know what an EP was. You know what I mean? So out of them 6-7 songs, we probably had already recorded 15 to 20. You know what I mean? So it was the nigga Eazy-E was like, okay, this what we gonna put out, boom, 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 and there it is. But we already, like, some of the songs on Eternal was already recorded in the Creeping on the Come Up sessions. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit, it was just dripping over, because we had so much material. We was homeless and all that shit. All we did was write songs. You know what I mean? So when Unique got us, and when Unique and Kenny McLeod and all these niggas got us in the studio, Dre Ghost and all them, we in the studio, nigga, we was banging them motherfuckers out so goddamn fast. You know what I mean? Like, we was on it. But he stopped and was like, this what we gonna do. We gonna do an EP. I never knew what an EP was until he started talking about it. So, you know, had he hadn't rushed that shit out the way he did, because it was February we got in the studio. By June, that shit was out. You know what I'm saying? And then
Yeah.
by the end of July, we fucking platinum. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
that shit was
crazy.
like pop, 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 pop. And that's 94. That, because 93, we was struggling like a motherfucker. You know, we got with E, and then he kept us in the studio. That's all we did. We didn't hang out with the fellas and we didn't have people in our ear at that time, man. E kept us away from everybody. You know, we had the Black Hole of Watts niggas. We had, you know, niggas like Dre Ghost, and we had the producers, of course, DJ Unique and that whole squad, you know, and that's who we was around.
Yeah.
We was in an environment that wasn't distracted. All we did was record. Went home, we smoked our weed, drunk our liquor. All that shit took place in the studio. We never went out and shit. We wasn't kicking it in LA and shit like that. So that's how that happened. That's how the chain reaction happened. So when he said EP, next thing you know, Thuggish Ruggish Bone on the motherfucking radio. We on the bus. We back in Cleveland. I don't know why I think we was done for a minute. We was back in Cleveland. We was on a RTA bus when a nigga rolled past playing our music and shit. This nigga was in a drop top Cutlass on Dayton's playing. We like, nigga, that's our song right there. He like, broke ass nigga, this ain't your song. He like, shit. And that's the first time I heard it played in the streets. But
that's crazy. That's so much. That's so much shit to happen so quickly in your life as young men. To like, boom, boom, boom. And I think that people don't take that into account, Lay, when they think about the story, right? Not to fast forward into Mo Thug and shit like that, but people don't take into account the quickness and the pressure for young men. Y'all were just kids. Like, yeah, you'd been living like adults for a long time, but you were such young men and things were happening so fucking quickly that's wild, the amount of pressure that is for just young dudes to be going through that. And you know, when you said, hey, we recorded so much of that during Creepin' that became eternal for probably, what you think, John? At least 5 years I've said, hey, Bud Smokers Only, that was recorded during Creepin' on a Come Up. Down 71, I think that was the original over the other beat. I think that was recorded during Creepin' on a Come Up.
Yeah, it was. That definitely was, because motherfuckers didn't understand that song. They didn't know what Down 71 meant. They knew it was a story, but they didn't know it was an actual goddamn highway that led into all the penitentiaries and shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that it was a lot of them. But we had a weed song back then. You know what I mean? I don't know if it was Bud Smokers Only or not, but yeah.
The only reason I said Bud Smokers Only, this is that fan shit, right? I remember seeing old videos of y'all on stage with Eazy doing Creepin' songs, and out of nowhere y'all do Bud Smokers Only. And I was like, what the fuck? Where did this come from, right? We doing Bud Smokers Only and with Eazy. So it's wild. Do you remember any of the other songs that became eternal songs that were actually recorded during Creepin' on a Come Up?
I know Sleepwalkers was.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about Sleepwalkers.
Yeah, because Eazy-E, we recorded it then, but E was gonna put that shit on his album. Now you gotta remember, had E not put that album out when he did, y'all would never know us. Eazy-E put his album on hold to put our shit out. And he held some of them songs because he was going to, intertwine them with his album. So Eternal wasn't supposed to come next. Eazy-E was supposed to come next. But he paused his shit and put our shit out. And then you know what happened. Like a couple months, but
wow.
12, not even 12 months later, gone.
Wow. Had he not
did that, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Wow. Everybody in the chat, take a second to really take that in. What the fuck Burna's dropping on you right now? Like, that is fucking crazy to think about. Just, again, it's the events. It's how quickly it's all happening. And you talking about...
I could brag on that. Eazy-E held his album. Easy motherfucking E held his album back to put out Me and My Niggas. You know what I'm saying?
That's wild. That's belief.
Unfortunately, yeah, he knew what he was doing, man. That nigga was a visionary.
Yeah. Nah, man. And that's what everybody's always said. When Gary was just on, he said, hey, when he got into the Bone thing, he knew this was it. That these were the guys, and it's almost like y'all knew what Bone was going to be. You said it. We was going to be the Enterprise, the Dynasty, but it's almost like he knew it on an even bigger level. When he heard and saw what y'all did, it's like you knew you had something special, but you probably didn't know how special what you had really was. Easy.
I didn't know we had nothing special at all, bro. Like, E knew that shit. You know what I mean? Like we didn't even know we had a different style like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that people start telling us. All we knew, we try to put as many syllables in the song in a bar. We could sing and shit like that. So, but E used to be like, we want to rap against Dre and Snoop and whoever the fuck else he in a beef with. He like, nah, man, sing that song. Make us
Yeah.
do smoking hydro. He would always like to hear the harmony shit. You
It's
know what
like
I'm
you knew
saying?
I
That's
was gonna ask, Lay. It's like you
yeah.
knew that question was next, was about Ghetto Wine, about Hydro, bro. Listen, every fucking fan that you've ever had wants to know. All we got is y'all singing that on a video. And then I know you did it for Twisted on their album later, but was that ever gonna be on one of the albums? How come we didn't get all five of y'all singing that on one of the albums together?
So my uncle Sharo, right? That's that's my uncle Sharo. So we wrote that song about him. But that's something we used to do around the
Yeah.
bonfire that we never thought to record, but it's ingrained in all our minds so much that it just sometimes we just bust out into that motherfucker, but never thought to record it.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? Like, because that was just a regular thing for us. And then he made us do it so much, you know what I mean? It was like, we was going forward, but we always had that particular song.
bro, let me tell you, bro, that is like an all-time fan favorite situation. Y'all got to start doing that live together. Get that on the new record or something. You know how much the fans be asking about Ghetto Wine, about Smoking Hydro, like that is like a super fan. This is me coming from the biggest Bone fans in the world to tell you that is like the gem that motherfuckers want, Lay.
Hey, look, we'll do it, and we will do it on stage. Just let me get the bonfire set
You
up
know it.
when we get on stage, and we will do that. We get around to it, and then it'll probably be on something very special too, like something that we record or maybe going worldwide live from stage or
Yeah.
whatever technology we decide to use at the. But that I think that will happen.
That's it's a beautiful moment for y'all. This is something I gotta ask, okay? K Chill, I think, has always wondered. Thuggish Ruggish Bone.
Hmm.
Chill. Better get your weapon was stepping. I
No,
I
when I was saying chill, I was telling the motherfucker to chill out. Like chill, better get your weapon when stepping. I was never disrespecting my nigga, never ever.
okay. Good. See, hey, there you go. I think K Chill always wondered, man, was Lay coming at me. So I'm
But
happy
he
to
ain't
hear.
say nothing to me about that shit. And I talk to that nigga damn near every day.
You
So
gotta you gotta tell me, bro. You thought I was
now I'm
coming
gonna
at you on
talk to
Thuggish
him
Ruggish
tonight.
Bone?
Don't I'm gonna talk to him tonight. Don't even worry about it.
He
I'm
might be in here for all I know. I see Smokey the Bandit in here. Shout out to Smokey the Bandit. Showing
smoking
love.
Shot Town.
That's right. Yeah. Uh you mentioned Black Hole of Watts earlier,
Hmm.
being around Black Hole of Watts, of course, I know they end up later on fucking with you with Mo Thug. Goes all the way
Hmm.
back to Eazy-E. Was there any other artists, around that time? GBM, was there anybody else that E really had you around thick like that it was kind of like, hey, this is the group, these are the people that y'all are good around?
It was well, Big Twan,
Yeah.
Minsky mobbing.
Yeah.
That's the Deacon, you know what I mean? That was my right hand man at the time. But it was the Unique Family, it was GBM, it was who you just mentioned. Uh
Black Hole
my bad.
Watts, GBM,
Uh
all them.
yeah, that was basically the circle, but Cocaine. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Cocaine was around a lot. Shaky. Um, Steph, the nigga had an album called Tripping with No Luggage. Uh Tripping with No Luggage. That's funny. But yeah, no, it was that circle, you know what I mean? He was like, I got the Watts niggas. If y'all want to do whatever y'all gonna do, these niggas they got y'all back. GBM, we was in the studio with them a lot because Eazy-E had us writing for them. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And then but no, it was if it wasn't about music, if you wasn't pertaining to the music, it wasn't happening. So and BG Knockout
BG
came.
Knockout, I was to say.
BG Knockout and Drasters came around a lot too, but I think he was a little older than us and he was doing his thing. But I know I had grew close to BG Knockout.
Yeah,
So,
man.
but shout out to BG Knockout and Gangsta Drasta because they, them niggas was holding it down for real. Like, but the circle was very, very, very slim.
Yeah, man. Hey, that was probably the best thing for y'all, you know? It's slim, but it sounds like, Black Hole of Watts. You guys were good everywhere you went.
I wish I can get rid of everybody right now to let Bone do their motherfucking thing. But that's another story.
Let me ask you a question, and I think you might have talked about this before. We know the Bone. We know Eazy loved the Thugs and Harmony. We saw Shatasha wearing just the Thugs and Harmony shirt in the Thuggish Ruggish Bone video. I've always thought that the song Thugs and Harmony must have been creeping on a come up, but maybe it's not. What song was Thugs and Harmony? Have we ever heard it? Is it just a different name? Do you remember what song Thugs and Harmony was that Eazy loved so much?
The song was called Gangsta Harmony, and you will have to ask Cray how that go.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was called Gangsta Harmony. Let me see. It had a little piece of Smoking Hydro in there. I don't know, man. We got a couple of those songs, but you will have to ask Cray the Sensei. You know what I'm saying? Granddad, you gotta ask that nigga, man.
You gonna have to hook it
But
up.
it was Gangsta Harmony first, though.
Let Cray know, man. He's gonna have to come on next. Beyond the Harmonies of Truth. They'll take care of him, man.
Yeah.
I got kind of a crazy question that I don't know if you're gonna really know the answer to. But there's a song out there that fans go fucking crazy for, okay? Called Strictly For My Grind, and it's by an artist named Space Hog the Boss. And he's a Vegas dude. And it's a real, like, it almost sounds like Creeping on a Come Up. Do you know anything about that song?
Nah, I've never heard it.
Okay, hold on. This is what I'm gonna do. I can't play it for everybody in the I can't play it for everybody listening because I don't want to get a copyright strike, okay? But
Okay.
I'm gonna play you a little clip because fans always be asking about this song. And I got a couple theories on it. But I think if you haven't heard this, man, I'm gonna be amazed because I really think that in this song, that maybe B had maybe done a little bit of writing for Eazy. Who really knows? So let me play you just a little clip of this real quick. Let me see. Wow, I can't believe. Maybe we gonna play something that you haven't heard in a real long time. All right, let's see if we find Layzie's part. All right, do you remember anything about that song at all, Lay?
That's a Bone song. Who you say it was?
Okay, let's get into this. We about to unpack. I told you this is the most Bone interview of fucking all time. So look.
I mean, who did you say that
okay,
was?
I'm going to tell you the whole thing.
That's a motherfucking Bone song.
I'm going to tell you the whole thing, okay? So there's an artist out of Vegas. His name's Space Hard the Boss, okay? He on this version I just played you, the only part he does is the chorus, okay? Now, Busy has 2 verses on this song. He's got the first one, that was the first piece I was playing you, and then he's got one he raps completely different. Now, I'm going to send you the whole song so you can hear it, because it almost sounds like maybe he did a reference track, you know, for Eazy or something, because it sounds like shit that Eazy would have been rapping, okay? So, the beat, though, all right, it almost sounds like it could have been the original version of No Shots, No Losses. No Shorts, No Losses, okay? But it's crazy because I think Space Hog might have interned at the Black Hole of Watts spot, and so he might have picked that up later on and put it over a new beat. But that song has been on the internet now for...
That was definitely done to a different beat.
Yeah, bro.
You know what I'm saying? But how he got the lyrics and like, that's me.
That's you.
Your wig split. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ended
man.
up getting your wig split. Yeah, that was a Bone song. So however he acquired those vocals, it was probably after Eazy-E died. I don't know.
Yeah,
You know
man.
what I mean? Like that's some behind the scenes, something that went on. And no disrespect, it could have been something busy orchestrated. I'm not even
knows?
sure. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody
But
really knows.
yeah,
It came out of nowhere.
that's definitely a song we wrote on the struggle. You know what I'm saying? So I know it was recorded, but I don't remember who did the beat. Unique probably did the original beat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but who Space Cadet? What's his name?
Space Hog. I'm gonna send you everything when we get off. I'm gonna send you everything. So
Yeah, I don't know Space Hog. I never met him. I've been to Vegas a million times. You know what I'm saying? So I never
that's
I don't know
crazy. See,
I don't know how he got that shit, but I want that song.
I'm gonna send it to you. I got you, bro.
I'll remix it.
I got you. I'm gonna send it to you. A song you probably do remember though, that I never hear you talk about. I never really hear nobody talk about. 95. We right around Eternal Lay, right? Panther, the points, and it's massive. We getting into the features now. It's Bone, it's Big, it's Redman, it's Coolio, it's Busta, and that's just a few of them that were on it. And Bone comes through, just the littlest little cameo, and crushes the whole fucking song. How'd that come together? Like how'd that song come together? Like tell us a little bit about the points, man, because that's like a standout moment for Bone.
Well, that was the very first time we had interaction with other industry cats. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the very first soundtrack that we were on, featured on. You know what I'm saying? Like how the business went. At that time, I wasn't driving the ship. You know what I'm saying? So it was like how it came about, I'm not sure. But to be in that room that day, because you went from dropping your verse to immediately doing the shit on camera.
The video.
So
Wow.
Yeah, the video. So that's how that went. Like it was Redman come in. I don't even remember who I was on that motherfucker so long ago.
Biggie, Busta, Redman, crazy.
Busta. Yeah, man. So that's that was our very first encounter with being on songs with our peers, you know, niggas that we looked up to, because you know we was the hot new shit. So they was putting whoever was hot, they was adding them to it. You know what I'm saying? So we was just blowing up at the time. We was the new kids on the block, and
y'all showing proof on that.
Yeah, so I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was our very first time on the soundtrack, and definitely the first time we collabed with so many artists that we love. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, dude, let me tell you, what a show and prove moment for y'all. If y'all were young and Unique or whoever told you, y'all got to get on there and do the damn thing. Woo! Y'all did it, man. I mean, what a moment. And Unique remixes it and puts y'all at the end, and Bone just shuts that motherfucker down, boy. And it's like,
Well, them was raps we already had. You know what I mean? They was like, we like, oh, us? Shit, we gonna do this, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we already had them raps. They had been used before, but never on that to that magnitude.
It brings us, full circle into what we had talked about. Arguably the biggest album in Bone Thugs history, one of the biggest albums in hip hop history, E1999 Eternal. Game changer, more than a game changer. It changed the industry today. People still today, that's the reference point for so much music now. When people say things are ahead of its time, sometimes people say that kind of lightly, but we can honestly say that Eternal was ahead of its time, and now it's the basis of so much music that kids listen to today. And something I've always wondered is something as simple as who came up with the title of the album, Lay?
I think we had the songs, you know what I mean? But I wanted Eternal. Cray wanted East 1999, so we had to negotiate. You know what I'm
Diplomatic.
saying? Yeah, let me put my locks on so I can see what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's how that title came about. It was a back and forth. Well, I think it should be this, or I think it should be that. And then that's when we come with like, wouldn't it be dope if we just came with two titles?
Yeah,
And that's how it became East 1999. We
it's
represent
fire.
our street, and then we represent it's like we forever. So I was on this forever. This ain't gonna never end. And Craig was we represent the hood, the street, the bop, and it just came together like that, man. So and that was discussion within. So I can't really just take credit and say that like I came up or neither one of us can take credit because we put the spirit in the air and flipped the coin, and I guess that's how it landed.
That's beautiful. It's always, listen, I love that everything's so diplomatic and Bone. Pick the names out of the fucking hat for who's going to go in what order and, group
Yeah.
decisions, family decisions. I love that, man.
Well, that's just to let you know though. So that's what made us stick so long. So our thing was the culture that I was trying to create in Bone was majority rule. You know what I'm saying? So it's five of us. So if three of us say you got to do it, the other two got to ride. Bottom line, you know what I'm saying? So that was the chemistry for a long time. That dynamic changed over time, but that's the culture that I brought because I've always shared everything I fucking had and I always been getting it and I worked jobs and so that was the culture of us and it still is, you know what I'm saying? But we just operate. It's a little different now because we grown ass men with kids, and then we got shit to do. You feel me? So,
Yeah.
but that's what it is. The diplomacy within us, like if three niggas say that's what it is, if you outnumbered, then you outnumbered, and then we ride like that. We don't sit there. It wasn't till later that one nigga can walk away and just get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That ain't how we was brought up.
During Eternal, unfortunately, we had talked about it. The world loses Eazy-E before the album's finished. And, we find out later that, he did get to hear some of the songs. He even recorded a verse from Mr. Bill Collector at the beginning and was on the early version of that. Do you got any stories or memories of just E hearing, the Eternal joints and what he felt? Because we know what the album became, but
Mhm.
how did he feel? Creeping on a Come Up's already done. He knows what it's done, but how did he feel about Eternal and what it was about to do? Because we know what it did, but he was a visionary. So do you got any stories about him hearing those Eternal joints and just what he thought this record was gonna do?
Well, I talked to E. I talked to E a lot when he was alive. You know what I'm saying? So what he was telling me was he was finna shut Death Row the fuck down with this shit. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? He like he this was his comeback. He was wearing braids like us and all that shit. So
yeah,
he was ecstatic about what was about to take place. You know what I mean? Because he felt like, they jumped on him and they left him and they thought he was left for dead. And now he got this group, another group, you know what I'm saying? So he was emboldened. he was like, man, we gonna do this and we gonna do that, and he was making plans and shit and all that shit for us. So and he never heard the complete mastered album. He never heard that the
Right.
sequences and none of that. All he heard was what we were recording. You know what I'm saying? So he saw the process, but he never heard it come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he didn't see that, but his motherfucking chest was out like this, like nigga, built like a tank, hard to hit. He was serious. He wanted that #1 spot back, and we was about to come get it for him.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. Like, you know, such a visionary, and he would fit in, like you said, with the people that he was with. It was like, okay, he would totally embody that. So like you said, he started to wear the braids, and we got to hear E on some shit. And you know, the internet recently, before AI, probably 5 years ago, a little teeny shitty clip of him on Mr. Bill Collector comes out, and how he was supposed to be on that track, and he was even kind of doing the bone flow and shit, you know, and just like really getting it in. And it was like, oh man, like who knows what would have happened with E if that wouldn't have happened, and the influence y'all had.
So Mr. Bill Collector was one of them songs that was starting to be worked on during the process of creeping on the come up. That was one of them songs, and that's how you heard E on it. Whatever happened to his vocals, I don't know.
You know, let me see if we let's see. I want my money. Yo, that's the
And
only clip we've ever heard of that Eazy-E verse.
you see, he was using the bone style, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? He wrote that shit. I made that nigga write that shit. He be like, man, write my friend, man, fuck that. E, you a rapper, man. You gotta write that shit.
I know
I
y'all didn't hear it, but I just played him the Eazy-E, the little Eazy-E clip of Mr. Bill Collector for him.
I encourage that, bro.
That's
Like,
beautiful.
nigga, you gonna write this shit yourself. And then he started, it's Eazy-E. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like,
Killed it.
yeah, man.
Yo, that's crazy. Nah, he was killing it, man. I want that money. Like, bro.
That was right when everything was just beginning. That was one of them songs that just didn't get finished in time, or just didn't make the EP. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't done. So it came around for the next album, which was Eternal.
Well, I don't know the last time you had any kind of conversation with Mike Klein, but rumor is that he's got the full version of Eazy-E's verse for that Mr. Bill Collector. So
Man, I
it's
ain't
out
talked to
there.
Mike Klein in so long, boy.
Word is Mike Klein has a copy of Mr. Bill Collector with Eazy-E, so just keep that in the back of L. Burner's mind.
I'm on the lookout. I'm looking for you, Mike Klein.
You know, that album, man, like we said, groundbreaking, right? And it went on even further. You know, we know the success of the Crossroads and the remix and everything. You know, was that album, did it change a lot after Eazy died and Tamika took over? Did you and Unique and the guys, did you kind of basically get it the way y'all wanted it, or was like there a lot of changes with it before it really ended up hitting retail?
Oh no, no, I mean, he passed. But when he passed, the album was damn near done, and then Unique had control of shit. So, you know what I mean? The album was the way we wanted it.
Yeah.
Bottom line, things didn't start getting murky until after that album.
So certain songs like Everyday Thing that's on the show soundtrack, I mean, that sounds like an Eternal song. At one point, was that meant for Eternal and it ended up on the show, or did y'all do that specifically for the show soundtrack, if you even remember?
The show was No, it was probably just a song we had, man. We had so many songs. Like it was the record company, like, okay, y'all want Y'all want to do a features about boom boom? I don't think we did that specifically for the what song was on the show?
Everyday Thing.
No, we gave them that song. They
Yeah.
wanted a song from Bone, and we thought that was the one we should have gave them. You know, just pick one out the hat, like you
Just
said,
go.
pick it out the hat and be like, boom, put that over here. It need to be out anyway, because that was one of the ones. You know,
I don't want to talk much about the Crossroads because you've done it forever and ever and ever, right? But we would be doing it the disjustice if we didn't touch on it a little bit, and to just like kind of touch on what do you think it is, man, that song hit different. Eternal was already out. Y'all remix Crossroad, turn it into the Crossroads Mo Thug mix. You know, tribute Wally and E, Uncle Charles. But something's a little bit different about that song that it hits. What do you think it is that made that song take off the way that it did and touch people the way that it did? Because the easy answer, of course, we've all lost somebody, right? It's easy to relate. But there's a lot of songs out there about losing someone that don't hit the way the Crossroads does. Like, what makes that the one?
I mean, I would say what makes that the one? I would say, man, because it's the feelings that was put into it. It's an absolutely true song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the pain and the passion that came through. Now, there's been a lot of people that made songs that brought the pain and the passion like that was absolutely true, that they wrote from their heart, like they lost, like we really lost Wally, we really lost Boo, we really lost Terry, we really lost Eazy, we lost these people that was near and dear to our heart. But people made songs that brought the emotion out like that, but nobody had did it with 4, 5 niggas with the same intensity. So that intensity was amplified by 5. You know what I mean? Because Flesh was on the original too. He just happened to went to jail, and the record company decided not to go that way, which was fucked up. But
Yeah, you put it out later, right? The Flesh Flip. You put it out for us later on with the Lost Archives and shit.
Yeah, because I found it. I was like, damn, I finally found this song, because I knew my brother was on it. You know what I mean? But he had his situation, and that's something he could talk about.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
but yeah, so yeah, man, it was amplified, all them emotions cramped into those 4 minutes. Like, I really lost baby boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, my son had died. You feel me? Like, it was like all them emotions was so real. And when you put emotions into a record, that becomes vibrations. And then the vibrations spread out. You know what I mean? And if you know anything about energy, vibrations can go through mountains. That's how you got the radio. That's how you got it travels through the ether. And that's what compounded Bone into that. That's why, and it's relatable. It's
Yeah.
something everybody got to go through. You're gonna lose people during your lifetime, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what it was. It was the emotions compounded by excellence, and
Yeah.
leave that there.
I remember being a kid and I had a babysitter. I tell people all the time this is how I got on Bone. Was she had Creeping on a Come Up, and she would play it, and she was really into Bone, and then the Crossroads blew up. And then, so of course it's on you could hear the Crossroads on every fucking station for it didn't matter what it was, right? Adult Contemporary had a Crossroads version, so we was hearing it everywhere. And I remember hearing it and just being so mesmerized about the harmonies and, you know, the way y'all were flowing in and out, and, you know, the video. You want to talk about, like, man, what an amazing video. Like, we take it for granted now in 2026 with all this internet and what we have, but when you think about how amazing the Crossroads video was,
Yeah, the technology, man, back then, like, I mean, for one, what they spent on a motherfucker. Hey, man, they put some money into that video.
Yeah.
And but Ken Dog disappearing, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? The angel of death, Eazy-E appearing on the mountains. You couldn't do that back then. You had to really spend money in order to have those technologies. That shit was on
Yeah.
some
We take it for
Disney.
granted now, but like
Yeah,
you
like
said,
now you could just click a few buttons and you put yourself all up on top of the mountain. You know what I mean? Back then, that people was technical. You had to pay people to go in and spend thousands of hours to get that one part right. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it was. That shit was really ahead of its time.
it was, bro. It was that moment where they show Easy, walking with everybody up the mountain. Like, what a heartbreaking moment for the whole world. Absolutely amazing. And the mystery of the guy that played the fucking Angel of Death, the Grim Reaper.
Right.
And he went on to be in your brother's video on World So Cruel. And
Yeah.
the Crossroads and World So Cruel have a crazy connection, the way that they, are connected, and it's a lot, man. I think that song, I mean, that's gonna live. What do you think of that? Let me ask you this is a real crazy question that I don't know if anybody's ever asked you in an interview, but like that song's gonna live past you. It'll probably live past your kids. Like, that's something that people will play for a very long time. The way we sit down and play the Temptations now, if another Bone song isn't played 30 years from now, you can bet your bottom dollar 30, 40 years from now, the Crossroads will still play. Like, that's a wild thing to think about.
Right. Well, I told y'all it was gonna be eternal too.
Yeah.
That's why we said eternal. Cause
Yeah.
I always understood that the music outlives. See, I told you my mother was a singer, so she told me when you record, you do your best, you put your best foot forward because, she always referenced Marvin Gaye.
Yeah.
She was a big Marvin Gaye. I was young when he got killed, you know what I'm saying? But she like, to this day, that's the jam, right, baby? I'm like, you right, ma. You know what I'm saying? So I always overstood that, like, and
Mm.
to know that we got one of those songs, that means we got a library forever. We got a song that'll take y'all back to our libraries, whether it's Bone Library, and that extends out to the branches out to our solo libraries and things like that. So what that just tells me is keep on making music,
Yeah, brother.
keep on archiving it because it's to be studied now. You know what I'm saying? Like people gonna study that from
You're right.
so forever. So that having that legacy, man, just let me know. How could I put it? That eternal forever. You know what I mean? As long as life go on, that's what we here for. That's the legacy right there. That's what a human's supposed to create. Something that lasts longer than your lifespan. That's what legacy means to me. So that's what eternal means.
Yeah,
Shit like
brother.
that.
That's beautiful, bro. And that's facts, man. Like this Bone Thug shit is eternal. Shout out to HC the Chemist in the chat, showing love to Alberna, man. HC the Chemist, Beyond the Harmony alumni. It's good to see you, brother.
That's my motherfucking brother right there, boy.
He always shows love. Solve a mystery. You ready? You ready to solve a big Bone Thug mystery for the fans right now? We talked about Down 71. A wild tale, you and Crazy helping pull Busy off of death row. The end of the song, you say you got Busy off death row, and now there's one more to go. Who was the last guy that was left on death row? Was it Flesh? Was it Wish? Is it someone we don't know? Who was left on death row?
Well, I always thought it would be Flesh. You know what I mean? So we was going back to get him, and Wish was gonna ride with us on that ride. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was definitely Flesh.
You think there was
Listen,
ever a plan for a part 2 of Down 71? Was that ever in the cards?
we were supposed to do it. I don't know why we didn't because we make so many goddamn songs that the thought the thought got lost in time. You know what I mean? Like we kept moving. We moving so fast that sometimes them ideas slip between the cracks until now.
Until now. You don't
Right.
know.
You
Beyond the
never
harmony.
know.
You know, this is what we here for, to light up the fire that may have been forgotten over time.
Oh
Before
yeah, you sparking, you flicking the flame, right? You flicking the flame on El Burner right now, man.
Hey, I told you, Lay, man. I told you it was gonna be a good one. The chat is going crazy how historic it is right now. Before we get off Eternal, I got to bring this up to you because I know the fans will be mad if I don't. We've talked about how wild the videos were, right? Even something like First of the Month, that even though it was simple, is such a crazy video. By the way, real quick, why the fire on the foreheads in First of the Month? Any idea?
You know what? That was a special effect gone wrong. You know what that was? They told us because we wanted our afros to be on fire.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So they was like, put these hats on, and that's how in special effects, that's how we gonna do it. You know, you see how we got it right in Crossroads.
Yeah.
It didn't go that right there. You know what I'm saying? So people assumed all kind of shit. But the truth of the matter was we were supposed to have big ass afros that are bust in the flames.
There you go. There's the answer y'all been asking for. Eternal is so fucking crazy, from music to the way Unique mixed it to, you know, the videos. Something that I know you've heard fans talk about, but you may not know how deep it goes, is the artwork. I'm sure you remember Don Cunningham over at, you know, Ruthless with the art team, and Julio, and these guys really went the extra mile with this art. And I know you've seen it, but did you know that the backwards passage that's inside of it, that if you was to read that, it gives you clues and it tells you how to use the map that's inside. And if you use those clues and follow the map, it gives you a phone number. And when you called that phone number, Eazy-E, there was a message from Eazy-E, and you would hear this message from Eazy-E. Did you know about all that crazy shit?
Yeah, I remember that, man. I was really close with Don.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don Cunningham. So we did a lot of work together, you know what I mean? So he would always have a super science behind his art. And that's why I love talking to him, you know what I mean? Like, so he was really an architect like that when it
Crazy.
came to the graphics, and you know, so yeah, I remember him especially telling me about that. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm just sitting there blown away, like, damn.
To this day. That's why, I mean, think about that. Like we just said we take the effects for granted and shit, but what you just said, a computer can't replicate. It takes a special person to say, okay, I'm gonna come up with this passage. We're gonna write it backwards. If you follow the rules to this map, it'll give you a number. You call the number, Eazy-E's gonna call you. That's wild, even in 2026.
Yeah, now that's what you call marketing.
Yo, next level.
He was a fucking marketing genius, man. And shout out to Mr. Cunningham, because, yeah, I'm glad you kept up with all these people, man.
I might as well drop it on everybody. Don Cunningham will be on the show, I think, next month. We've been waiting almost 8 years. We had Julio, who did the artwork with him, on about 8 years ago. And I think next month, Don Cunningham's coming on. So y'all better tune in. You see what it is.
You're a special person.
Yeah, bro. And that whole art team, you know, Tyree Dillahay was on the show. He was a very young man. He did a little bit of the artwork, and he went on to draw animations for Bob Burgers, and he's done movies and all kinds of shit. But he started as just doing a little bit of artwork inside of East 1999 Eternal. Just a young man.
I like being a part of people's stories like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just to know, you know, they was starting, he was young, starting his career, and had a chance to blossom into everything. I love hearing about shit like that.
Yeah, bro. It all started with him just making a little bit of art for Eternal, and now he's big time in Hollywood, animator for movies and all kinds of shit, man. So crazy. It brings us into the big one, and I've been waiting. Me and you talk about this a little bit offline. Brings us right into Mo Thugs, right? And this is the whole game changes with Mo Thug Records. And, you know, a lot of beautiful things came out of that, right? I mean, we got we got bangers, 4 compilation albums. We got albums from Too True, Poetic Hustlers, Graveyard Shift even had an album that didn't come out. But how did it even come together though? Like, I know you'd been shouting out Mo Thug since like Faces of Death, right? Like, shout out the Mo Thug organization. But like, what was Mo Thugs? Was it always meant to be a record label? And how did that opportunity finally come together that they said, hey, these young kids that already got too much on their plate, they need a fucking record label too?
Well, I always knew it was gonna be some more thugs, because like we talked about in the beginning, we went through the whole circuit of of talent shows and shit like that, right? So like as we were doing that, it was other great people on the show too. So like the Trays and Archie and Too True and all these people, you know, I always said when we get on, I'm coming back to get y'all because these motherfuckers was dope to me. You feel me? And I always people that, when I take a liking, it was like I'm a friend for life type nigga, you know what I'm saying? So I was looking at these niggas. I had Boogie Night, Poetic Hustlers, Tony Tone was my good friend, you know what I mean? Mohawk, straight off 99th, man, my nigga, all our niggas, like our friends, we was building that up, you know what I'm saying? So when we got on, Mo Thug I already had Mo Thug, you know what I'm saying? Cause I knew it was gonna be more. I was saying Mo Thugs, but really it was Mo artists. It's more of this. It's more coming.
Yeah.
That was my mind frame. So when, and I always stayed close or kept cool with everybody. You know what I'm saying? So 95% of them people came through me forming relationships. So me being like Eazy-E, I was watching him. You know what I mean? He knew what he was doing. Eazy-E brought like about 14 niggas, Graveyard Shift, 101, Tombstone, all them niggas, man, Sin, nigga, I had about 17 niggas in out in California, right? On Eazy-E dime. He knew it was some more thugs. I was talking to him about that then. And so he had niggas out there with us. And then when I got a chance to go up to Relativity after he passed, I start passing that shit around. We Mo Thug, Cray producing like a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Like he working with this one and that one and that one. So I'm politicking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and when we got it, when after E passed, the people that he had out there with us and things like that, I was able to parlay a situation with Relativity Records. You know what I mean? So, because it was all happening. I already knew everybody. I was good, cool with all the motherfuckers was my friends at one time, close friends, really like close friend to these motherfuckers at certain time, at one time or another, that's all of them had a relationship with me.
Right.
So I brought them along, and then the opportunity came, and then boom, you know what I mean? And now we working. Cray over here, Cray, he always been the sensei on the music, like, and I'm the talking piece. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that came about. It wasn't nothing that just happened overnight. I just knew from the beginning that it was gonna be some more thugs, and that's how the name came.
What was there any conflict or was there any trouble as far as like the Ruthless deal and y'all doing the Relativity situation with Mo Thug? Like did Tamika or just Ruthless in general try to prevent that from happening? And how did it work out with y'all being able to feature so heavily on the Mo Thug records?
Man, I mean because it was already in motion.
Yeah.
Nobody could stop it. I just told you, Eazy-E brought 17 niggas out to
That was it.
California.
It's locked
We
in.
was all in hotels, you know what I'm saying? So they already the buzz was on.
Yeah.
When the music was already being created, couldn't nobody stop the shit. So I got a situation for it. Now, You know, when it would, and then and the music was it sound like something. So they were taking interest in it. Relativity took an interest in it, and Ruthless was getting paid. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like the deal that I would cut back then when I was what 20 years old. You know what I mean? That wasn't no. I didn't have a distribution deal. I just had a joint deal. Like I didn't even know what the fuck I was doing.
That's
You know what I mean?
crazy.
So
That's
the
pressure. That's crazy. People, yo, I say this on the show a lot, Lay, and we'll kind of get into this, but you take a lot of heat a lot of times. But you know what people never talk about is that you was just a kid, man, trying to figure out how to navigate this entire. I'm a recording artist with the biggest song on earth, and I got a fucking record label, and I'm signing 10 people, and we on tour, and they on tour, and
yeah.
that's pressure. And people never, do you know, people never ever say, well, in Lay's
Thank you.
defense, he was a young
Motherfuckers don't
man.
motherfuckers don't say thank you because that's the only thing that need to be said. We were all young.
Yeah,
I provided opportunities, man. And I'm glad you brought that up because I provided opportunities no matter how the business went. You had an opportunity to have your lane wide open.
yeah, crazy.
90, 98% of people who came through Mo Thug is still my fucking friends to this day. It might be 2% of them people that bitch and moan. You know, I could have did this, but those are the people that's not looking in the mirror and seeing for themselves that they had an opportunity and a chance to do what the fuck I did. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like I kept going, no matter when it get tough, I never quit. You motherfuckers quit. When Eazy-E died, I could have been just like them. Like, oh, Eazy-E died, man. I ain't gonna and complain. No, nigga, I put you niggas on. So anybody in Mo Thug that got anything negative to say about me need to look in the motherfucking mirror. I've been waiting to say this too, cause I heard that little bitch shit niggas be doing. And that sucker shit, grow the fuck up. Because if anybody open the door for you at the grocery store, at your car, an opportunity. If the nigga open the window for you, you're supposed to be graceful enough to say thank you, nigga. But no, you niggas didn't want to go handle your business and become your own man. I carried that shit, man, for a long ass time. Niggas could have, when things didn't go right, you got a name. You did things. You got videos out. You been on BET. You did this. You did that. All because I came back for you niggas. I
and
ain't had to do that, man.
and more than just artists. I think that people forget, like, Mo Thug Records, bro, y'all put on managers, merch people. People became tour managers, assistants overnight, out of
I built
nowhere.
I built the enterprise, dog, and nobody can't tell me
The
nothing. Like
enterprise.
when motherfuckers be hating, I just laugh, dog. Like, cause it's like I never complain. You think I don't get hit upside the head? You think I don't lose opportunities? You think it's all sweet for me? Then you a fool because you ain't living in reality because everybody got to go through something in order to get something. And I don't mean to be preachy, but that shit it's
Preach.
like
It's
it's like
facts.
it's like you motherfuckers need to open your eyes, look into a nigga eyes and say, thank you, man, for even thinking about me to come back. Cause I could have just went and hung with the stars. I was one. I'm still one. 30 plus years later.
Yeah,
But
man.
it ain't because of no music. I was a star when I walked into kindergarten. Cause I'm a fly nigga and I talk to people and I treat people well. And that's why. So it ain't about no music. Bone got through the door because a nigga was gracious enough, was smart enough to put more work in, more effort than everybody else was trying to give. You feel me? So that's what that is. Like Mighty Mo Thug, I don't even want to talk about that shit no more. Like,
Hey,
but the thing is, but I will end like this. it was a great experience for me because the business I do now, I had fucked up deals. I'm sorry that they was a part of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But don't sue me, motherfucker. Like, how you gonna sue me and I took care of you and your family and put 30,000, 40,000, 25,000 or in your motherfucking pocket because your records didn't sell like mine did.
You know what's crazy is how many rappers always say, when I blow up, we coming back. We putting everybody on. But do you know, sure, you could pick out a couple people. M came back, he put on his friend's D12. Nelly came back, he put on the Ticks. There's a few that came back and they put on a few of their friends. But you can't find nobody but Bone Thugs and Harmony in the history of music that came back and put the whole 99 on. Everybody had a fucking job. Managers. Everybody was throwing up the Mo Thug fist. And that's historic. So as mad as
Hey,
you is that
rest in peace to my nigga Thorn, big nigga from 99, right? This is just a prime example. Him and my nigga Ray Dog, they became security. But them niggas, they went through, we lived through the crack era. Them niggas was on drugs and shit like that, man. We got them niggas cleaned up. They got cleaned up. We assisted, gave them niggas jobs, and rest in peace to Thorn. But Ray Dog still out here doing good. You feel me?
yeah,
Living life.
beautiful. Hey man, it
Yeah,
changed a
so
lot
that,
of people's lives, you
thank
know.
you, baby.
A lot of people's lives, you know. Shout out Tiny in the background. Changed a lot of people's lives, man. That Mo Thug shit. And we about to hit, and this is the crazy stat to give you. In November, we celebrating 30 years of Mo Thug in November.
Yeah, I don't be
30
keeping it up. I'll be
years.
finding out from y'all.
You see, I tell you, 30 years, man. And you know, out of all the negative we could talk about, that's such a small piece of the pie though, because so much beautiful, you know, music and shit came out of the Mo Thug situation. Like I said, 4 compilations, multiple artists, you know, records came out of that. Like, we really saw some big shit. And Mo Thugs to this day, what an impact on your fans, right? They still come up rocking them Mo Thugs chains, that Mo Thugs hat. It's like, you changed the game, Lay,
And
on multiple levels.
I still love all them artists, man. You know what I mean? It's like it's all in growth. People grow in their own time. I'll be willing to put a tour together for all of us to go out there and rock that shit for our fans one time.
You
But
heard it.
niggas don't know. Niggas gotta be humble fucking with me. Cause when niggas went, cause I don't carry myself like a superstar. I don't think I'm better. Or I ain't that. I don't like that type of demeanor around me. We all here to. If your hands is in the pot, cook, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you will put on the table, what you offer, and we mix it up like gumbo, and we see what come up out of it. And that's just the way I get down. So there's no hard feelings. I appreciate the platinum plaques back there. I
Yeah.
appreciate I appreciate what everybody did, but it was an opportunity. What I don't appreciate is motherfuckers blaming anybody but theyself for their own goddamn uh being.
Ace.
Period. So
Some people really
that's
took
it.
advantage of it. You look at like look how well like somebody like Bobby Jones is still doing in life. Bobby Jones is really out there. You know, he's still getting it. Like, you know, when Bobby came on, he said nothing but beautiful things about Mo Thug, about Bone. He's in the industry. It's like, you know,
Look, just because you don't see Thin C or just because you don't see Ken Dog, don't think my niggas ain't out here getting it. These is my friends.
yeah.
Life just took them in different directions. We still make music together. We know to keep accumulating it. You know what I mean? But at this time, my nigga got $1 million company over here doing this and over here doing this. And then somebody went into this over here, which is what the purpose was. Bone Thugs is the head, is the root. The tree grows. Mo Thug was the branches. Now the kids coming out, and that's the motherfucking leaves on the trees that is now this tree is about to be fully blossomed.
Ooh, that's
So
crazy way to look at it right there. That's
yeah,
facts, Berna. That is,
yeah, that's how that's what I've always thought, bro.
hey
I,
man.
I I've been doing this shit on purpose for real. This ain't no like I was never really lucky. We planned to get on the bus on November 23rd, 1993. We planned on that shit.
Mm.
You feel me? Like I planned to come home to find my nigga Craig, to get this bone thing going. This shit ain't like niggas don't give me my props, but I'm cool with that because what God got for me, no man could take.
That's big, man. Look,
And that's
man.
that's the fist up.
I knew.
Nigga.
I knew we were gonna get into Mo Thug. I knew we was gonna have the conversation. Me and you talked a little bit offline, you know, and I knew it was one of them situations. But I think everything you just said had to be said. And I think that it's beautiful that you left it open for here we are at 30 years. If we can get a reunion, if we could even get one show, if we could get one show in Cleveland with all the Mo Thugs and Bone or even Layzie, beautiful.
And film that motherfucker, right?
Woo!
You know what I'm saying?
Forever.
Either we can film it or we can what's that shit where you can go live all the way all around the world
Yeah.
and put that shit on some type of pay-per-view or the nigga shit. I'm talking about getting money. Holla at me.
Let's do it, man. I love that. I think that, you know, Mo Thug was such a you know what it is? Mo Thug made it feel like we was all part of it. You know, Bone was Bone and it was the five of y'all, but when you opened up Mo Thug, it's like shit, even the fans were like, well, fuck, I'm Mo Thug. Like, it made it feel like we was all part of the family. Like, it really opened it up for everybody to be part of it.
It made me, I feel like all of y'all are Mo Thug. Roll with the Bone, Mo Thug gonna follow.
You know
I
it.
feel like y'all family. Like, nigga, this is a real community. You said it, but that's really where my mind and my heart has always been. Like y'all come see me. Y'all fuck with me and my niggas. Like, nigga, we straight.
Yeah.
I got fans that came to a show in 1994, man. Met outside, kicking it, smoking a cigarette in front of the bus and all that shit. To this day, my motherfucking friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I done connected with so many of y'all. Cause I'm the same nigga every time. Like, yeah, what's up? Like, oh yeah, we talk. Unless a nigga don't got time, then it's like, okay, next time then.
Yeah, man.
But 9 times out of 10, you know, we got fans that, man, we got niggas that come to every show. You know what I mean? That know us.
It's a
Like,
community.
no,
It's big.
yeah.
It's
Like,
big,
I know
man.
niggas by first name, last name. I know niggas' kids, all kind of shit.
They said that about Ruthless, or about Versus, rather, that when you looked out in the crowd, that was a Bone crowd at Versus, and the motherfuckers in the crowd all knew each other. It was like a family reunion in the crowd because they'd all been going to shows together 20, 30 years. So when you looked out in the crowd at Versus, they were like, hey, this is Mo Thug right here when you look in this crowd at Versus, you know?
And family, if you know, you know it. But at Versus, it felt like that. It was like we squatted up. Squad up, niggas. Like, we all here. We here for y'all, Bone. I'm come calling niggas by name. What up, Ben? Ben Bone, what's happening? I got names, nicknames. Yeah, man. It's been a hell of a ride, man. It's a beautiful ride. And it ain't nowhere near over with.
Were you happy with the singles and shit from the first Mo Thug album as far as like Thug Devotion and Take Your Time, or was there anything that you felt like should have been a single that wasn't? Because there's bangers on that fucking album, bro. There are bangers on there.
Bro, I was happy to be doing that shit. You know what I mean? I love Thug Devotion. Take Your Time and shit. That's something I was sitting back watching Cray do his motherfucking Dr. Dre shit. You know what I mean? Just sitting back watching my nigga thrive as like what he wanted to do and all that shit. Like, I loved every moment of it. There's nothing that I would want to change.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's like that shit it's meant to be the way it was. Of course it could have been different singles. And you know what? Is that the album? It must be, yeah. Gotta be
That's the
my
next one.
love.
I think that's the
That's
next one.
one.
Yeah, that's the next one. That was the reunion. Somebody might correct me and say you wrong, Cecil. I don't know. I have a hard time keeping up too, but I'm pretty sure that's the part 2.
Yeah, that was part 2. So I
Yeah.
thought that was the only song I thought should have been a video. Not because I was on it, because it must be Mighty Mo Thug. Like I used to have that bitch bumping in my Benz, like nigga, like this the shit. But other than that, man, that's it.
Yeah.
Everything went the way it was supposed to go.
You had a big roster, you know, and of course the compilations they're revered by the fans, right? But like, how did it come about that y'all was gonna put the Too True record out first, and that we would get New Breed of Female as like the first like artist release on Mo Thug?
I mean, it was just like they was the hardest motherfucking 2 females, the duo group. Then you had Archie Blaine as the producer. Like they was polished.
Yeah.
They polished, said like it's let's go with these girls. These girls, Too True, that man Jazz, they was dope, my nigga. And it just felt right. You know, and then it was always, we had like nine men MC songs already. It was time to empower the women that was around us, and them motherfuckers was dope. You know what I'm saying?
They kind of had a little thing going too, like, you know, as far as like Too True, and you know, they were kind of doing their thing in Cleveland, so it's like they were kind of a safe bet, like you said, a little more polished. They had a little more stage time than like you know, y'all kind of put the Hustlers together a little bit and kind of formed that group, whereas Too True had been kind of out there with Archie getting it, so that seemed like a real safe bet.
On the talent shows at Archie Studio, way in the beginning, Too True was there.
Yeah.
They was always it was their turn, man.
Yeah. Archie said that Too True and Bone always kind of watched each other's back, and he had brought up at one point that man, what the fuck is the group? Red Zone? Some shit like that. Hated on Bone back in the day. And that Too True and Bone had each other's back, and they ended up like really getting into that with them. And Too True had a song called "Invitation to a Gunfight" over it, and they said that y'all was always thicker than thieves, Too True and Bone Thugs. So
hey, we definitely were, man. I'm just trying to tell you, they gangsters.
Yeah,
we from St. Clair, my nigga. Like they ride or die. They deserve all the props in the world, because them girls was they was with 1,000 niggas, and they was one of the niggas, you know what I'm saying? And they was hard. They rap like that.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah. They Too True was my people from out the gate.
With all the producers, you said it, you had Cray was on there really killing it. He was getting into his production mode. You had Archie, Bobby, even Tombstone was producing. Was there ever like a thought about Unique doing anything with Mo Thug, or were you guys kind of trying to build Mo Thug its old sound and keep Unique to the Bone sound?
Nah, it was just, you know, Unique was producing for Bone, and that was through Ruthless, you know what I'm saying? Like that connection was always through Ruthless. So when we was doing our side stuff on the side, it's just Unique wasn't around. While we was simultaneously doing Mo Thug. So our family over here was working, Craig, we over here working, doing that. And that's something we was building. But with Unique, we was established, and that's where we went to. Bone went to work, and we created the space for Mo Thug, and that's just how that developed, you know.
So, you know, from that, and we talk about the opportunities, and a huge opportunity came for anybody that was on Mo Thug at that time, and that was in '97 when the Art of War happened, because that was like peak putting people on. Art of War tour happened, and it was like, that was it, right? The Art of War tour, everybody from Mo Thug opened it. Everybody was out there in the army fatigues. Bone was back. We gonna take over the whole fucking planet. Double disc. Only a handful of people even had the balls to put out a double disc back then, right? Bone, Wu-Tang, Biggie, Pac. That's it. It was a ballsy move to say we got 2 albums worth of bangers. And not only did y'all do that, but you do a world tour and you bring half of fucking Cleveland with you to do the world tour, right?
Right.
And something that I will say that Mo Thug always talks about is almost everyone I've ever had on, they're like, yeah, man, they had us our own apartment out here in LA. We had the whole fucking apartment building. We was all living in the apartments out there and doing the tours. Would you say, like, you know, because Creeping on a Come Up and Eternal, that was kind of like the struggle, getting y'all on, getting y'all established, making your way. Was like the Art of War kind of like the peak best time for y'all as far as just like y'all, I mean, y'all were at the top of the mountain at that moment. Everybody from Mo Thug was at the top of the mountain at that moment.
Yeah, that's when we was #1. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I would say Art of War. Yeah, cause shit, we went out on tour with a $1 million set. We had 5 trucks following us full of shit with them. We had the big ass skull.
Yeah,
You know,
smoking the blunt.
we transported that shit all across America. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that was probably, it was the peak. That was right here. That's before, before you.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that is, I mean, and you know, we as fans, we always talk about that tour, right? All the bone and the fatigues. And I'm not going to lie to you, Lay, because people won't say it, but you know I try to shoot it straight. We all at the Verses wanted y'all see y'all come out in those camouflage fatigues so badly. We just wanted to see Art of War come back and hit that stage in the motherfucking camo fatigues because that is like peak.
I think I did have on camouflage.
Yeah.
Did I? What did I have on?
I think so, right?
With a nappy ass afro out. That's what I
Man,
did.
we needed the Art of War to happen. That's peak time for us, you know, as fans too. I think it's amazing that we all kind of share that memory together, whether it's Layzie Bone who was living it or the fans that was watching it. It's like we all share that moment. Art of War, man, Crazy always talks about in interviews. He had one in like, I don't know, 2015, something like that, where he kind of said to Hip Hop DX that, you know, the Art of War was the first time that you guys created completely brand new stuff, because everything before that for Creeping and Eternal, you guys had that written, like you said, you were homeless, you were writing, you guys were in Cleveland, you were writing, but you got in and you created this, and he feels like that may be the best Bone Thugs album, you know, to date. Like, do you share that feeling, or how does the Art of War, you know, as far as the album, how's that fall for you?
Well, I tell you like this: if he said it's the best, it's the motherfucking best.
Shout out to Craig Jackson, man.
Yeah,
You know,
but I share them same sentiments. But Cray know what the fuck he talking about when it come to this music.
yeah, man. It's I remember waiting in line. My grandmother brought me to pick up the Art of War, and I got it on tape before I've ever had a CD player, and I got it on tape. And I remember getting the Art of War and unfolding it. We don't get them feelings anymore when new music comes out. When you get the tape or the CD, you open it, you get the booklet and the pictures, and you read in the insert. That's gone, man. That's something we only had, you know, as 90s kids, 80s babies. These kids ain't got that now.
Yeah, you can, the feeling, the tangible. You know what I'm saying? It's a certain part of your brain that work when you actually write something down, as opposed to typing with your 2 thumbs and shit. So it's a whole bunch of emotions and feelings that's been taken out of the system of the structure of life. Social distancing and shit like that. But yeah, I would agree.
How long did y'all work on the Art of War? Because there was a lot going on right around during that time frame. I mean, it's the same time frame some of y'all started working on solo records. About how long did the Art of War take for y'all to complete?
When did it come out? 98, right?
97 actually. Came out in 97.
And Crossroads came out in 96, right?
96, yeah. And Family Scriptures was 96, and Family Reunion was 98.
Well, I guess it didn't take long.
Didn't take long, yeah. July 29th, I think. July 29th of 97, I think, is Art of War. So it was like, it was boom, boom, boom. We had Eternal 95, Family Scriptures 96, also Flesh and Bone 96, Art Art of War 97, Family Reunion 98, fucking Thug Mentality 99. Oh, and Busy did Heaven's Movie 98. So it was like boom, 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 boom. Every
Right.
motherfucking year we gonna drop another.
So I would differ with Craig when he said that was the only like the album we made when we what did he say when we started when we started writing new material. But I think his shit was all being made at the same time. Like it was this project was working, this project was working. Boom, we got time off from a Bone album, so we working on this now. You doing the solo, you doing the solo, and so everything in my mind, from my perspective, everything was working simultaneously, because I was calling the motherfucking shots. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, so when I went and got crazy and busy, they first solo deal. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all don't know that, but that's my role in the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So I went and negotiated those deals, got
And
the
Flesh,
music.
right? You
Yeah,
helped.
but that's a separate situation. Yeah, I brokered that deal as well. You know, I took Flesh went over to Def Jam. Def Jam came to my Leor Coins and motherfucking DMC from Run DMC came over my motherfucking house. And at that time, Eazy-E had just passed away, right? So what happened was these niggas pop up at my house. I'm living in Shaker Heights, Ohio. Me, my mama, my wife at the time, we chilling at the crib. These niggas pop up. They wanna they coming to me about Bone Thugs and Harmony. I'm like, bird skirt. My brother never signed to Ruthless. We need to put his album out. Boom. That's how that happened. Run DM. My mama cooked chicken for motherfucking DMC, nigga.
Yeah.
And then and the situation uh with Cray and Wish, we had Relativity was already distributing the rest of the Mo Thug compilations and everything that was coming from Mo Thug. So took that opportunity to get them deals, and we didn't do bad at all in negotiations. The shit was never it was unheard of at the time. So I knew B had to go first. He was antsy. He like, man, I got that. Okay, boom. He went. And the plan was for solo, group, solo, group. But it didn't go that way because shit just niggas start blowing up. And that's when everything went haywire.
Is that why the decision was made to do the solo songs on the Art of War to kind of prepare us for the solo albums, or why was that decision made to give y'all solo songs on the group albums?
Look, as many songs as y'all heard us on together, right? All these motherfucking songs over all these years. From the beginning, niggas was already writing solo songs. You know what I mean? Like we already knew this. Like I might write three, like say junior high or high school. I might write three songs with Craig that day, but then now I'm going home. When I go home, I might write a song that night by myself. He might come to this school the next day with two more songs. So it was always in us. We knew we could write songs and shit, and we knew we can. It wasn't about being solo. It for us. It was about we gonna show all our talents, and we was gonna have this mothership, so to speak, enterprise to guide this motherfucker. But this we already knew we was gonna have solo albums. We just couldn't stick to the plan because the success was coming so fucking fast. You know what I'm saying? So we getting pulled in different directions. So that's what happened with that. But you know what I'm saying? That's just to say that we back to everything, all that shit was happening simultaneously, very, very fast, but thoughtful though.
Yeah.
You know, it was just, it was more, it happened bigger than we couldn't judge the span of time that we was in. Like we didn't know, shit. Thug Mentality was gonna blow up right quick. They like, damn, now Craig got to go on tour. Okay, let me let's go get this going and prepare this for this. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that was happening. And I think Craig was on tour when we started. I don't know what came
Resurrection.
first. Right.
He was on tour when y'all started Resurrection.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
shit, and we didn't even stop after Art of War. It was solo, then it was Resurrection, and then I think I came like 2001.
Yep.
Like, yeah, it was just like we was doing business, man. You know, to the best of our ability. We just out this motherfucker trying to showcase all the talent we had.
Yeah, man. It was a wild time to be a fan. So I could only imagine, for you, because it wasn't like a matter of, oh, I hope we get some new Bone or whatever, right? It was just like, what are we gonna get? We're gonna get a group album. We're gonna get some Mo Thug. We're gonna get fucking a solo. Eventually the guys went off. You got Thug Line in there. So it was like we was almost overwhelmed as fans with everything coming at us that I couldn't even imagine being y'all the opportunity that was coming your way.
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go, dude. It's your interview. Go, man.
I was gonna say you asked me for my perspective,
Yeah.
so you know what I mean. That's all. That's what I'm saying is the speed at which this shit was coming. It was like, and we was working it out though. No matter with Flesh was going to jail, B left tour. It was all kind of shit, man. We was putting band-aids on all kind of shit to appease y'all.
Yeah.
But never to disappoint y'all. You know what I mean? But people don't understand these are the days of our lives. You know what I mean? Like we live in this shit every day. Y'all listen to it, we live in it.
Yeah.
So the business
That's
was
heavy.
happening. And then be 21. It's a miracle that to me we all five still standing. My brother did 10 years and he home been thriving for what? Over a decade.
Longer than he was away. It's crazy to think about. He been back longer than he was away.
Yep, and still at the shit. So it's like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we say that a lot, that it's a blessing right now that here we are this many years later. Not only are y'all making music, we as fans still got our favorite group to listen to, but look at the level that we're at. We on a podcast right now talking about every little. That's not every group. People don't care. Like I'm not even going to use a group because I don't want to make it sound like I'm knocking any groups, right? But it's like there's groups out there that are still relevant. People love them, but they don't want to hear every little thing about them like this. They're just, I fuck with their music. I fuck with them heavy, but they don't want to hear all these details like this. Like Bone has something special that almost can't even be explained. Like you've tried to explain it for 3 hours right now and you're doing a good job, but nobody can really explain what it is about Bone that makes it so all of us, whether it's me, whether it's you, that we're all so attracted to it for this long, that it's this special. Right. Except it's the tree, like you said. We on the leaves part right now.
Well, what I can say, it does show me that, that we are appreciated. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
that it wasn't for nothing. Like all that hustle, all that moving, like all the miles on the nigga foot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just glad it's not for nothing.
Coolest motherfuckers on the planet. We know during Art of War, obviously we get the big Tupac feature with Thug Love. The Mo Thugs are on there. Even Majesty from Seventh Sign was on there. Were there any plans to have any other features from anybody else? Cause y'all were never super feature heavy. Like everybody was feature heavy, but Bone wasn't really like trying to get every single person alive on their albums.
Right. Yeah, we just vibe. We vibe with the people who vibe with us, like Mariah Carey. Like she wanted to do a record with us, but we kept doing records with us because the vibe was real. Like Biggie Smalls, like niggas that we could really vibe with. Tupac, niggas that was really like we really vibe with. So it wasn't just like Bone Thugs and Harmony. We wasn't looking to go do features. It's 5 of us. What the fuck we really need a feature for?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This nigga can sing, that nigga can do this, and this he like everybody. We can do all that, like being in the group. We can cover all that. So we wasn't looking for that. When we got a vibe with somebody and it was dope, Phil Collins, that was a straight up vibe. We sampled his song, sent it to him, and asked him could he get on it. You know what I'm saying? And when we found out he was a real nigga, like, and so we went to Sweden to do the video. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's always a vibe. Like it wasn't nothing never forced. All our features was people that we was really getting down with.
Yeah, man. Nah, I think that's what makes it that's always what made it organic to us as fans as well. You know, that when y'all had a feature with someone, it felt like they really fucked with y'all. That this wasn't like a record label paying another record label to just get the hit makers together. You know, like it felt organic. Like you said with Mariah, it felt like this is real. These people really fuck with each other.
Like we was fucking we fuck with Twister, right? You know, we had the beef and all this type of shit. I did a song with him first. But you think that song would have got done if when we got together that we wasn't fucking with each other? Like that's what I mean by fucking with each other. Like, oh, this a cool nigga. We wind up spending about 2 weeks in Cleveland together
Yeah.
one time. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then the friendship, and now you got how many songs he got with Bone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Started with
what I
that
mean
Midwest
by
Invasion though.
even when we chose to do songs with the enemies, if the vibe wasn't right, that wouldn't have happened. So the vibe has to be right, whether we cool with you or not. We just didn't do songs with everybody because if the vibe wasn't the vibe, then we wasn't doing it and we wasn't gonna waste y'all time.
Let me ask you a question as far as like, you know, and I know you kind of feel like, hey, the singles are the singles, they work out the way they're supposed to. But the Art of War being 2 discs, you know, we got Look Into My Eyes, now of course Batman and Robin soundtrack, and I'm pretty sure in the video we got the same guy that played the Grim Reaper or the Angel of Death. He follows y'all around again in Look Into My Eyes, and then we get the If I Could Teach the World video. Body Rot and Thug Love, they kind of seem to be the street single. But with that many songs, like it felt like we should have got another video. Is there another song on there you feel like should have been a video, or do you got a favorite Art of War song that should have just been bigger?
Man, there's so many goddamn songs on there. I always wanted Wish to do Get Your Thug On,
Yeah.
Get Your Thug On, Get Your Thug On. But I wish we could have did way more. But like I said, we probably, if we had the technology that's out right now, we probably would have did 15 videos to that motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, we won't even get into the Everybody Wants Get Your Thug On, a whole album from Wish. He's just got that poor man's been harassed long enough that he's like detox. It's Dr. Dre now.
Hey, when y'all yep, he is Dr. Dre. When y'all get that motherfucker, y'all gonna see why. Because
Hey.
Wish never gave a fuck about doing solo shit like that. You know what I mean? He more of a, we gonna do this shit together. He been the lieutenant at arms for forever, ever. Bang, bang, nigga. That's Wish. But he been working though. I said, okay, Wish, go on ahead, do your motherfucking thing, nigga. It's coming though. I'm gonna get it. We gonna get an EP. We gonna get an EP out there, nigga, or something. He been working though.
We need it. Raiden Rush said the same shit. He said, I've been talking to Wish about getting just a little project. Everybody's in Wish's corner. We need that Wish album, you know? It's time.
I know I'm going to get that motherfucker. I've been waiting all these years.
Let's go. You had brought up Days of Our Lives. Something a fan wanted me to ask was Days of Our Lives, and you may not even know there's so much music, but was that originally meant for the Art of War? I mean, it sounds like an Art of War song. It ended up on Set It Off soundtrack, but it sounds like an Art of War song.
That was created around that time. The opportunity came around the time that song was made.
Yeah. It brings us, man, it's crazy. There's so much we talked about, and there's so much we didn't talk about, right? We've been just kind of skimming the legendary career, but, you know, we had talked about Mo Thug, and there's not a lot more we really have to say about it, but I do want to point out that when Mo Thug 2 was made, the vibe was different, and I always say, that's when the Thugs went to Miami, man. Of course, the vibe was fucking different. They turned into Miami Thugs. And how did that landscape change from being in LA to now we traveled everybody down? We would Disco Rick. We doing Miami shit now all of a sudden. You got Mo Thug running around in Florida.
Yeah, the players started changing. You know what I mean? The game had evolved. The players started changing. And that's what that was. You got, you know, all the artists that came after that.
Yeah.
You know, well, it was Mo Thug 1, and then, you know, everybody that was on Mo Thug 1 didn't make it to Mo Thug 2. You know what I'm saying? So, and then you had new members that was joining because the world was going round and round, man.
Yeah.
And you know, we was meeting new friends and different talents, and you know, and everybody fell in pocket.
I think it's crazy when we talk about it, right? Because I remember seeing it. It had that Earth, Wind, and Fire look with everybody on the cover, and you know, it was exciting. Everybody's trying to, you know, point out who is who, and like you said, there's new members, so it's like you might know this one and that one, but who the fuck is this new guy? And that was an exciting time. But underrated, we talk about what a big deal it is that of all the songs, of all the Mo Thug shit that could have blown up, of the Thug Devotions, of the Ghetto Blues, whatever it is, but Ghetto Cowboy comes out of left field as some just like, you know, just a cowboy movie, and it's fucking huge. Did you think that was gonna happen? Like, what'd you feel? What'd you think when you was making Ghetto Cowboy? Like, crazy what happened with that song.
I mean, I thought the story, you know, it just felt like a movie as we was doing it. You know what I mean? Cray had the concept of Ghetto Cowboy. And then, you know, I'm Layzie the Kid. And then, you know, when the story started coming together after Cray did what he did and Thug Queen did what she did, it was like, okay, this is a movie. Now I'm about to play Layzie the Kid. You know what I'm saying? So it felt like we created something special, and it was a movie, but never, never considering what it might do.
Crazy.
For sales or how it would impact anybody. Like, nigga wasn't thinking like that.
That's like, you know, country rap is like a regular big thing right now. That's like its whole genre now, you know.
Gravy Bone started that genre.
But yeah, back in '98 though, you know, we had Thug Queen stealing horses and you know, wild fucking times, man. But you guys were taking a lot of risks in '98. I feel y'all were branching out in a different way. I mean, you guys did War for the Small Soldiers soundtrack, and you was rocking with Henry Rollins and Flea, and that's around the time that we got you know, Mariah, the breakdown track. So you guys were kind of I guess expanding a little bit, like, you know, moving outside of the regular Bone realm.
Yeah, we wasn't selling dope no more, man. You feel me? we just call it evolution.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know how they say these days, life be lifing. That's what it was. Like, you're not supposed to stay the same, bro. You're supposed to grow and mature and evolve. And that's all that was from all them songs to Henry Rollins fucking with the rock shit, you know what I'm saying? And then over there, Mariah, all them names you just named are huge fucking names. You know what I mean?
Massive.
Like, and to have the opportunity, all we was doing was stretching our wings, showing people we true musicians. But a lot of motherfuckers wanted us to, oh, they ain't talking about killing or like, no. We was just trying to show, like, if the challenge came to do a Henry Rollins, you think we gonna turn it down because we rappers? No, nigga, we really musicians, and we artists first. So artists is gonna evolve our fans gotta understand that shit. Like, you know,
Yeah,
I
man.
don't, you know, I guess, you know, if you expect certain things, we always stay true to our core. You know what I mean? And that's the rapid fire with the harmony. The subject matters change sometimes. That's it.
Hey, man, I won't lie. I was amped up the first time I heard War. You know, I was amped the fuck up. I thought this was crazy that you got Henry Rollins, you got Bone Thugs and Harmony, you got the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Right.
That's legendary shit, right? I mean, that's people don't understand how legendary that is. Henry Rollins, Black Flag, we talking legends, and it might have got overlooked because hip hoppers may not even have understood the level of what the fuck was going on that song right there. That's like the equivalent of some Bone and Pac shit in a whole different world.
Right. But it's whoever it was for, they caught the message. They felt the vibe. And
Yeah.
whoever it wasn't for just missed it. This shit's so simple to me, man. Like, but it's art to the fullest. Henry Rollins, war. I grew up hearing that shit. Nigga, you better believe I'm on it.
Yeah.
Even though it was rock and roll, we list like our culture, our music, that shit is our main ingredient. But you can't tell me you ain't turned the radio and listen to country before or listen to rock and roll before. Like now you from fucking front. It ain't just rap that shape you. It's everything you encounter in your life, and that's what Bone incorporate into their music, into our music. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all of it in a pot of gumbo. And when the fans understand that, then they'll start appreciating, like when we give them this next shit, you know what I'm saying? You'll hear all the harmonies because you shouldn't even be expecting nothing but the best, nigga. Who the fuck you think you playing with? For real, like we don't fuck around. No matter what genre we say is gonna be in, you better know this nigga gonna do something. They gonna do them boy. I can't wait to see what they do. But don't expect it to be uh eternal, or don't expect it to be whatever your favorite Bone song is. You want to see if a nigga up to par and can and meet the challenge of what it is. And if you feel it, you feel the vibration, then it's for you.
Can you tell us about the breakdown song and how it came together? Because you know, Wish and Crazy were on it, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere we get the video, one of the coolest shots ever, y'all in front of that big Mo Thug wall. All of a sudden you got a verse, it's the Mo Thug remix. Like how'd that come together for you to end up on a remix and shit? Like I've always kind of just wondered like where those pieces came together, because that's one of my that's probably my favorite Bone Mariah song right there.
Well, to be totally honest, I think I missed the plane the first time. I did. I missed the plane the first time, but Mariah had one. She wanted me on it. So she, I went to the studio the next time, man, and shit. And that's how I was on. Like when she was shooting the video, I got a chance to do my shit. So yeah, I was thugging so hard that I missed the goddamn plane, and I wasn't there when I, Cray and Wish did that shit. But Mariah wanted me a part of it because she wanted Bone, and that's how I came late to the party.
It's such a cool video, bro. The way that like all the Bone looks in that shit, and just like the way that it was set up, the aesthetics, like she really knew, man. She was fucking with the thugs heavy, and we love that about Mariah. Like so many Mariah and Bone songs, it's a beautiful thing,
Yeah.
bro, again, there's so much we could talk about. Next time you come on, and you see I'm pulling a
Yeah.
Layzie Bone right now. I'm just saying it's gonna happen, so I know that it's gonna happen. We calling the shot.
And
And
we gotta speak it into existence. So I guess we gonna have to part two this
we
motherfucker.
go
It's all
there's
good.
so much, right? It's like there's
I
so
was
much we
just
could
getting
cover,
started.
but I want to get into the solo piece, right? Because it's important, because like you said, you facilitated deals, you put deals together, you guys figured out who was going to be first. Like it was all part of a strategy. And, there's classics there too. Classics for us, like Bone Thug classics that came. And sometimes I think us as fans are like, damn, I wish they all would have been on this motherfucker together. You know, I wish the whole group would have been on this one together. But, you know, it's so exciting for us every time I like turn on like North Coast, right? Or I hear Play a Hater from your brother's album. You know, when we look back through it all and I see like the little things that let us know y'all were still united, like those songs, or like in Thug Mentality when y'all show up for a little bit in that video, right? I always wonder, I always ask, Heaven's Movie, Thugs Cry, every member of Bone is in the Thugs Cry video, and I'm sitting there just waiting to see Alberna in the orange, in the jumpsuit, and you don't show up. How come Layzie isn't in the Heaven's Movie video?
That's because I had my executive hat on, man. I wasn't in the All Good video. It's a couple of them that I wasn't in because I was out talking my talk, making that shit happen in a whole nother way. My contributions came from another angle. That's all. But you gotta understand that we Bone, every member of Bone is a fan of every member of Bone. Do that make sense to you?
For sure.
Can't none of y'all out there be more of a fan than Busy than I am, or more of a fan than Crazy, or goddamn Flesh and Bone. I'm a super fan of that nigga. And Wishbone out, man, I'm his, and that's how I'm pretty sure that's how all we feel about each other.
I love that.
That's how exciting it is to be in this shit. That's why no matter what we go through, because all the discrepancies may be about business. You know what I mean? But how we feel about each other, that's why it always come back together. Because it's bigger, like we fans of each other. We each other, more than that, we real fucking brothers. Like, niggas can get on each other's nerves, my nigga. Niggas can not talk for a little minute, but at the same time, we there for each other. If niggas is supporting in some type of way. So the fans need to understand that we support each other, man, whether I'm in the video or not. You know what I mean? That don't mean I ain't rooting, but that's who was there at the time because all of us got business. You know how you got to be somewhere at 3 o'clock, but you can't be there because you got to go do this at 3 o'clock too. So you got to make a decision, and that's how we understand that we work together, bro. It's like we all can't be there at the same time. We don't live in each other's skin. We have a purpose together, but we all got to walk in our own purpose. Like they can't have my kids. I can't have their kids, but they had their kids. So I got mine. So we know he might have to go do something with his kids, but that we can still get the bread. Bones still split they shit even. No, I done missed shows, nigga. I got paid. Like, that's how we work. So if the fans ain't never know that, like, we take care of one another to this day. So don't think because I put out a solo or Busy put out a solo that the Bone album ain't coming. Cause it's fucking coming. You know what I'm saying? Like, but in God's time, just like everything else was, it's God's speed. If y'all stop fucking with us before we give it to y'all, then y'all gonna be like, damn, I shouldn't have never stopped fucking with them niggas because this shit is incredible. I guarantee you that.
When we was talking about the solos, you talked about the rollout, right? Flesh, B, Crazy, but then we had Thug by Nature. And a thing that's different about Thug by Nature that doesn't get pointed out enough, and you had brought out, you facilitated the Relativity deals. They came off the back of these Mo Thug deals, facilitated the Def Jam deal. But Thug by Nature is strictly a Ruthless Records album. There was no part of relativity. I've always been curious about the decision, if that was just loyalty to Eazy, to Ruthless, if Relatively wanted your album over there and you just didn't do it. Like kind of talk me through how that came together for Thug by Nature.
I could have went anywhere I wanted to go. I could have went to Def Jam. I could have went to Relativity. I could have went to Warner. I could have went anywhere. Nigga, I was on fire. I made a decision to go to Ruthless Records because that's Eazy-E. And I was supporting Eazy-E thing, you know what I mean? Whether Tamika was involved or whatever the case was, the decision was made because I wanted my shit to be. That just speaks my loyalty, you know what I mean? Like we made deals in other places and all that, and things wasn't happening at Ruthless.
Yeah.
So I wanted, you know, I would rather keep my affiliation with Eazy-E, and that's why I was there. You know what I'm saying? And that's the bottom line.
That's solid. That's a solid move, man. We hit the 25th anniversary. You didn't even know it. I remember texting you and saying, "Hey, don't forget tonight." You was in Texas or something. I said, "Don't forget, Lay. Tonight's the 25th anniversary of Thug by Nature," which is wild to me because I remember my grandmother bringing me to Sam Goody in her Cadillac, and I waited for it to come out. And I remember getting that. It was that same feeling of, I got it. I opened it up. It had the whole pull-out poster. There's Lay all decked out in the fucking blue, denim jumpsuit, and kids don't have that. And I pop it in, and God bless my grandmother's soul. She was so good, because even though she didn't understand the fucking thing that was going on, she knew how much I love Bones, so she let me put that in right in the Cadillac. And the first thing that I hear is that boom, 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 boom. And you could tell my grandmother was like, all right, I know this a little bit, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about the intro, man. That shit's so classic. Y'all still use that today, now.
Yeah, man. I was just in the studio. I was in the studio, man, and I heard that Christmas song, right? And it just grew on me, man. And I went to the studio, and I forgot, I don't know if it was LT Hutton. Probably was LT Hutton, man, and he just and then the singer came in, and it was just like that shit, just like it's just something that's just how I create sometimes, you know what I mean? I heard that's that's a Christmas carol.
Yeah.
That's why it's Carols of the Bones. But yeah, it's just something that just hit me one day, like bow, like and it became what it became.
It's crazy.
It was for my intro, but it was also a shout out to my niggas. Like, I'm doing this, I'll do what I do for us, because it's crazy, lazy, busy, wishing flesh, But if you ever check me out, I do that often.
Something that I've wondered, and I've said it all night, is second nature to us now. Now we just say it. But at the time, okay, Alberna, right, aka Layzie Bone, and it took us all by surprise. What the fuck is Alberna? Where's number one assassin? Where did that decision come from to name the album Alberna? How did that come about? And do you think that affected the sales of the album anyway by not just calling it, Layzie Bone?
Maybe. I'm not sure about that, but not really. I think it was multiple things that went into how my record went, because I believe it's all about chemistry from the top executive office all the way down to the players on the floor. You know what I'm saying? So that could be a reason, but I didn't use number one assassin because exactly what it says when it come to marketing. And then I was already, the L stand for lazy.
Yeah.
Hello? You know what I mean? And then the burner was because that's what my sister used to call me. Kool-Aid called me Burner. Hey, Burner, Burner, Burner. And she called me that. because, you know, I kept me a burner and I'm good on the grill. And the shit stuck. That's all that is, man. And then so I was L Burner. You know what I mean? And I wanted to stand on my own for a minute. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was my turn. So that was the what I thought was me growing.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking marketing back then. I was putting out my album for the first time. So I didn't really know, you know, it was just thoughts all over the place, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, but it was me creating my moniker, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's another part of growth, man.
Now
So,
it's nothing to us. Now I
yeah,
call
but
you El Burner more than anything.
I think y'all get it now. But that's thanks to Kool-Aid, because she be Burner. I put the L on it. I'm L Burner, baby. I put the flames on these motherfuckers, and they, you know, and so on and so forth.
When it was first announced, man, there was an interview, and I mean, you know, there was already, right, Dub C's on there, all kinds of people are on the record, but it was announced that you were trying to work with Busta, with Goody Mob, I think Too Short, Destiny's Child. Did any of those tracks ever get recorded or come together that you were trying to make for that?
Nope, I got who I got, man. I was shit out, you know. I'm a fan of hip hop.
Yeah.
So and that was the fad at the time. You know, niggas was starting to collaborate with everybody. So that's what I wanted to do for my album. And I got who I got. Whoever came to the table for me in the time that was allotted, then that's who I got.
I've heard you talk about the Make My Day video before. We all know the stories, right? It should have been like the step dance crew and the drum line and all that, and you know, and we ended up somehow on snowmobiles. So we know that piece. And I will say, if it was that marching band like you had envisioned, that shit would have been cold. But something I've never really heard you talk about is the Listen video before. And just I'm always curious how you feel about that. That's one of my favorite songs on the whole fucking album is Listen, and I love that it was a video. And I was just curious how you kind of felt about that video and everything, and it being a single.
Yeah, I loved it, that video, man, because you know, the insane asylum became because I had to visit somebody in the insane asylum, and I was just going crazy. It was supposed to represent, you know, talking to the like people don't listen. So it was supposed to portray that, you know, I'm trying to escape out of this situation, and I loved it. I thought the little thing that was trying to attack me, you know what I'm saying? I thought all that shit was genius at the time. So I still love that song to this day.
Yeah, bro. I love that song. I love that you've always been the one that you know, made sure to reach out to the other guys and tell them, you know, and it always, I think for us as fans, it always gave us hope. Anytime we thought things were rocky or maybe things weren't going the way they should, like you would always come through with like a track like that always made us feel like the situation was like, okay, man. So, you know, you was always reaching, you know, to the fans.
We gonna make it. We gonna make it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know?
that type shit.
All right, bro. We've talked about a lot of stuff, and I know before I make this move, the fans are gonna be mad. We're gonna have him back. We're gonna talk about everything. When we get him back, we're gonna talk Resurrection. We'll talk Thug World Order. We'll talk all the solos. I promise y'all. We ain't gonna. The man was in Vegas last night. We ain't gonna keep him forever. We'll get him back. I promise. Don't be messaging me after this interview saying, Cecil, why the fuck wouldn't you talk about Resurrection? Part 2 is coming. I promise. But before we do that, though, we got to bring it current. So let's jump into what we got going on right now, because it's so important, everything we got going on right now, right? First of all, and you kind of talked about it a little bit, the fans are going to kill me if I don't ask. What's going on with the new album, with the Greenback deal? What's up with the new Bone record? What's the newest update?
Well, I'm gonna put it to y'all. I'm gonna keep it 100. So, in my opinion, we got an album. I mean, about 40 songs to me.
Damn.
You know, and it's it's a lot of things that go into making the album, but in my opinion, we got that shit. Like if I turn my phone on, I'll blow your fucking socks off, nigga. Like Bone is incredible. Yeah, we came together. We got a whole bunch of shit. We probably gonna do a whole bunch of shit more. You know what I'm saying? So it's coming. But I think it's gonna happen like later on in the summer, later on towards the end of the summer and all that. Cause what's brewing is brewing. And it's so many like it ain't even about taking our time or meeting perfection. It's about making sure this time everything we do benefit Bone to the motherfucking maximum.
Mm.
So it's more about business, you know what I'm saying? Like we know y'all want it and we know we ain't gonna disappoint y'all. You know what I mean? So it's just like, but y'all need to be patient with us and quit cussing us out for doing different shit. Oh, well, fuck that. Well, why that ain't happening? No, it's like like we were saying, everything is tons of this shit that we have. It's tons of good music Bone have. We got brand new creative music that can fly right now that I guarantee you is better than any motherfucking body out here right now that's doing our style. It's like, and the chemistry, and I will tell y'all that we doing the universe style with busy pop 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 and I'm pop 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 and we da 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 and we just and it's coming like this, like so it's intricate and it's dope, but it needs to benefit. Man, we 30 years in this game. We done I did deals that didn't make no goddamn sense. You know what I'm saying? Like it seemed like a good time at the time, but the industry was set up to railroad young men. They got us good, you know, but it won't happen no more. That's why we chose an independent like Greenback for a piggy bank. You know what I'm saying? So we can compete with our peers. And we putting this shit together and we don't have nobody in our ears and in our way. So if that take a little bit more time, then so be it. I got some shit ready to go right now. Craig got shit ready to go, but we finna let this shit go. And when the Bone shit hit, it's all, but it's this year, but it's when the business right and when Bone sit down and say eye to eye, say okay, then that's what it is. But until then, it ain't gonna happen. But I can tell you right now, if I had the motherfucker, if it was just one of me, and if I could make a decision to push the button right now, I'll blow y'all socks off, nigga. Cause I got that much new Bone music.
I'll tell you this, just through a couple guests, we got to hear just a couple little things that were recorded in the recent sessions, and the shit that I got to hear.
That nigga B went crazy. Oh my God.
All I can say is from the little bit of stuff I've heard, the fans won't be disappointed. Okay, you won't be disappointed. What I heard when we was in Florida, y'all won't be disappointed. So it's perfect timing, is what it's all about. You know,
It's God's speed, man.
Can we expect a new single or a new video anytime soon? We got a couple singles out of nowhere. We got Road Nights. I know the fans were mixed on Road Nights. That's been in my top Spotify since it came the fuck out. That's probably my favorite song in stupid long. Can we expect any a new single anytime soon?
You can absolutely expect something new. You know, we're gonna keep hitting y'all with the singles. But, you know, as we organize this Walk of Fame thing, which is a date that I can't tell you. I found out I can't even tell y'all the goddamn date, but it's this summer, you know, and the amount of press and the amount of attention that's finna come from 5 niggas from the double Glock, 5 true thugs from the double Glock receiving a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. That's when you're gonna start seeing a whole bunch of rollout. You know what I mean? But single at a time.
Yeah.
Cause I'm finna put my shit out. I waited too long. Everybody, we all doing this. Let's get it out. Let's get it out. So when it's out in the market, and after y'all appreciate what we do, maybe then you'll go back and support it. But I want to see who gonna support us now. When we doing with Flesh doing what he doing and Cray doing what he doing and I'm doing what I'm doing and B doing what he doing, Wish doing what he doing. When y'all see us trying up, like support our shit right now. Like don't I mean unless you don't like it, you don't have to. But you know what I'm saying? If the shit dope to you and it's bone and it's a bone, then support that shit. Bring our numbers up to bet like Beyonce's and all these like supporters because we active. And I'm
Very.
coming.
The most active. One of the most active for 30. Crazy. The Rolling Bones out here, bro.
Yeah, wake them motherfuckers up out there. Like, yeah, that's nice, but they got that shit from Bone or, yeah. But we gonna keep giving y'all singles, like I said, to keep y'all reminded. You know what I mean? So, and it is some shit on the way. We got a show together. These the 22nd out here in Denver.
Denver.
Supposed to be some super big shit up in Denver with all 5 live. So we picking and choosing what we doing right now. All because it's business. Respect the business.
Oh, outside of the group album, you recently announced Dash. Dropped a couple videos already. Last night you had me drop one of them on the YouTube. The next one's going to get dropped again. Dash is coming. Let us know about, Dash, when we can expect it, and just everything around Dash.
Well, I'm definitely gonna drop Dash right around time of our Hollywood Walk of Fame. I'm independent. I'm putting it out when the motherfucking lights come on. But let me tell you what Dash mean to me. Dash is, I call it Dash as a acronym. You know what I mean? Is daring actions that shape humanity, and it's the line that's in between your birthday and your death day. That's that little dash I'm talking about. That life you live, that legacy you gonna leave. So that's what my album's concept is all about. Now it's a straight to consumer. I'm finna put it up in the next couple weeks. I'm doing pre-orders on it, man. I'm giving away, having a giveaway with Bump Box. It's a nice independently put together package that you can pre-order. I'm doing CDs, I'm doing vinyls. I'm giving away trike bikes and shit like that. So I'm gonna have it like a sweepstakes. Somebody gonna win a bunch of different things, and it's a nice little first time I was able to go straight back to consumer myself. So I'm expecting, well, not expecting, but I'm hoping that everybody on this thread, you know, place an order for my shit. Cause as you getting t-shirts, you getting everything that I've been working on and designing. I got a lyric book with this album. The lyric book is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give it to y'all so y'all can read it all right. You ain't gotta guess when a nigga rapping fast what he say. So it's just a nice package, man. Dash, I'm early July. I'm hoping y'all support it. Y'all come go to my pages. I'm gonna put it up in the next probably within a week. You can start pre-ordering it, and I'm gonna put it out early July. And when you see what I put up, you'll understand. But just support your boy. I'm long-winded right now. I'm tired. I went to see Mary J. yet last night, man, and me and my baby been rolling ever since. So
The fans have been excited. They all in the chat. It's held steady all night, so you can be as long-winded as you want. They excited right now.
it's all love. Appreciate y'all.
And we're gonna be doing a lot over here at Beyond the Harmony, supporting the Dash project. We already working over there. We need y'all to go over. If you are not a subscriber right now, you need to go over to Layzie's YouTube, because we're going to blow that YouTube up. It's the real Layzie Bone on YouTube, and we're going to really revamp that motherfucker. We're going to bring some exclusives like y'all have never seen before over on Layzie's YouTube. So if you're not a subscriber at the real Layzie Bone on YouTube, you got to go do that, because we're going to do big things with Dash, big things with Beyond the Harmony. We already dropped the coolest over there last night. The Legend of Bone, is that the name of the other video?
Nah, that's everybody wanted to be, but I just call it Who's Fire.
Okay,
and,
okay.
and I don't know why I call it that, but I just snapped off and my homeboy Beat Commander gave me a beat that was called Who's Fire. I was like, that's the name of it.
Yeah. That's hard. That one's hard. If y'all haven't heard it, it's going to hit the YouTube, but it is available right now as well on his social medias, but it's about to hit the fucking YouTube. And that one's hard as fuck. So y'all got to get out there. Are we going to get more Dash videos outside of those two?
Yeah, I'm in Miami all next week. These next videos y'all gonna be some fly ass shit. That's all I can tell you. I'm finna
Okay.
get super fly. We're gonna pull out the Lambos and shit like that and have some big boy fun. But yes, it's coming. And yeah, also I did check out my harmonyhouse.net. Harmonyhouse.net. That's a website that I got that, it show you the artists that I'm working with, my kids, nephew and them. But harmonyhouse.net. So if you can push that for me too, man, that fans check that out and check
Yeah,
that
man.
website out. And definitely please support the YouTube page because I'm finna get active on that thing too. So we just waiting to cut up, man, from Bone. Just know Bone Thugs and Harmony is real family, y'all. So I'm promoting what I'm doing, but I'm always working behind the scene for the greater good of Bone Thugs and Harmony. And if I tell you the shit dope, the shit
The
dope. I
shit
ain't gonna
dope.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm a real nigga.
The coolest uses AI, which has kind of been a source of some mixed reviews. And recently, you even had a little AI controversy, spoken on it on a live. Did that change the way you feel about the current AI revolution and what people are doing with it, with everything that recently happened?
Nah, AI helped me out a lot, man. I'm talking about far as like when I need to do my homework and shit and paperwork, that shit helped me out a lot. So, and then I don't give a fuck what you think about me, man. I don't care what you say. I like that shit. So if I like it, you don't have to. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So no, I love is use the tool responsibly. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's just like alcohol, my nigga. Like if you doing too much, you doing too much. That AI shit that happened with the little homie and all that. No, that wasn't me, man. You know what I mean? But if that's how people want to be, I just called it out. My nigga, that ain't me. I would never let that shit turn me to nobody's enemy. We can do a song, young man.
That
That's what we could do and blow they fucking wig back.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about a possible collab to just kind of show the unity because, bro, I'm gonna be for real. Bone fans, I know they ride so heavy that immediately it was just fuck this guy, but he killed it over that Notorious Thugs beat, and y'all would kill it together. Y'all would make a killer
I
song.
like that shit, man. And that's my job, man. I'm 51 years old. What I look like arguing with somebody, period.
Yeah,
Let alone somebody I'm old enough to be their father. No, I ain't gonna do that.
yeah,
I'm forever young. The nigga look good. I still got my vocals. I still got my hair ain't thinning out. You feel me? Like I'm
Fountain
doing
of
this
Youth,
shit
eternal.
for forever. So why would I not? I'm reaching out to homeboy. I'm reaching out to him. We gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
You know what I
y'all
mean?
would kill a song together.
We can finesse him 2 times.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're getting yourself into some podcasts as well, man. Do you want to tell them at all about what you got going on as far as podcasts outside of being one of the greatest guests that's on everybody's podcast? Repeatedly, you've been a killer guest on everybody's podcast, but you gonna do some shit yourself.
Yeah, I'm doing first of all, we're gonna do tipping with Tiny first, cause you know what I'm saying, we're gonna partner up and do something. We tipping with Tiny and you lounging with Layzie. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be a dope little segment. We're gonna do a bunch of things though, but yep, tipping with Tiny and lounging with Layzie, man. And we gonna end up doing our own thing, but we got a lot of crazy ass topics we want to talk about from a male and female perspective, which I ain't really seen done on the podcast yet. So, you know, I'm like that nigga on the Dasakis. on the Saki's commercial, nigga. You know, most interesting man in the world, most
Yeah.
interesting woman in the world. You know what I'm saying? We gonna sit down and talk about it, and we gonna have interviews, and we gonna join the party and get that money too.
Well, you know I got your back. Whatever y'all need for help. I mean, you know you got me in the pocket. I'm here to help you and Tiny make it happen. So let's get that off the ground. You had talked about the Walk of Fame. We're all excited for that. What a fucking legendary moment for y'all, for the fans to know we always gonna see that star there. Big things. Obviously, it all started with y'all getting the street named after you. Now it's the star. You think we gonna see the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame next?
Well, that's that's gotta
It's
happen.
gotta happen.
You know, Outkast got theirs, right? Or was it Wu-Tang? Yeah,
Wu-Tang
I
this
mean,
year, I think. Yeah, Outkast
we
got it before.
well, we aren't we amongst the greatest groups that's ever done this shit?
Of course, it's
So
gotta
that
happen.
you know it's gonna happen. It's just in God's speed. You know what I mean? You either riding or you ain't, man. You either riding with us or colliding with us. It's still the same Bone Thugs and Harmony. We still wish a nigga would. You know what I mean? We still got each other's back to the fullest. You know what I'm saying? Like we can say whatever the fuck we want to say about each other, but y'all can't. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna say nothing to none of us in our face about us. You know what I mean? Like so. That's how we ride. We steal them niggas, man. And yes, we have more just dues to get, and we got a whole lot more work to do. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talked about no nonprofits. We ain't talked about different businesses. If uh, we ain't talked about everything yet. It's more of this type of shit that I can tell you that's very intricate and all that. Like right now, we sitting here talking on Beyond the Harmony, and I'm really just writing my book.
That's it. You
That's
mentioned
all.
Wu-Tang.
Yeah,
Legendary. Two legendary icons. You about to hit the road. Wu-Tang, Bone Thugs and Harmony. How crazy.
man, come
Whoever
on,
saw it
man.
coming.
Man, we went to war with these niggas when we was in the early 20s, and now we going on the road. Oh my God. We've been friends for a long time now, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? But ain't it funny how life come full circle?
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you that?
Grown men.
Ain't it evolution?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I,
come on,
y-
man. And this tour gonna be nuts. And look, we're supporting them because they vowed that this their last tour. And we get to be about it. But I'm pretty sure when we want to say it's our last tour, we gonna be able to get to come and get them niggas to come out too. And we probably bring Outcasts and who knows, you know what I'm saying? So it's some big things happening. God is always working in the background behind the scenes when you don't think when you think he's not, that's when he working the hardest for you. So y'all gotta be believers out there. We gotta bring another attitude to this bone vibe, period. Quit dividing us. Quit playing us like this ain't happening and because you think it's supposed to happen. If you support something, you support it. If you do something, you do it out the goodness of your heart, man. You know what I mean? Like, don't judge and prejudge and expect things to be the way you think they supposed to be. You accept things as they are. Take that shit from Uncle Layzie. You hear me, kids?
mm,
Ain't nobody playing. This shit is really real out here, man. So, and we all five live. So it's coming. That's all I'm gonna say. And we gonna part two this thing in a minute.
that's it. It's part two. We gonna make part two happen. Oh, they mad that I didn't ask. Okay.
Okay.
It's supposed to
I'm
be for
still
part.
here.
It's supposed to be for part two, but I'll ask because motherfuckers are mad I didn't ask. Round Resurrection, which part two we gonna talk all kinds of resurrection, so I want to save it for that. But a song leaked. It had DMX like ad libs in it, him growling all kinds of shit. Was there supposed to be a
Mhm.
DMX song around Resurrection?
It was absolutely supposed to be.
Mm.
Man, that was I don't know how we didn't get that done, but again, politics and different things happen when it's supposed to. You know what I mean? So yeah, we absolutely that was made for him to attack that motherfucker.
Was there ever plans during Eternal that there was going to be a Mo Murder music video?
No. No.
Lil Troy wanna be a baller. People always say that the shout out says, I'm down with Mo Thug in the bone. We got it going on. Do you know anything about the line?
That nigga used to come over my mama house on the 129th, nigga, in Cleveland. Them niggas used to pull up in big body Benzes for real and come over my mama house. So when I heard it, I was like, I'm down with the bone. With the Mo Thug and Bone, whatever how he said it. But I was like, that's my nigga. And nobody never really knew that. But like they used to go see my mom.
Listen.
My mom, they was good friends with my mom.
I had a big question that was from my list, not even the fans, but this is how much I believe in part 2 is that I'm not even going to ask my biggest question tonight. Instead, I want to see the chat fill up with that Mo Thug fist, that fucking flame emoji for El Burna dropping the most bone interview of all motherfucking time on y'all. I'm telling y'all, he's coming back for part 2. This one was epic. Show love one time for El Burna. Make sure you get the motherfucker over to his YouTube, to all his socials. Get ready for Dash. This is Beyond the Harmony. This is only the fucking beginning of us with Layzie Bone. It's really going down. 2026. Burna, I want to thank you humbly coming on, doing this with us, and believing in the platform that we would do this, and you giving us everything you gave us tonight.
Yeah, man. Well, I would like to say to y'all, man, for sticking in there for 8 years, Beyond the Harmony, having that concept, and it continues to grow the brand that we envisioned as kids. So we appreciate y'all. Now that I get the picture, I felt that it was only right after even going out all this time to sit here and just really, really dig in with y'all, man. You know, and I hope I gave y'all what y'all was looking for, just to let the fans know that not only do we appreciate our fans for building these platforms and things like that to keep the brand alive, but we appreciate everybody out there that just love the music, that just love individuals, you know, just love us. We appreciate that shit, man. And this is a partnership from here on out. Cause like I said, bro, with the Bone, Mo Thug gonna follow, you know what I'm saying? So it's always gonna be more of us and more creations. And I appreciate y'all Beyond the Harmony, man. And y'all keep doing what y'all doing, and doing it out of respect with integrity is really why I'm gracious. Y'all keep going, man.
You know what it is. Salute. And part 2. It sounds like we gonna get a part 2.
Yep, you got that coming.
Part 2. One more time. Make some fucking noise in the chat for El Burna. Layzie, I'll be in touch, man. And we dropping. We got new shit coming over. The real Layzie Bone on YouTube. Hit it.
It's called Who's Fire.
Who's Fire is coming. Dash.
Okay. Yep, Dash, baby.
Much love, Burna. We appreciate you, bro.
Y'all have a good night. Hey, much love out there, y'all. I'm gone.
Well.
Hey, history was made, bro.
Damn.
Are you not entertained?
Bro, the hardest job on the planet today was Cecil West's job. And he fucking slayed it. That was, yo, hey, everybody listening, man. Y'all gotta love Layzie Bone for everything, man. He gave
he
like
laid it
4
down.
hours.
Fuck what I did, bro. He laid it down.
Yeah. Layzie gave everything tonight, man. And that, man, hey, crazy Grammy Award winning celebrity just dropped 4 hours with us and answered everything. That
Yeah,
is,
not just drop 4 hours, but we asked him the most wild, like off the record, never been thought of before. Like the look on his face when Cecil busted out some of those deep questions was amazing.
Yeah, y'all talk for a second. Cecil West got to take a piss. I'll be right back.
Well, So much quotable lines in that. So many shorts to come from this. Learn so many new things.
Yeah.
Hey, the questions that people have had for years got asked. The DMX question got asked. Uh, we finally got another take on Fishbone. So,
The truth. Yeah.
true. More about the Band-Aid Boys.
And U-Bone.
U-Bone.
Yeah.
C-Mac. Was that Wish's original name? C-Mac. And
I don't remember. I have to watch it again. So much going on. But yeah, man, I think by far my favorite part is something that I hold really dear. All my memories of seeing them live, you know, like more times than I can count. They watch each other rap sometimes, right? And especially like one of my best memories of all time, Crazy was doing I think it's I Don't Give a Fuck. And they just their mic goes down and they just stand there and watch him and smile.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe right now. If you haven't liked the video, please like the video right now. A lot of time, effort went in, and you subscribing and you liking this video right now means so much to the platform. So if you could give it a like, if you could give us a subscribe. We've been doing this for fucking 8 years. This was the Super Bowl for us and for what the fuck we do. And for everybody that works behind the scenes. RC Thugs is in here with us right now. This was big. I didn't want to come in and cut you off, Matt, but as soon as I came back, I was like, I gotta make sure everybody likes and subscribes this motherfucker. Cause
and the Layzie, make sure you guys subscribe to Lazy Bones channel on YouTube.
Yeah, we need people to do that. The real Layzie Bone. You got to go like the real Layzie Bone. And bro, I know that there were more shit. I know if it doesn't come up, it's gonna. We just changed it last night. It may still be under Harmony House. We had just done the transition last night. So you know, search Layzie Bone. But it's switching over. So yeah, man, I know there's a lot we could have got into, and we will, I promise. He's gonna come back for a second part. That's the only reason I didn't really just ring this for everything it was because I know he's coming back for the second part, and I want the second part to be as good as the first part. So we completed, I don't know if y'all remember, but I said if we can get through Alberna, I'm gonna be happy, right? And we did that, and that leaves me so much that we can do in part 2. Layzie Bone, what an easy guest to work with, bro. What an easy guest to work with. Really,
bro, the biography. Basically, tonight was like part 1 of 3 of the biography.
What RC, what did he say? I'm on Beyond the Harmony, but I'm really just writing my my biography. Something to that effect.
Writing my book.
Yeah, crazy.
Yep.
Crazy. Tonight was crazy, and I saw people, you know, stop asking him the same questions that he's been asked, bro. I hit him with bangers tonight. If I asked a question you've heard before, it's because it made sense in the flow. You got to understand. There's a certain art to the way that we do interviews here, and even though I wanted to ask him all just obscure, you didn't want it to just be rapid fire questions all fucking night. It would have been ridiculous. That thing that I did at the very end with the rapid fire, you know, 3-4 questions, right? The DMX song, the this, the that. You didn't want that all night. There had to be a flow there, right? So it's like, it was essential.
That's not an interview.
Yeah. It was essential for me to do certain shit, but I feel like we got a lot of questions that have never been asked before. I know we did. I've heard Layzie Bone interviews. I know we did.
Yeah, dog. This was probably your best one, man. The energy was consistent all night. The flow was so perfect, and heck of a job with all the pressure. And I know this is Layzie's night, but you know, Cecil had to prepare for this. He had to prepare for this, knowing that there's so many different people he's got to please. First, he's got to please all of Johnny's wacky questions and make them not so wacky, so it's presentable for Layzie. But then, 20 pages of people dropping questions. And actually, that's where I stopped. It was way more than 20 pages worth. So poor Cecil came in to me, provided him 20 pages worth, and he just had to break off and start a new one.
Shout
But I
out to
hope
Lib as well. Lib21. Not only did you give me a full page, Lib21 went through and organized the entire Discord's worth of questions, the entire YouTube's worth of fucking questions, hundreds and hundreds of fucking questions, and then Lib threw questions in, and then I took Johnny's page, I took Lib's page, and I just turned it into. I tried to turn it into a story that flowed, man. And I really wanted to get into Resurrection. I really wanted to get into Thug World Order. I really wanted to ask him some more specific stuff about, about like the solos. And the thing that I said at the end that I didn't ask, it was the transition out of Ruthless and the THUGS Ruthless album. And y'all know that is like one of the things I want to know the most about. And it took everything in my soul and I asked, but I'm going to tell you this. I could tell, I'm like, Layzie's coming back, so it's all right. I can save this. He's coming back.
No, that's the perfect area to pick up on. And that area alone, you could do an interview I mean, everyone here could come up with, every 300 people watching could come up with a different question to add to that.
Yeah.
No, the flow flowed perfect. I love that we did an hour on. We didn't even get to creep until like an hour and 20 in.
I know, I'm a psycho.
I mean, that was
Crazy.
amazing. So, yeah, man. So
And hey, I didn't want to say this during the thing because I didn't want to throw him off. RC, Alzy Roundtree reached out to me during the fucking interview, and all he said was 2 words: good interview.
wow,
Nice.
wow, bro, dude, Owsley Roundtree, dude.
If that doesn't tell you everything, right?
Good interview from Alzy. So
The name began.
yeah. So RC worked a little magic, and I got a 2-word good interview from Alzy at 9:27. So we was what, an hour and a half into the interview, and I checked my messages, and I got an Alzy message. So
and part of the timeline that I didn't even expect to have make sense was when you asked Layzie about the solo deal with Jamit Recordings and Kermit, and he had pointed out that the reason why was, he had to find his way back to Texas, back to Cleveland from Texas. And then right when he gets there, Crazy had to go away for a bit. So he had to get on with K-Chill to be the hype man. So just having that part of the timeline filled in and why was that's been a question I've had since the beginning of when we first started doing the show.
yeah, man. There were so many little things. Smokey the Bandit said, "This is about to get clipped like crazy. You're gonna blow up." Yeah, and you better believe I'm gonna protect my interview like crazy, motherfucker. And this is gonna be clipped up by us. And yeah, it's gonna go everywhere. There's so many clippable things. Smokey said I'm better than Vlad. I'm not worthy. I appreciate it, man. I'm proud to be the Vlad of the Bone Thug universe. I'll tell you that. Like. Absolutely proud of it, and proud of my whole team, man. I know that I know that I get a lot of praise for doing the interviews and shit, but John and Matt and RC and even the guys now, even the Discord has become part of the staff. Like I said, Lib putting together all the questions and shit. Like, shout out the whole team, man. It's a team effort, and they keep me guided. And y'all should know this whole time I was like stressing. I've been stressing for 72 hours, and I was writing questions right up until the fucking hour before the show, because you would think that I had a month. I've had months to write this interview. Is that when y'all think I wrote it? Fuck no. I wrote this interview in the last 72 hours of my life. So that's the way it went, man. And
Seize the moment, bro. You killed it, man. You absolutely killed it. So, and we got the DMX question finally answered about being on the album. We even got a nice teaser about why Hydro, and it seems that there's more to that story. So if we ever get crazy on, maybe we'll find out why, the mystery behind Hydro.
Bro, yeah, man. So many things happened in this interview that I forgot that we talked about all that crazy shit. And I think I've explained to y'all before, but we have a sheet full of questions. And my sheet that I wrote, I put together 130 questions. And then every time I ask a question, I mark it in red. And this fucking thing is pretty red. And anything that I didn't mark red in the questions thing is because the flow we was at, it didn't make sense to ask. But
hey, you got the Mo murder question in there though.
I told you I would. I told you I would.
Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. We've been politicking for that one, bro. So now we know. Now we know that. I mean, according to Layzie, there's no Mo murder video. I would assume he'd know because he would have been in it. So
yeah, man. Nah, this was truly it was truly historic for Beyond the Harmony, and I would say this is historic for the brand. There isn't a more bone interview than this one, and the closest thing was Court. But what made my interview different than Court Dog's interview was that Court got to interview them as a friend, as an associate, as their peer. This is the first time that there's been an interview of this caliber in this structure from the fan perspective, from the podcaster perspective, that didn't have. Court's got a relationship with Layzie, with fucking Crazy. Like he's got a built-in relationship. You gotta understand what Layzie and I just did for 4 hours is an intricate dance of asking the right questions and building trust and him understanding, like, I'm here for the brand. And it was a beautiful thing, man. I'm in awe. The 15-year-old kid, the kid that's name was Layzie 1999 Thug on BT&H board is in total fucking awe right now as a 42-year-old man.
We're gonna have to get some Dash albums, do some giveaways with that. Speaking of which, we doing any spin the blocks?
I don't. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah.
I don't think we got to. Y'all just got the biggest. There's not a bigger giveaway than the interview y'all just got. I do want to say again, I want to shout out fucking Vendetta from PCP for fucking sponsoring the show tonight. I want to shout out everybody that helped pull the show together. Lib21, Gem Mint Collectibles, China Bone, Ganji, Josh, Crazy Till I Die, Eli, Joe Cal, fucking Andrew, our boy Crazy, fucking K-Chill for hooking his boys up. What's up with that? Yo, Thick Faces of Death, man. K-Chill for hooking Beyond the Harmony up, man. Shout out to K-Chill. Smokey the Bandit, who's been fucking down for so long. Smokey used to push for these interviews to happen. Cody Hillier, Crepton We Came, HSS, the Skull and Crossroads Society, Cold Blooded. Like, these people are an intricate piece of what we do. And I'm missing so many. There's so many people that donate. Look at the super chat. And that super chat, that's not even fucking right because it didn't count the ones that happened before we were even in here. We did over $600 something in super chats tonight. Shout out to the fucking Is the Mic On podcast. They've been in here all night. Check out their fucking podcast. They talk a ton of bone. Severed Sounds has been in here tonight. Fucking who else? Smokey.
Feenics Ryzin.
Feenics Ryzin was in here. HC the Chemist was in here. Brother Clay
Duct
was
Tape.
in here. Duct Tape Gang was in here. Kaipo was in here.
Red carpet.
Crazy.
Everybody.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Proud.
I think this was our largest, simultaneous viewers watching at the same time. Everybody showed out tonight, man. Mad props to everybody. The group effort, the 20 pages of questions. Dog, this was a group thing, and I think this just obviously, as I think Smokey said in the comments, this is the next generation. This is the next step, the next evolution. I think it was all birthed at the BTH meetup, like the real thinking, like, hey man, this is a big thing, and let's get to the next step, to the next level. I think that absolutely happened tonight. Super amazing thing tonight, man. Mad props to
Hey,
everybody.
crazy, crazy. It's a crazy life. Crazy said, did everybody forget that Cecil started the interview with, "Aw shit, look what the wind blew in"? I was dared to do that on the Discord, you motherfuckers, and I'm not scared of shit, and I made it good. Tell me that didn't flow so nicely.
That was dope. That I did. Hey, that was funny as shit. The way that was, man.
It was perfect timing.
Perfect.
Hey, Smokey the Bandit said the Smoking Section podcast. Smokey the Bandit has a brand new podcast. He's been interviewing all kinds of Chi-Town fucking legends. He's really doing his thing. So make sure you check out Smokey the Bandit's page. Check out the Smoking Section podcast. I told Smokey the Bandit he's got to flip the role and he's got to have us on his show, right?
Oh,
Have us on your show, Smokey. You know, let's put it to the test. So I see Brother Clay's still in here. Man, I'm real proud of I'm real proud of everybody that's been involved with this for the last 8 years, man. I'm real proud of everybody.
yeah. And Jordan Corey, I think, was with Smokey the Bandit shooting a video or something this week. He sent me a short. I didn't have time all week to put it up, but that short will be going up at some point.
Somebody just asked for the Discord. I'll put an invite right now for y'all. I'll put an invite right now for y'all into the fucking chat. Anybody that's not part of our Discord, you definitely should be.
Yeah, and for just future people that see this video and you get to this part of the video, if you're not subbed to that Lazy Bone YouTube channel, make sure y'all go do that. Because if we got to take a percentage of our stuff and make sure that gets over to Layzie's thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Layzie's absolute priority number one going forward. Alberna, bro.
We're going to do big
get
shit
the
with
dash.
his channel. Yeah. And I heard y'all can't search on YouTube The Real Lazy Bone yet. That's because we just changed the name. But if you literally go to youtube.com/The Real Lazy Bone, just like his Instagram, it will come up. And as his name switches over, that's just like a YouTube thing. It will start to come up. But youtube.com/The Real Lazy Bone. Make sure y'all are subscribers. I'm working. I've talked a little bit about it on the Discord, but I might as well say it. I'm working very closely with Lay on his YouTube. We're doing a lot of cool shit, and we're about to do a lot of cool shit on his YouTube. Like stuff that y'all have been waiting for a long time is about to happen on his YouTube. And I know that y'all are used to fucking hearing like promises and the shit don't happen, but this is what I can promise you. If Alberna sends me the shit that he's saying he's going to give me, and he said, "Cecil, I can't do this shit. I don't have time to be fucking with this shit. If you can do it, you got it. If this shit touches down, we about to change the fucking game." So you want to be over subscribed to The Real Lazy Bone on YouTube. I promise you.
The coolest video dropped today, and that the one he was talking about. What was the name of it? I wrote it down.
I don't know.
Yeah, the new video dropping tonight. I guess probably tomorrow at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And it's not even that shit. We're gonna do a lot with Dash, but I'm telling you, there's other shit that's gonna happen over there. It's too early. I can't say it all yet, but it's too early. It's crazy. We hung strong 300 plus all fucking night. We still hanging strong at 162 plus right now. If you guys aren't subscribers, man, make sure y'all subscribe. Like, we're just getting started here. We're really just getting started. Kyra Wolf just texted me, "Y'all doing the Lazy interview live or we on here right now, Cairo?"
Hey, and they seem real perceptive to what the fans wanted. Cecil's been sharing
Shout
a
out
lot
to
of
Kyra Wolf.
Yeah, yo, that was cool too. Hey, Carol's photographs that he sent you was at the pre-roll.
Yeah.
So that
was a great intro video to dig back up. Man, we got so many videos that I bet a lot of people haven't even seen. Like, it's curated too. Like, John made crazy playlists.
Yeah, and that was something I was thinking about, is that there's probably gonna be a lot of new people coming in, and we made look, this is the best Bone channel ever made, and we have 8. years of intricate, not don't do normal. We do bone nerd, bone, the most Star Wars, Nardwar, Star Trek,
Archaeologist.
archaeology, bro. This is the BT&H archaeology. And if you haven't explored the channel, 8 years worth of the most in-depth bone stuff ever conceived. Just go through the whole list. You might even start at the beginning. You might start in the middle. I remember when RC came on, man. I think he spent like 3 months straight going through the whole thing. It's if you've been a Bone fan for 30 years and you're just discovering us now, man, if you enjoyed tonight, and tonight is probably the peak of whatever happened on this channel, but there's 8 years worth of just premium bone knowledge.
It feels like Fight Club, right? If this is your first night at Fight Club, you gotta fight. Let me tell you what. If this is your first night at Beyond the Harmony, there is fucking 8 years and 6 seasons of banger interviews. Banger fucking interviews for you to go through. So make sure you check them out. And it sounds like, and this is a knock on wood, I could be wrong, but it sounds like we just opened some new doors. Layzie literally just said, "Call me when you off." So,
Beautiful, bro. Hey, what a wonderful new friendship, partnership. All those, I mean, this is dreams come true right now. Definitely for I think for everybody, because now this may be the resurrection of Bone. Like this may be this like the new fan era of Bone.
It should be, man. We the best fan base out there. Period. 100%. This is the best fucking fan base that exists. I really don't care. So it's like this should be. We really should be. I see people joining the Discord right now. It's really beautiful. People fucking messaging me. I actually told Kyra Wolf, I know we tried to rap, but I gave him the link. I said, call in, Wolf. Call the fucking Wolf, So
hey, you even got a Jason Bibb story in, bro. Like
hey,
I actually always wanted you to tell Layzie that story, and it got told. So that was great.
That was one of my highlights. Yeah, that was great.
Hey, I wonder if anybody's from Cleveland. I heard the mayor's last name is Bibb. Is Mayor Bibb related to Jason Bibb? Does anybody know? Because it's spelled the same way. I don't know if he's still the mayor, but he was the mayor when the Bone Thugs and Harmony Avenue got created. When they renamed the street, it was Mayor Bibb.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Kyra Wolf, you in here? It's the Wolf. Shit.
Salud, brother. How are you?
What a fucking crazy night.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Are y'all good?
Oh, bro. Man. You absolutely know that it's been a journey, and you were an early guest over here, and you kind of know that the way that this is building and the way that we've been building this whole thing. So to finally have Layzie come through, it's been a wild interview. When you were like, "Yo, you still live?" I'm like, "We still live." Layzie did a 4-hour interview with us, bro.
Yeah, I watched a good chunk of it, man.
Yeah.
I didn't see it all, but I watched a good chunk of it, man. It was good to see him, man.
Yeah. It was wild. I haven't announced it, but he's here. I might as well tell everybody. Kyra Wolf will be back later this year. I got a very special segment worked out with Kyra Wolf, and that's all I really want to say about it. But the Wolf will be back this year. Season 6 has been fucking bananas, man. Bananas.
Man, y'all been killing it for a long time, man. I'm glad to see the shit growing and flourishing. That's beautiful.
8 years. Can you believe it that we've been? It doesn't. That means your interview was probably. I kind of got to know now. I'm gonna have to look it up right quick. But that means yours was probably 6-7 years ago. Let's look right now. 12/18/2018 is when it says we recorded it. So December 18th of 2018 is when you was on the show.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
It was crazy. Y'all got me too, because it ended up being like a 2-3 hour interview. I remember it was long as hell, and I forgot I was being interviewed for a while.
Yeah. Hey, I'm good at that shit. You know, get people comfortable and talking. I think that just happened to Layzie a little bit.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yeah, there's an art to that that's really amazing, man. But y'all are killing it. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, bro. You know, I try to. This is the thing, right? And I say this a lot, which is, I try to make it so people forget, so they get comfortable, but also though, you know, I want it to be, I want you to be comfortable enough to know that even if you get comfortable, I won't ask no questions that are crazy or that'll make you look bad or that aren't good for the brand or whatever the fuck it is. So even if you get comfortable, it's all right, because I'm not out here looking for no fucking, you know, drama or no bullshit. And I think that I think during the Layzie interview, like, he really got that. Like, oh, I'm you know, this ain't somebody out here looking for some clickbait.
No, y'all ask a lot of really good, interesting questions, man. Like you said, y'all break past like the typical fucking Bone interview or any interview.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Nah, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate you still watching and you know, being a fan of the show the way we a fan of you. And you know, I gotta say, it was so cool. It's unfortunate it didn't happen, but you know, I thought it was so cool when I saw that Thuggish Ruggish Mafia shit pop up. And let me tell you something. Before I even saw it on your page, when they announced it, I saw the artwork and I said, I bet Kyra Wolf made that. Like, before I even seen it on your page, like, I've just become so accustomed to your art style now that as soon as I seen it, I was like, that looks like the wolf right there.
Man, I really enjoyed working on that poster too. I was sad when the whole thing kind of went under and didn't happen, but I had fun working on the poster. It was a good look.
Nah, we're gonna make sure we get into that. This thing I got coming up, man, with the wolf is gonna be crazy. It's crazy that you're here. This has been a fucking wild night that the wolf pulled up at the end of the night, Johnny.
And it started with Coward, like, you just played the Coward Wolf segment at the
Yeah,
beginning
I
of the show.
wanted to say, listen, I didn't mean to cut you off, John, but I did want to say, like, I tuned in, I seen Layzie was gonna be on here. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna watch this. And when I tuned in, you were talking about me. I was like, wait, what the hell? I got a nice little shout out on the front end of the show, man. So salute to y'all, man. I appreciate it.
That was an old video. That's when you sent me that whole packet. I flex all the time. I'm like, I own all the contact sheets. I've seen pictures that only a handful of people have seen from Strength and Loyalty, and I still got all them contact sheets. And then, you know, because I've told you, one of my prized possessions is the sketch out of your sketchbook of it hangs proudly as one of my, like, prized bone possessions, man. People offer me money for that, Wolf, and I'm like, nah, you ain't got it. You ain't got the bread to take.
I'm glad I sent it to you, man. I'm glad it ended up in the right place, man. Y'all got like a real museum going on, and that shit's fly as fuck.
Yeah, my friend, he talks shit. He's like, you don't let nobody come over to your house. You got all this cool shit. You don't want nobody over here. He's like, you just hogging all this shit for yourself.
Man, look, hey, I got the pleasure of meeting y'all when y'all had me come out to Maine for the festival.
Yeah.
You know, that was, I still talk about that shit all the time. I still tell people.
Yeah.
Sorry.
About that,
me, you, and John
whipping
golf carts and shit together, bro.
Yeah, no, me and John was trapped in the frozen cabin and shit.
Dude, me and Kyra would talk bone till like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then had to get up 3 hours later to get back to the show. And man, some of the best bone combos, I think, was me and you, man, sitting on the front porch with all the trees and shit. That was
when it was raining. Yeah, it was nice, man. We talked about a bunch of cool shit. That whole trip was a real unique experience for me, man. And the fact that, like, all those thousands of people came out, there was no fights, there was no trash. When everybody left, they cleaned up after themselves.
Yeah.
Like, the energy was just good the whole time.
That same dash that Layzie Bone be talking about, man, I just try to live a crazy dash between the time I was born and the time I die. I'm just trying to fill it up with some really, really cool shit, man, you know. And I'm lucky, like, you know, this show, that's how we ended up, you know, meeting Wolf. But, like, you know, I always say, I'm like, hey, Wolf, that's my brother for life, man. It don't matter how long it's been. Like, we met because of this little show. He came out, kicked it with me and John. You didn't know. You met us on the fucking internet, you know? And I'm just like, yo, trust me, bro. Come out to this thing. And when you did it, I was like, I can't believe he's doing it. But, you know, there we was. And it was a wild experience. So,
Man, it was great.
yeah.
It was a great experience. The worst part was when I had to leave and I had all that weed that I'd accumulated the whole time I was there, and I couldn't get on the plane with it. And you were like, well, man, just give it out. So you drove me around on the golf cart. And I was just throwing weed at motherfuckers walking by and shit, you know. And I was like, damn, man.
That's crazy.
That shit was awesome, man.
Bro,
Yeah.
hey, also, I often wondered, I've been thinking about this since we were doing it, when we had no GPS, like there was no GPS and we were driving without any map, coming back from that Walmart. I don't know how we made it back, dude. Because like literally my phone didn't work, your phone didn't work. We were just driving blind, dog.
No, that first night I got there, it was like we got super stoned. I think somebody gave me a rope chain, like a nerd rope chain, and
it's a wrap.
like a elixir. I took it to the head. I got y'all dropped me off at the car. I was like, let me get a knot before the event kicks off. And as soon as they dropped me off at the cabin, it was freezing cold. The heater didn't work in there. And then my phone didn't work. And then the fucking, all that weed I consumed set in. So I was like 10 mountains high as fuck. And I was in that cabin in the woods by myself. And I was like, my phone ain't working shit. I got paranoid as fuck. I was like, where the hell am I, man? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. But it was all good. It turned out all good.
It was all good, man. It was beautiful, man.
Hey, you're gonna have to come through. You know, now instead of doing crazy festivals in the woods, now every year we do Beyond the Harmony weekend in Florida. So you're gonna have to. We should work it out and have you come to BTH weekend in 2027. We did it this last year. We went to Orlando. We rented this fucking huge, like mini mansion, and we stayed in it. There was probably 10 of us, coolest fans. Everybody had their own room, very chill. Once again, no issues, just talking bone all weekend. Raid Rush came through. We did the whole show live in person for the first time, all of us together, live audience. And it was a lovely thing. So, you know, we traded the festivals for Beyond the Harmony weekend. So, you know, you might have to make the return.
I would love to come out.
Yeah, let's do it.
When y'all doing it? 27?
Well, we going to do it in, I think we're looking at February 2027.
Yep.
Plenty of time.
Man, let me know. I would love to come out.
Yeah, as soon as I got a date, I'll let you know, bro. We'll lock it down, you know? Say less, because it was a great time. This we just did it a few months ago, and it was a really good time. Like I said, Raid Rush, who's produces for Flesh, and he just produced on the new Bone album. He lives out that way. He pulled up. He sat down at the setup we had. He said, "I feel like I'm on fucking Drink Champs, man," and we was off to the races.
Let's go. So you never know. You might get Bone to pull up next year.
Hey, we on the way now. After this, you know,
I mean, like in real life, y'all starting like you know how ICP got that gathering of the Juggalos. Hey. Like in real life, y'all might kick that shit off, man, and like give Bone like a annual fucking gathering of they fucking
who knows, bro.
Fans and shit. Like who knows what could grow into.
We've been
but
talking
all I
about
know is you keep
ThugCon.
doing your thing, and I keep watching it growing, bro. And I'm proud of y'all.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you for fucking supporting for so long and always showing love. And, you know, I say that all the time that, like, you know, we built our own little subculture inside of this Bone culture. We built our own little subculture, and it's just crazy what the fuck we've been doing. And, you know, it's like I never thought every time we do a season, I'm like, well, that's probably the last time we're going to do this. Like, what's left to do, right? And then a year goes by, and we get bored, and we're like, all right, let's assemble the Avengers one more time. Let's do it one more time, you know. And
you gotta keep growing, man. You gotta keep the ball bouncing.
Boy, it's bouncing hard this year, my boy. The season 6 has been, you know, we did, like I said, we did a fucking live show in Orlando. We had fucking Layzie Bone on. We fucking you know, we just had Gary Ballin on from Ruthless Records, that Jerry Heller's cousin. fuck, Q Loco just came home from jail. We're gonna be his first interview in 13 years. His 7th Sign original. So much big shit is about to happen. So this is probably the most exciting time, brother. What's new in the world of fucking Cairo Wolf?
Man, just building, bro. Just building. I got 10,000 things going on. Me and my partner Edward Crow, he manages Yellow Wolf, but he's building. Yeah, we got our own cigar line, Murder Cigars, out. That right now we're working with distribution on that. We actually got 3 or 4 projects I'm working on with him.
That's crazy. We gonna have to.
Yeah, man. I got a bunch of shit going on, and none of it's packaged or ready for any kind of presentation. But we got a bunch of shit we're cooking up, man.
Man, when it's time to promote, get at me. Come on. I'm gonna have you on, and like I said, I think I got you scheduled for October because I think that's Art Month. That's the month I want to do it because it's Art Month. But when it's time, all you got to do is holler at Cecil and say it's time. Pull the trigger. We'll get you on.
Also, so for Cairo, Don Cunningham's going to be on, and I don't know if I know you found us through Julio, but if you got questions, you probably have some of the dopest insight kind of questions for Cunningham, Donald.
Because he was the other half of that team. It was Julio and Donald there who did all the Eternal and all the Art of War artwork. And actually, Don is the one that came up with the map, with the backwards fucking scripture. He helped direct on If I Could Teach the World, on the Crossroads. He's the one. He was like Julio was like, he was the one that really came up with a lot of the crazy shit that y'all Bone fans love.
See, and that's like all this shit that inspired my artwork. That's the shit that made me want to do album covers. Between Bone and Cypress Hill, those all their album covers, that's the shit that made me want to get into doing artwork. So yeah, I would love to talk to him. That'd be the shit.
It's gonna be big, man. It's gonna be I'm still in awe, bro. 4.5 hours ago we went live and we just had the most Bone fucking interview of all time with the fucking Layzie Bone, like for real. Like there's so many
shout out to Layzie Bone, bro.
Yeah.
He was talking about him looking out for people and putting on a lot of people's careers. I'm one of them people. Like when I met Layzie, I was literally living in the projects. We were literally sleeping on a fucking 1-inch mat on the floor in the projects with no furniture. I didn't even own a car when I met that dude. And he literally gave me shoes. I told him this shit 100 times. I'll tell him 100 more times. Like, he gave me shoes and I laced them motherfuckers and ran my ass off. And like, it literally paid the way for me to provide for my family. I was able to buy a home and have a real career and work with some of the biggest names in the world and be a part of some really cool projects. And that all started with the opportunity that he gave me. And so I forever have love and appreciation and respect for that dude.
Yeah. Bro, I'm gonna make sure he knows that you said that, man, because that's what he says, bro. I gave so many people opportunity, and he's like, so many people are mad at me that the opportunity wasn't more. He's like, but the ones that took the opportunity and ran with it, when I gave them the ball and they ran with it, they all scored touchdowns, So
motherfuckers want you to spoon feed them and just give them what you got, and then like they don't even recognize the opportunity that you bless them with, man. And it's like you said, it's up to you to take that shit and run with it. It's up to you to fucking make the most of that shit. And I don't know, I'm forever in gratitude to that guy for the doors he opened for me in my life that provided me opportunities to provide for my family that I otherwise wouldn't have had.
I think too, like sometimes people aren't realistic. I remember seeing this interview with Tony Yayo, and he was saying, hey, Ludacris's manager one time put me on to some of the best game, and he said, sometimes you just got to play your part. And he goes, and what he meant by that was, not everybody's gonna be 50 Cent, not everybody's gonna be Ludacris. If you're Tony Yayo, just worry about being the best Tony Yayo that you can be. Don't, some of these motherfuckers are more special, and you just got to know your position. And I just think
more than that, none of it works without the team. None of it
Yeah.
worked. None of it works. Everybody want to be the person in the center of the stage. I don't even like the spotlight. I don't even like being on camera. So like, I don't need that shit. What I need is an avenue to feed my kids and that I can work with my hands and do what I know I can do. And like that fame shit is like a demon, man. It's just like a drug. That shit fuck people's heads up. I've seen it happen. I've been in the music business for 30 years now, and I've seen it time and time and time and time again. And motherfuckers get just a little bit of taste of that thing on stage, and it goes to their head, and their head gets fucked up. And so, like Layzie said, he took care of a lot of motherfuckers. Even when I was with dude in Cleveland, man, when we were doing the Strength and Loyalty photo shoot, Jonathan Mannion did the shoot. But I was there, and I just seen the people around him. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? I can't speak on nobody's situation, but I seen that shit around him all the time. And it's like, that's why I never took nothing from him. He'd be like, hey, man, let me get your hotel, voodoo. I'm like, nah, I'm good, dog. I'm good. Because I've seen everybody just eating off his plate. And he good like that. Like, Layzie takes care of people, man. He's a good human, man.
Dude, a thing that I always acknowledged, but like I really appreciated after the interview tonight was like the pressure. I think back to being, and like as a young man, I put myself in high pressure situations that I always like felt like other people my age weren't putting themselves in. So like, but like I'm like, this is nothing compared to what this dude's 22 years old, biggest song in the fucking world, record deal, forming his own label, responsible for 10 other fucking artists, negotiating solo deals for all his best fucking friends, touring, the pressure. Like, it all sounds great. Like, that sounds great and fun, but it's like the pressure there. And as a young man, as a kid, you just a kid, man. Well,
you're a kid, you're trying to take care of people and keep it real. But like, when everybody around you depends on you, you cease to be human, and they start looking at you like food.
Yeah.
And I went through that same shit in a much smaller degree than him, but I went through a very similar thing psychologically with people. And you stop being human. You start being food to motherfuckers. And it's like you start feeling real isolated, even though you around all these people all the time. You feel completely fucking alone. And everybody's like, hey, I need help with my rent. Hey, I need this. Hey, I need that. And if I got it, I'm going to give it to you. Because that's just, that's my nature. But there were times I didn't have it and people felt like I did just because of shit my name was on. Yeah, and people don't even know that music money ain't even real. No. And so it's like everybody want them big $1 million checks. Like, you don't get the $1 million checks. That shit just like lightning in a bottle. That shit don't just happen.
Yeah, bro.
Nah,
and you're right, man. People will see you doing a little bit, and they just they want their piece of it too. And when you ain't got a piece to give to them, and it's like Lay said, he's like, people are mad it didn't work out for them. Bunch of that shit didn't work out for me. He's like, and that's facts. A bunch of that shit didn't work out for him either. He's like,
because they lost money on all them records.
Yeah,
there were too many people eating off of them.
Yeah,
like when I did that logo for Dre, the Detox logo, like I got paid $2,500 for that logo, which is that's decent money for a logo.
Yeah,
but that's not life-changing money. You know what I'm saying? And like, motherfuckers like, oh, you working with Dre. I had homies, people I thought I'd have died for, people who I thought would take a bullet for me, people that was my, I thought was like blood. They called me like, hey, man, I need help with my rent. I'm like, dude, I ain't got my rent right now. And you know what I mean? And that's crazy because it really puts a juxtaposition in people's heads, the way they perceive you and engage with you. And then like fame being notable and people knowing who you are, that's a heavy fucking load to carry. And I think being around Layzie really showed me like, damn, I don't even want to be around that shit.
You're right. That's a lot. Think about it. Especially at their peak, that guy couldn't go nowhere. And sure, it sounds great for a minute. And people talk about that Eminem line when he's like, I can't even take a fucking piss without somebody. And that's facts. Like, you think it's good until it's like, you can't even enjoy the simplest things. And the simplest things are, I just made $2,500 making a fucking logo for a legend. And now everybody wants me to pay their fucking rent because they think I made $1 million to make a little logo.
It was like, yeah, some of that shit was like some of the hardest times of my life, man, because not only was my status at the time more than my bank account, but people that, again, I thought would have took bullets for me and shit. Shit got weird, man.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Nah, and I
The
just
music industry's a crazy ride, bro. And so, but I got eternal love for Layzie, dog. Like, there's nothing I won't do for that dude. If he called me tomorrow, asked me for anything, I give him the shirt off my back because for real, he opened the door for me to be able to feed my kids and put my family in a different circumstance than I was raised in. So I'm forever grateful to that dude.
Totally different topic, but I just been so curious. Just so you know, I have a Kindle Scribe. That's the Kindle with the pencil.
Mhm.
It's like a stylus. Every single time I use it, in the back, somewhere in the back of my mind, I think about Kyra Wolf using the Wacom tablet, and I've been wondering, like, as technology's evolved since we were in the forest, are you still using that Wacom, or have you moved on to other new technologies to
I
make
got
your art?
the exact same one. Look,
Oh
the
no
surface is
shit!
fucked up and shit.
Oh my
Look,
God!
I did get a newer one a few years ago with the on-screen shit. I hated that thing. I played with that shit for a couple of, for a while. I couldn't, you know what I mean? I'm an old dog, old tricks dog. Like, you know what I mean? I ended up letting my son have it and he made great use of it till it burned up. Man, he burnt that motherfucker up and I'm using this shit like 15 years later. I still got the same fucking old school hardware and that's still what I do all my art with.
Is the grid? Wasn't there like a grid on it, or maybe the one I had a grid? Is
Mine doesn't have a grid
no
on it.
grid? Okay. That's
But
amazing.
nah,
I,
it's the same. It's the same too, man. And no, none
wow.
of the art on my page is AI. Like I've
That
had a
was
couple of people say that shit. Like I
oh,
saw
that must
somebody
burn
a
you.
couple of weeks ago. We was at an event for the Murder Cigars, and I was talking to a person, and they were asking me about what I did. I was telling them about the packaging, and then I showed them my Instagram page, and she said, "Oh, this is just some AI shit." I was like,
Ooh.
"Oh no, it's not." I do every bit of this with my hand. Like every eyelash, every pore in their skin. Like this is all. So
With AI though, that the sketch that Cecil showed at the beginning of the show and that he mentioned to you, that could now be brought into AI and to create a whole cartoon series, anime. There's a lot, stuff that would take forever by hand. But I mean,
it'd be
that's your
forever by
John's
hand. It'd
only
be
saying
expensive
that
by hand.
because he knows that I took the sketch and I made about 500 Chiral Wolf-esque Bone Thugs pictures out of that one fucking sketch. So,
I would love to see
yeah,
them.
I'll send it all. And I was like,
I
I'm
would
like
love to see them.
Wolf's gonna kill me when he sees all these fucking pictures. You know what's
Nah, I'm
crazy?
not going.
You know what's
What's
crazy
that?
is your logo is in the corner of it, and somehow like it was smart enough that it kept putting like it wouldn't take your logo out of it. So even though it kept making these Chiral Wolf like esque photos, it was keeping the Chiral Wolf logo like there, like almost like it knew like to not take it out. I was like, this is bananas.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild. I mean, nah, I wouldn't be mad about no shit like that, man. I think like AI at this point is inevitable. I think like currently right now, like people who know what they're doing are using it as a tool. I've used it as a tool some. Like sometimes you need to find elements that just don't exist. You know what I mean? So like I use it as a resource. I don't use it to design album covers. I use it to design like elements and pieces that I use, like if I need a sky or something like that. But I mean, ultimately it's a tool and it's inevitable. Us old school artists, we can complain about it all day long, but the landscape is shifting. It's just like when drum machines came out, it put a lot of drummers out of work. My father's a musician and he watched a lot of people he knew. It put a lot of drummers out of work, and AI is not just going to affect design work. It's going to affect, you see, it's already affected music. It's going to eventually affect everything. And so I think ultimately we land back in a place where people create art because they love art and not because they want to be famous. You know what I mean? And I think like the best art comes from inside you, what you want to project, and not just what you're projecting for attention or for revenue. And so, yeah, I don't know what the future looks like, but AI is definitely changing the game, and I don't think traditional artists can keep up with the performance.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that there's like a prompt will allow you to kind of make whatever you want, but there is something to be said about like nobody could have just come up with a prompt to make that bone picture that you made, right? So once you made it, I was able to use it and design a lot of stuff, but like I don't know, there's a balance and shit. I don't know if you can see. Nobody's gonna be able to see this in the thing, but if you look in Zoom right now, if you can click the little chat section, it'll show you some of the AI Cairo Wolf shit.
Oh damn!
Oh, that's wild.
And listen, all I did was load in the picture, and I said, "Hey, take these guys, but recreate them and put them in some different scenes." And so wild,
Yo,
right?
that's wild. Yeah. And see, it took me months to generate all of that shit.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
they
I
did
mean,
it.
it's a yin and a yang. You know, there's but ultimately it's inevitable, so it doesn't really even matter. It's
Well, you
just going to
know,
be what it's going to be.
yeah, something I noticed as far as like the AI thing goes is that there's people, so like artists that have been artists, they got to adjust. But I have a friend that wasn't an artist, but he's a rap artist, and he really learned how to prompt with the videos. And so
Yep.
he's making music videos for his album that would have cost, $1 million to make. And he's
Yep.
making really awesome art, and it's his total vision, and so like an artist creates his vision, he's using the new technology to create his absolute vision that he would never
Mhm.
be able to afford to actually make. So there is a positive side to it, at least for like new artists or new
Well, I
people
think there's a
using.
yin and yang to everything. But the thing is, like, when you get to that, you get to the point where none of it means anything because
Yeah,
everybody can generate whatever they want, however they want, as fast as they want. So cool videos don't really mean shit anymore.
yeah,
Like the cool visuals that we're creating, like this one, a Cecil up here with, as a skeleton with a hoodie and a bandana. That's just fly as fuck. Now, if like that was available, pre AI 10 years ago, that shit would have been shattering everybody. It had gone viral just off of how cool it is.
Yeah.
But we're coming to a point where there's such an influx of cool shit that
yeah,
none of it means that you can't appreciate any of it.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's all just like, oh, it's just another cool. There's going to come a time like we forget that AI is still very much in its infancy.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the difference between what we could do now versus what we could do 12 months ago in AI,
Oh,
it's night and
fuck.
day. Imagine where we're going to be at 10 years from now. Like there's going to come a time when you're going to be able to just tell your phone like, hey, give me a brand new Ninja Turtle movie in the style of the 1991 film starring Wesley Snipes as Blade and, give me an Arnold Schwarzenegger cameo and blah, blah, blah. And it's going to just generate the film in seconds and you're going to be able to watch it. Well, at that point, nothing's going to mean anything creatively.
yeah,
No one's going to appreciate anything. You're not even going to care about the movies. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a yin and the yang. It's like the
yeah,
easier access you have to something, the less value it holds, the
That's
less
yeah.
people
that's
care about
almost
it.
where you'll see
MP3s.
you'll see that when we get that, society overcorrects, and then what happens is hand drawn art, museums, those shits, they come back because people will start to crave the
Maybe.
real.
Yeah, like vinyl,
It
vinyl
is.
and
It
cassettes
listen. It
making
is.
comebacks.
It's the way it's it always. Eventually, people get so saturated. You look at the way music is right now. Become so saturated that eventually
Yeah.
people just seek. So it. If we get to that point, you'll see that the appreciation for somebody that can hand draw something will go through the roof in a different way. It's just the way society
Yeah.
has to work.
No, I think you're right. I think everything works in, it's like a rotation of things, man. It's like a cycle,
Yeah.
you know. I think
But
we're about to probably enter a phase where everything is real sparse and underdesigned because of everything is so overdone now.
I
And
mean,
it's almost like a palate cleansing of sorts.
like the MP3 kind of diluted the music industry, plus technology making it so you didn't have to go to a studio anymore. So not everybody's could be a rapper or singer or
There's
whatever.
like 20 million songs get uploaded to Spotify like every day or some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
the last thing I need is a new song, no matter how good it is.
Right.
I have like 6 months of continuous awesome songs. If I hit play right now, I can never skip a song for 6 months and play. So it's like the last thing you need is a dope song. And so all songs are becoming commercials. I
Yeah.
don't know if y'all remember like Demolition Man, where they were fucking riding around listening like Taco Bell commercials and shit in the
Yes.
car and shit. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
that's where we're at with like TikTok. Everything like songs aren't even songs anymore. They're all interludes. They're all like a minute long. They're all just like one verse and a hook.
That's the attention span now. The
But it's
short
also
video.
because it's also because it's just so much shit.
Yeah.
Like there's just so much music. There's so much like you can never run out of it. It's like this endless vault, and it's like you remember going to the CD shops back in the 90s there toward the end of the 90s. You go to a record shop and you can spend fucking 4 or 5 hours in there just flipping plastic.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it gets to where it's like, all right, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm ready to go home. You know what I mean? And it's like that feeling of like the greatest album ever might just be on the other side of this next click.
Well, yeah, I
You know,
mean,
you
and
start to
yeah, and when like it's the abundance that ruins the novelty or ruins the specialty. So like
yep.
as much as in the moment, I was so thrilled getting new No Limit albums every week, every month. And then when everybody else started doing it, it just became so oversaturated, as you were saying, like you got a gazillion cool songs to hear, but who's got it doesn't hit like it used to hit because it's
And the
just
quality goes down. The whole musicianship goes down, like it all goes down the drain. Like, and you watch it, is the more, like you're saying, the more numerous something gets, the less valuable it is. Like, something's only really valuable in its rarity. It's like movie night, right? It's like when I was a kid, you get a movie, it's a big deal. My kids don't give a fuck about movie night. They don't give a fuck about. There's no Saturday morning cartoons. They don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, they don't care because they
Oh,
watch
that's
cartoons
facts.
whenever they want. And
Yeah.
watch movies whenever they want. They don't give a fuck.
and shit doesn't last. Like when Friday dropped, like we watched that shit for like 3 years straight, right? And
For
then
fucking years.
years for like that shit lasted. It had Menace to Society a gazillion times, but then like now, like a movie, it's actually visually mind blowing, but there's no substance to it. And, but even if there is, everything just comes and goes because there's just so much. But
It's too much shit. You can't
too much.
appreciate it. And the
Yeah.
movie can't even be mind blowing because no matter what they do, you've seen it all before. You know what I'm saying? Like how many buildings can implode on each other and shit blow up out the sky, and how many awesome, transition shots can we get? It's like everybody's cooked, man. Everybody's overdone. Everybody, you know what I mean? It's like almost, I don't know what's going to happen in the near future, but there's almost like everything's going to start getting sparse because it's so overdone. There has to be, like you said, society overcorrects. There has to be some sort of answer to it all because it's all too much. And you can't appreciate any of it.
We living in the fucking future where everything's at your fingertips. Peptides are out, and we're living through real human power-ups where people are making themselves immortal. And Beyond the Harmony just had Layzie Bone on the fucking show for 4 hours. Oh, I follow his page, bro. I know I follow Ed very well, so
I need to get y'all on a call sometime, man. Like I feel like y'all would fuck with each other.
Yeah, bro. Hey, we're gonna expand the show. Who knows? There might be a time you get him on just for a fucking an interview. I would pick his brain.
Hell yeah.
All right, Wolf. Well, man, I appreciate you popping in, doing the little cameo, showing us some fucking love. It was very unexpected, and October. I'm gonna iron out the date when we get closer. We got a big episode we're gonna do. I know the fans are gonna go crazy when we do this episode.
I don't even know what it is, so I'm excited.
It's
big.
Man,
that sounds beautiful. Y'all be blessed. I appreciate you having me on. And shit, y'all need anything, just hit me.
Bro. Thanks, Wolf.
Have a good night, man.
Salute.
Well, there was unexpected cameo for y'all from Kyra Wolf. And what
like serious, like Cairo's insight on shit is just so dope. I had such a good time talking to him for 3 straight days. We could have talked all night tonight. His insight, bro, like it's like little nuanced things that he notices. It was great to hear. Great hearing from him. I that was awesome. Love that.
what a star-studded night.
Yeah.
Hey,
Bro,
5 hours. We at 5 hours and 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, you've been on here for 5 hours. Wasn't Romeo numbers, but it was. I think Layzie was ready to go Romeo numbers. I don't know if anybody caught him, but he said, "Oh man, I'm just getting started."
well, it's good that he offered the part two though, you know.
Nah. It was the right move. Trust me. You don't.
Yeah.
You wanna let him come back in fresh for part two, not 5 hours in and worn down on what we've been doing. This is trust. Part two is gonna make sense. I think we did it. 8 years. Layzie Bone came on the show. They said it would never happen. That a Bone member would never be on.
Hey, let me just ask this for the people that are still with us, by the way. Much love to all y'all that are still out there. Did Cecil leave anything on the table from the beginnings, the Band-Aid Boys to the Texas time to Alberna? I don't think we left anything on the table. Did we miss anything? If so, let us know. But I think Cecil showed. Hey, every praise I gave you in the past today, dog. I don't know how your energy is still going. My voice, I wasn't even talking. My voice is gone. Your shit is still going with the bass, with the energy. I don't know how you do it, bro. But you know, all praise to Layzie Bone. But I just got to tell you, man, blew my mind tonight. You delivered with all the pressure against you, with everything, with all the stuff, man. You came through. You delivered an amazing part one. This is part of Bone history now. Layzie's probably gonna come out with a dope ass book based on some of this. I hope the fans going forward see this and love it and find this to be the new standard for all the future people to interview Layzie. I think Smokey the Bandit's going to be interviewing Layzie pretty soon on the show, so y'all check that out. And just mad props to you and to everybody else that helped make all this happen. Dream come true, new era. I'm blown away. I'm humbled. And when you were talking about playing your position, I'm so okay playing my position as the guy on the couch, letting Cecil West eat and do his thing. Let the man cook. Great job tonight.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I actually felt bad in this interview. I was like, man, I'm not letting them talk at all. But I was like, I got the flow moving. I know exactly where we're supposed to go. Like, I can see 2 miles ahead right now, and me and Layzie are just flowing. I just gotta fucking it. At the beginning, warming it up took a second, but he warmed up quicker than I thought. I can't. You know what it was? The economies question. Yeah. When I asked the economies question, he was like, "I see where we going. Let's go. This is gonna be fun."
Yeah, well, and I think I also, what I learned tonight too is I wondered why there wasn't more discussion like through all of his interviews on pre-Bone Enterprise stuff. I guess some of that stuff is not good memories, so he's got to relive things that weren't the best times yet, right? Things got way better, and once you got to that economies, it's like, oh, good, now I don't gotta think about all the things I did when I was 14 and the problems I might have caused and stuff like that, and. I never understood that till like tonight and, the consideration of that. But I'm glad we did touch on those things so that I was able to learn from it. And you just got to think about, not you, but just myself, when interviewing people, you got to think about what kind of traumas or things you're bringing back up that, they might have put away, filed away.
I learned that kind of recently from, I'm not going to say which guest, but it's a guest that's been on a couple times and I want to bring him on again for a different type of episode. And he just said, hey man, he goes, I love everything that you do, you have all my support. He goes, but every time I come on, he's like, I just want you to know that it's like reopening these wounds that I've spent a long time kind of letting them heal. He goes, so you got all my support, anything that I can do that I can help. He goes, but I think I've done everything in that way. And for us, it's entertainment. for us it's entertainment, but for them it's like he said, he's like we live this, you know. And I learned a lot tonight. Anything that didn't get asked is coming in part 2. This is the second person I see saying you should have asked about the boneless bone. All that's part 2 shit, baby. Don't worry. Part 2 is going to be big. And if there's anything that I missed from fucking Band-Aid Boys up to Thug by Nature, we'll be able to plug that shit in and then kick it right off, man. We get to kick right off. Just imagine part 2, we get to jump right into fucking like Resurrection and shit. So
and one last thing too, if you know, we talked a little bit about that Beyond the Harmony weekend. If you guys are not in the Discord and you're interested in, you know, coming to this thing in 2027, make sure you're in the Discord so you can see when we're doing the announcements. I think we're gonna, now that the Layzie thing is behind us, like part 1 is now done. This was kind of like we've been really focused on this, but now that that's happened, we're going to be focusing on getting this 2027 thing underway, getting everybody paid up and everybody booked in, locked in. So if you're not in the Discord, you're not going to hear this. It's not a total public thing. This is a Skull and Crossroads Society thing. This is our Bone Club, best fan club in the world, dopest Bone fans, most knowledge. So if you want to do what we do for a weekend, get in that Discord and keep your eye out for the announcements.
yeah, man, join the Discord. We post the link a few times. If you can't find it, you can head over to beyondtheharmony.com. I think we got a link to it there, but join the Discord. Come through to Beyond the Harmony weekend. If you want to see kind of what that's like, go check out the Raid and Rush episode from fucking season 6. This 1 a month thing has been crazy because it's like we've only done 5 episodes, but you know, we've been at it for 5 months, which is a wild thing. I kind of like the 1 a month thing. We're going to go 2 times this month, though. Exactly 2 weeks from right now, the 22nd, we're going to be with Q Loco doing his first interview in over 13 years since coming home from his incarceration. I was in close contacts with the people that were handling his social media while he was gone. And when he touched down, they said Beyond the Harmony is the only place that we trust with Q's story. And Q Loco is going to be on in 2 weeks. We're going to be talking Busy Bone, Seven Sign, all kinds of shit. He's been around since the Ruthless days. So I'm looking forward to having Q Loco on. Bro, we killed it tonight. I mean, I think that's it. Join the Discord. Matt, you got anything for the people before we wrap it up?
I don't think you could do anything more than that in 4 hours, 5 hours, 3,
Yeah.
at least with just Lazy Bone that long. So what else is there left to say, man?
I don't think anything, brother. I
Yeah.
don't think anything. I don't think anything. RC Thugs is in here too. He's not talking, but shout out to RC Thugs to playing a huge position.
Mm-hmm.
He's like dog. What a help to me. You know, RC Thugs is like when people are like, yo, I could get so much done if I could make a clone of myself. RC Thugs is like what I always needed, bro. It's like having another Cecil West on fucking staff. Crazier than me in some ways, bro. Like maxes it out. Like the information he gets and the way he does it. We got the dream team right motherfucking now. We got the dream team right fucking now, man. It's season 6. We just had Lazy Bone. Shout out to the 130 people that are still watching. I feel bad that we're going to fucking cut it off, but you know, all good things must come to an end. So you know, my name is Cecil West, rocking with the one and only
Jonathan Lippy in the VIP. Lippy!
And he is the co-host in Coast to Coast in Come Up Creeper, Never Sour, Always Sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Matthew Weaver.
Shout out to RC Thugsta, who's rocking with us and has been with us all fucking night as well on the call, giving me the play-by-play on the side that y'all couldn't see. And you know it's that time of the night. Shout out to Alberna, Harmony House on the rise. Feenics Ryzin, take us on home.
Young the harmony for the fans, we celebrate. Up good in the